Popageddon 2026 summer. We are here. Skura, also known as Alliance in Front, Zio Francona will be covering round one, all for you here from Luca. We've got over 1,100 players here for the biggest Popageddon yet to date. Yet. The community is growing, Pop is growing, it's absolutely insane. I am so excited to be here. What do you think of this event so far?
Yeah, these kind of events are really what Pauper player wants, and it seems like all the people agree with us because every Popageddon is the biggest, so we are growing the group, we are growing the format, and we are now here for one of the biggest yet. So we want to see who wins, but also we want to celebrate whatever people they are. So the fact that we are so many when we started for so little, it's incredible.
It is absolutely incredible journey, and the journey has just started. And speaking of starting a journey, let's start with round one of this event, the very first opening round of the Swiss. And let's see what players we've got available. And what we've got is Andrea Feltrin. Maybe actually I'll relay the Italian name pronunciations to you, but I'll still try Marco Spataro on the other side. Monster Tron versus Mono Madness. What do you think of this matchup?
So I think Monster Tron will be the surprise of this event because it has a really good mono-red matchup because all the cards in Andrea deck gain life, and also you know how powerful it is, the Tron mechanic. While on the other side we saw a deck that is dominating power in numbers and in strength. Yeah. And this mono-red madness, and this list is consistent with what people are doing also yesterday in the top power player events. So no casting Flame Raider, and the Melden Oxide technology to have more discard Sneaky Snacker draw 2 effect as possible. So the game is really tense, and also around Gata Snap from one point and closing Tron on the other side.
Yeah, it's very interesting because typically you'll ask, why Melded Moxite? You've got so many other options available. Well, we're not exchanging the other options for Moxite, we're just adding on top, right, with full 12 discard spells. And now I think players are getting ready. I think one of them moved to A6, and Monored seems to be on the play. Beautiful mountain right there. And pass the turn. So how do you think, how important is it to hit Tron on turn 3? Or rather, how disastrous is it if you don't hit it on turn 3?
I mean, it's normally the most important thing that your game plan has to do. Obviously, if you're on the draw, I guess mono red is especially more important. And we see there are no disruption, no land disruption also in the sideboards for now. So whenever you got Tron, you have Tron for the game, which is a real huge deal.
Right, so now playing looting turn 2, discarding Sneaky Snacker and Fiery Temper. So we're not going for turn 1 looting to get that Snacker in, but you want some value off of that looting with Fiery Temper. Down to 17 Andrea goes. Still a long way off of an actual kill. Can Monored close this game without Gutter Snipe though?
No, I think we cannot. Also, from Andrea's side, he played Prophetic Prism on turn 2 instead of cracking the Expedition map. So I think this is a signal that we have Natural Tron.
Natural Tron. That's how you play this game. Sneaky Snacker enters play, 15 life points for Andrea. We've got some kind of clock, but this is going to be hard to outpace all the creatures that this deck typically plays, which are, Brambleworms, Generous Ends, and there's so much life gain that this stuff chip damage won't do anything. Unfathomable Truths, 4 copies in this version.
Yeah, it's one of the cards that I love the most because it's a blue spell, but it has the Void. So he avoids Pyroblast, which is a really huge deal. And
right.
You want that on your draw spell. And also, we got the Natural Tron on turn 3, as I was said.
Yeah, that's very nice. So Andrea is playing like a kind of control mid-range deck, gaining life, you're drawing cards, Bonder's Ornament, a new wink-wink addition to the format.
A new hold win condition in the format. It's like a one-way monarchy for this for this matchup, but obviously it's strong, but it's not strong as it was in the past. So it's mainly for fixing mana because you want to fix mana, but obviously if you have your Tron lands, you want to spend all the extra mana and drawing extra card.
So we're yet again seeing a discard spell into Fiery Temper. Now Andrea is at 7, so that's very low. But this is like a very fair mid-range burn type of game. We typically think of Red Madness as the kind of combo control version and Ragdos as more mid-rangey, but here, a very god honest draw, I would say.
Yeah, if you don't draw Garden Snap, you are still a burn deck that do cheap damage spell while drawing card, which is the most important card, because now one of the feature of the Mono Red Madness is that they hold a lot of cards in their hand while they're burning you, which is the scariest part.
And Brambleworm enters play, immediately gaining life back up. Brambleworm has reach, as random green creatures have, and I wouldn't know that. And so this stops Sneaky Snacker, which was one of the only ways of actually recurring damage. For burn decks, typically, recurring damage is just very, very useful. But here, it doesn't look like this, and 12 life now with a blocker, and who knows, maybe even an attacker soon. 7 power with Trample, that's a lot.
Yeah, it seems also a lot of life, 12 life, but if we happen to cast a Gato Snipe this turn, 12 life is not that much.
Yes. And we also kind of setting it up with lava darts in the graveyard, waiting to be unleashed, which is particularly useful because it's free. So it's very easy to interweave that into your turn. So, and I think actually this is what this lava dart is for. We're playing one lava dart end step for one, just to put this into the graveyard for a potential Gato Snipe top deck. Maybe playing to your outs a little bit there. If you play Faithless Looting, is it a sign of weakness? Is it a sign of strength, would you say?
It's a side of weakness, obviously, because the optimal play will be Gato Snap, but if you don't have anything, Fatal Looting is really one of the most powerful spell to get rid of this extra land.
And we also saw Bojuka Bog picked up, so those lava darts are not long for this world. Double Mountain discarded. I do like the fact that this deck, while being a red deck, which we typically associate with, 2 lands early, and hoping not to flood, completely different beast this is. And, so much card selection for a red deck that we don't really see in other formats, but we very much do see here in Pauper. What's the plan for Andrea then? Because the game is semi-stabilized. We are hoping to fade a Gutter Snipe. How can we maneuver the whole game so that we don't lose to a top deck Gutter Snipe in the next, let's say, 2 turns?
So we grab Boshuga Bog with the Expedition map to get rid of this extra lava dart. That will be extra damage, and then we have to start continuing casting our creatures, and a second Bramble will be optimal, but we see also Rooftop Percher in this list, which is a card that I like a lot.
What do you think of the fact that this list, and I have to say that, has no cascading creatures? Because this was one of the strongest parts for the deck, I would say, typically. But here we've got 4 Rooftop Percher and no Cascader.
So the cascade thing is that you can also cascade in something bad. So you want to predict what are you going to play.
Well, now I am a bit surprised.
Yeah, I think...
Because I'm seeing doubles. A Cascader has just hit play, so never mind me.
Because it's in the artifact.
Oh, it's in the artifact
section.
Okay,
yeah.
that makes much more sense. Then it does play creatures of the Cascade variety. This explains it.
But I mean, you can also build it without. It's a thing that you can do.
And so we do cascade into another Brambleworm, and now we've got so much power right there on the battlefield, we might just close the game in the next attack.
I mean, when you cascade in the 7th drop,
with
game
Trample.
5, yeah, it's really powerful. You play like 15 mana value for this turn with 5 lands. Yeah, it's absurd.
So now I think we just in the top deck mode of Gutter Snipe, we have to kill off of 16 from an empty graveyard. This sounds like a tall order.
And also we are facing lethal on the backswing,
yes, exactly.
So it's the last turn to do it.
Yeah, 14. Yeah, the worst thing is that even if we chump with Snacker, we chump the Colossus, 14 trample damage goes through, so we actually can't even chump our way into one more turn.
Yeah, as I was saying, Monster Tron is really prepared for this matchup. Obviously, if you don't play Cassic Flame Breather, in this kind of matchup, you are gonna feel lonely with only Forgotten, because we want more of these effects. But sometimes you have to give up something for other matchups. So.
And it's exactly. In this particular version, there is actually 0 Kessig, and the game closes. Monster Tron showing a clinic, assembling the Tron, playing the big creatures to stabilize, and at first it was just stabilization, but at some point it was like, okay, actually, let's get to the red zone, I will close the game myself, I won't just wait until you kill me. And now we're going to the second game, post-board game, 10 minutes, game 1. That was pretty fast. And who do you think improves better post-board? Monster Tron improves better into this matchup, or Mono Red improves better?
I think Altar Tron improves better because he's playing 4 copies of Blue Elemental Blast, which is a huge deal.
Wow!
Which is a huge deal, obviously, in the matchup. We see also some Relic of Progenitus that could be good, some Scour from Existence, which is a colorless removal spell, which
Wow.
is really great. And we see also Collision on our guard, which is a technology against Gates deck, but you mean, it's a 4 mana 2/4 that redirect damage of burn spell, so it could be also a thing that you want to side in.
So basically, we side in 12 and are happy about this. I will say I've never seen such a cool sideboard for a Tron deck. And we've got all the colors of the rainbow. We've got blue, we've got red, we've got white, and colorless. So that's nice. Now when it comes to the red deck, which actually lost, so it has to win 2 games now, it barely improves, to be honest.
Yeah, we have some cast into the fire and some suplex to deal with. Obviously, when we are on the play, we can just right away exile the expedition map to trying to delay the Tron most of the time. But you know, like in this game, expedition map was useless and they had natural Tron, so it's only a matter of being fast on your Gato Snap and your Sneaky Snackers.
That's true, and because we don't have any live game prevention in the format, cards like Skullcrack isn't in Pauper, you can't really help against those Brambleworms, just gaining life, gaining life, gaining life. You've got Flaring Pain, but there is no damage prevention, it's just life gain. So do we aggressively mulligan for Gutter Snipe, or do you keep maybe hands with a lot of card selection to draw into Gutter Snipe? What would you like to keep?
So we cannot mull aggressively really for Gato Snipe, I think. So any functional end we turn to discard something, draw 2. Sneaky will be optimal. It's fine because you can draw the Gato Snipe at some points and then fire off all your Lava Dart, your Fire Blast to 1 turn kill effectively your opponent. You have to play like a combo in this matchup.
Right, like a combo deck. Okay. Now then, post board, it seems like the Monstertron deck will be morphing into more of a control deck. With, you know, early Blue Blast, Coalition Relic, as you said, Scour from Existence, and the other cards to finish off the curve with those same big creatures, which can turn the corner. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen. Now, Monstertron on the draw, Monored on the play. Let's see if we do see a turn to discard spells. Players are still shuffling up. What do you think of Monstertron in general in this metagame? You said it's your pick for Dark Horse of this metagame, right?
Yeah, it's my surprise pick because obviously you don't see it very much right now. There was a peak of popularity a couple of weeks ago
Right?
online, and people really got into it. And when you have a favorable red matchup, and you know, my red is normally one of the most played deck, you can easily make the two in a big event like this. And then it's a matter of how many card draw you select, and in this list I think we did a really good job. I really like this list.
Yeah, and speaking of day 2ing, it's not going to be easy because we've got 8 rounds day 1 and 6 and 2 or better improves to day 2, but 6 wins out of 8 rounds, it's not going to be easy. You've got just 2 losses to give the entire tournament. Some players actually have started with a bye, and it's worth mentioning that Pauper in general as the format is like a grassroots, you know, from fans to fans type of format where it starts locally. You've got local leagues. If you watched the stream yesterday from the top Pauper player, we had league names for every player. Right here, we've got the same thing. Lega Pauper Bergamo or Trieste. And it starts from a local league. You play weekly events. You've got the conclusion of the season in your top 8 of your local league. And you can win a bye, then coming here to pop again. So it's a beautiful tie between the local, the national, and then the international. I love that. I love that deeply.
Yeah, and also for us, I personally really love to see one of my friends of my league on streaming. It would be really awesome.
Exactly, you can root for your friends, exactly. And so that said, players are mulliganing, I think, both to 6, or at least to 6. I think I saw a Bujuka Bog, Urza's Mine. Our players keeping their hands... Okay, thank you very much. One lander, that is, with Epicure. Okay, that's a temptation.
It's risky, for sure, keeping one land with this mono red. It's always risky. ideally you need 2 lands to start all your draw cards. But I mean, you're at 6, you have Epicure on turn 1, you can discard Sneaky Snacker on turn 2 to find the other land. It's a risk that you want to take, but you don't want to go to 5 in this matchup. You want to have cards in your hand.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And also, the risk isn't just no the lands themselves, but it's also the fact that you would go to 5, and a 5 might be worse than this 6. And this hand looks like one that if you hit the second land, it's going to be very easy to hit the third and the fourth because of the density of draw spells. And we will probably crack the blood now in the main phase to maybe try to spike that land off the very top. We might be considering what to discard, although that might be Snacker, ideally.
And it's also really scary from Andrea's side. This new artifact of Barrels of Jesting Belly, it's really strong in the matchup because it can kill Gato Snipe, which is a really huge deal, while fixing your mana in the first turns.
Yeah, but now we proceed with a forest and a pass. So this would be Marco's game to try to steal, but we miss on the second lot yet again. So Andreas isn't assembling Tron, but Marco isn't assembling a mana base. And now crop rotation as an additional cost, we sacrifice the land. We'll probably find like power plant.
Crop rotation, one of obviously the best tools to assemble your Tron lands. Obviously really susceptible to counterspell because it's an additional cost to sacrifice a land. But in this kind of matchup, it's like pure honey.
Okay, so that forest on turn 2 was just smoke and mirrors because we do have Tron on turn 3. We use blasting jelly to fix my mana, and we play Coalition Honor Guard, a card I have not seen for quite some time. And this is going to be very tough.
There was a point in Magic history where Boros was the best deck and Coalition Honor Guard was one of the best cards. And when they printed the gates, Coalition Honor Guard was still one of the best things you can do because they have to choose one flag bearer. So, and the way to prevent the Coalition Honor Guard is to have your own Coalition Honor Guard to target. So it's really like a messed up old card that it's really a sideboard tool, really useful.
Yeah, and I think, we're wiggling it around. I think Andrea is saying, do you want to go to combat, my opponent? Because I would like to block. But we might not go to attacks unless we've got like a bolt to kill it off. Grab the prize with additional cost lava dart, 2 damage to you. Okay, that's a nice way to get direct damage. And oh my goodness, blasting jelly, fixing the mana. Hydroblast. Okay, if you were Marco, would you even expect a Hydroblast off of mono green colorless Monstertron?
No, you cannot. And also, the important thing here is Barrel of Blasting Jelly, fix your mana without tapping it. There is something that Prophetic Prism and Bonder's Ornament that didn't do.
Yeah.
So, this is really why the card is powerful. And now it's also a removal spell if some Gato Snipe happens to be. So, it's really the glue of the deck.
Yes, that's fair, that's fair. We used to play a different 2-mana rock that fixed the mana. Now the name is escaping me.
Energy Refractor, you should know it.
Yes, exactly, that one. But Blasting Jelly seems to have overtaken this spot.
I mean, Energy Refractor is better in Flickantron decks because you can create infinite loops.
Yeah.
My here, you want your card fixing the cheapest possible, but they do other things. And one of the weak spots is the removal spell of this colorless, almost colorless deck.
Yes, almost. And almost is key because we just got hit by a actual Hydroblast. Now, Moxite on the stack, we don't have to discard as an additional cost. So once it resolves, we're going to resolve the trigger itself. We discard something and are hoping to get back that Snacker, which is one of our only hopes to actually get some damage in at this point of the game.
Yeah, because from Andrea's side, we have Tron, but we are not doing so much to affect the board. We have a lot of answers, but we need really a creatures, and I think,
well, that is one of the creatures, and we cascade into Pinnacle Kill Ship, which is a ship that kills, and in this case, it might kill Snacker. It will come back, but we're shaving 1 attack off of the clock, which I guess it was 7 turns, now it would be 8. We can also crew it, and a 7/7 flyer. I mean, let me tell you, this is a strong card. And basically giving haste to some creatures, so to speak, because any future creature can crew it. and you can attack. Right now,
This is the card that they built around for when they started doing this archetype.
Yeah.
When this card was printed, okay, the deck passed to like almost a meme to be a really strong competitor because now you have something that does so much work, killing the best creature and then attacking as a 7/7 flyer, both. And you, if you cascade it, obviously, it's huge.
and you've got the perfect 7 mana, always looking at the 7 when you're a Tron deck, and this indeed is a 7 that conveniently cascades off of an 8. Highway Robbery now on the stack. With 2 cards in hand, we might start sacrificing the lands maybe at this point. But it still doesn't look like a winning position, sadly, just yet. Double checking the Honor Guard. Oof. Okay, what do we do? Okay, we discard maybe. We discard a mountain. Okay, we discard a mountain, draw 2.
And it was exactly as you said. We kept a one lander, but when we started eating the second land, you find easily the third, the fourth, and the fifth.
Precisely. Okay. So now we've got. I think we crewed the kill ship. We didn't really indicate that in any way, but I think it's been crewed or stationed. And if that's the case, we've got like 17 power ready to attack on the crackback, which is absolutely crazy. So 2 mana being tapped. Well, if it's another draw spell, I would be very happy as Andrea. And it is. Grab the prize, no damage. So, okay. Let's say you can stack Marco's deck right now. What do you draw off the top to win this game?
You have at least to have a Gata Snipe, 2 Fire Blast, and 1 Lava Dart.
Right.
And probably is not enough.
Okay, the 1 Lava Dart is in the graveyard. Brambleworm, oh, I like that attack. Just swing in, bam. And this is indeed a 2-turn clock. And by 2, I mean they go to 2, and then anything kills them from that position. This game has looked very dominant in Tron's favor, I will say. And, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that you're in Andrea position, you are still scary to die to some Gata Snipe one kill. But it's really scary. It's the scariest part of playing against Mono Red Madness.
Yeah, because here we are tapped out, actually. In theory, from Andrea's perspective, Marco could have gone Gata Snipe, spell, blast, as you said, and just win the game. This did not happen, though.
Obviously, there is a collision on our guard, but the Fire Blast has to go on the collision.
Yep. And it's even not a trigger, not something that can be forgotten. And we close this game. Andreas taking this 2-0 against Mono Red Madness, which is the boogeyman of the entire format. So let me just double check if there are any backups or whether we can switch to anything else. We can, and this is our backup match. Well, this is Mono Blue Faeries by Mattia Pesenti, my dear Mono Blue Fairy friend from Lega Pauper Bergamo, against Jacopo Scorretti from League Name on Mono Red Madness. And it seems like it's the Madness player at 4 Life.
Yeah, it's the classic red versus blue matchup on whoever has the more interaction, and you know, Faeries has a lot of interaction.
Oh, it very much does. And we are actually in game 2, so if Peze wins this one, we will go to a clean game 3. But let's see how it goes, because Jacopo could attack for 4, putting Mattia down to 4. Okay. Counterspell, clean, with that beautiful signed deck. I don't know how many cards Mattia has. If there's a spell starter, it's probably not very good into Mono Red Madness. Very, very easily thwarted by a single Lava Dart. But with this game, look at the graveyard. We've seen 4 spikes, snap, 3 counterspells, blue blasts. Like, this has been very interaction dense. And I will say personally, this matchup is fascinating to play.
Yeah, normally when this kind of matchup, when they allowed people to play both Pyroblast and Rand Elemental Blast and Hydroblast and Blue Elemental Blast, it becomes a lot more complicated in a way, because for 1 mana I can deny everything from you, and you have the same thing. So it's really one of the most interactive game that you can play.
Yeah, now we see Bribaro Intruder fogging one of the snackers. Oh, upkeep, blast you. Upkeep, blast you. That's it. Oh my goodness. Jacopo stole this game. It was attacked with two snackers. One snacker was fogged. Go down to 4. Or was it? It looked like...
It looked like there was a counter on Mattia, and so
Did it?
maybe he showed the Fire Blast and they showed the Dido Blast, something like
Oh, right, yes, it's 1-1. Okay,
this. Yeah,
it is
because
1-1.
they're still shuffling, and I
Woof.
think there will be a game 3.
Okay, woof. Okay,
Yeah.
it is. It is indeed. Okay. Calm down. We're going to game 3 of Mono Red Madness versus Mono Blue Fairies. If it was up to me, I think this is what should be released as a dual deck product. You know, Mono Blue Fairies versus Mono Red Madness. A perfect way to get people into the proper format, I think. And
I have a question for you. For our Mono Blue Fairies, how do you value Force Spike in post-board games when your opponent knows that you have Force Spike? How do you play the game?
yeah, good question. So I am a bit known for not liking Force Spike in general, and I'll tell you why. Because games typically go very long with fairies. Fairies can't finish the game until turn like 6, and that's still if it's constantly attacking. So Force Spike loses value as the game progresses, but it's excellent at in the very first turns. So in theory, Jacopo can think, well, I will not play turn to grab the prize, way too risky into Force Spike, especially game 1. I will wait, right? But at some point, there will be a turn when there will probably be a big fight. And then maybe Force Spike isn't going to be good as the first counter, but might be decent as the 4th. You got a Blue Blast, counter spell?
When you finish a stack with Force Spike,
Exactly. And this also shows how important it is to actually hit land drops in this matchup. It's in general very important to hit land drops in this matchup, but Force Spike makes it even that much so, and the onus ends on the Red Madness player to do that. Now, knowing the Force Spike's there, kind of double-edged sword, because for you could side it out, and opponents still might think it's there, right? So they might want to play around this. But some people, like myself sometimes, just go, play spell. Do you have Force Spike? You do. Okay. You don't? Okay.
It's the classic question, do you play around days?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And sometimes playing around it is actually the worst strategy because you're pushing yourself back so much.
And I mean, the flavor text of Force Spike really helps us. Do you play around it? I don't think so.
I agree. And with that, we're getting into the game. Mono Red Madness on the play. Mattia on the draw, turn 1. Fairy Seer's Cry, and we go top, bottom, that is, and we pass back. Fun fact, when I play this matchup, I choose to be on the draw as Fairies.
Oh, why?
Because I want to have one more card.
So you interpreted the match like a mirror of control decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I think having one more card is so important, especially when their card selection is just card selection. Like Highway Robbery doesn't generate any cards unless it's Snacker. It's just a card for more cards, but you just don't actually get ahead. So if you can get ahead on like 1 or 2 exchanges, resolve one off one mind, be on the draw. At some point, you are like 2 or 3 cards up on the opponent, and then from there, it's much easier. So, and I've liked this strategy. It's been working out for me. So
it's a really interesting strategy. I will try it.
Gut Snipe just like that into counter spell, and we just slam Bribaro Intruder. Let's see if there is a ninja. I see another counter spell in hand. Boom, 1 mana. Okay, Eelvoy main phase, so it just has to mean one thing off one mind. Boom, draw 1 and a 2. And that's what I'm talking about. Mattia is up 2 cards now because he was on the draw and now he resolves off one mind. So the burn spells, if they go at creatures, then you are constantly ahead 2 cards. If the burn spells go at your face, you're even more ahead because you keep the creatures and you're up 2 cards. So it's putting the opponent into kind of an awkward position. And it seems like Jacopo doesn't even want to kill the creatures.
Mattia is doing a really good job of keeping the table and the board presence while keeping also the card draw going.
Precisely.
A really good job.
And let's see if this ninja works. It does. Okay, this is absolutely huge. Okay, keeping count, 3 cards up now.
Yeah.
We are 3 cards up, and if we just go 1 for 1, and also we can sometimes let stuff resolve. Remember, like you might want to counter only stuff that's relevant, and some stuff isn't relevant. You can just say, okay, resolves, and counter only the more important spells. Ilvoy Gale Blade, very important in the matchup because it cannot be killed profitably. Because you want to kill Ilvoy, then Mattia says sacrifice, draw a card, and yet again goes +1. And this is just a collection of those micro +1s the entire game. Attack for 3 this is. We ninja the ninja. And do we ninja the Ilvoy? And I think this is going to be a huge tell on the strategy of Matthias. If he doesn't ninja back, it means he wants to hold up 2 or 3 pieces of interaction here.
And it's also good to have the ninja in your hand to protect the ninja that you are doing, because you can ninjutsu again.
Precisely. From Jacopo's position, they could have maybe bolted the big ninja end step when when it cannot be re-ninjured. But yeah, this looks very dominant from Faeries. Boom. Although no Faeries on board, actually. But well.
We are up 5 cards now.
You're keeping count. Let's go. That's important. Okay. We've got a full hand for Mattia. So at this point, Mattia wants to keep hitting land drops. Okay, I appreciate showing a trick signed by me. Thank you very much, Mattia. And right now we want to hit land drops so we don't go to cleanup or start countering stuff. Yeah, let's go. Thank you. Okay, draw.
I mean, he discarded it though.
Oh, he discarded it?
Yeah, at one size.
Oh, well, I mean, I forgive you. I appreciate the showmanship.
You have to sacrifice something.
Yes, and in this case, it was myself, and that's a G handshake. You show a handful of bolts. So this is, look at this situation. You are the Faeries player, and you win with creatures on board against the opponent who lost with 3 bolts in hand. Like, this is the life of Faeries. How quick that was. How quick that was.
From the print of Moon Circuit Hardware, I think that Mono Blue Fairies is really a huge deal in the meta. I used to play Blue-Red Fairies and Blue-Black Fairies back in the days, but once the consistency of having 8 ninja, and now you have your own Tokast, for mine, the deck really leveled up a lot.
It definitely did. And I think that's it. We had the main feature match, the backup, both pretty quick, I will say. Players playing expertly. They know exactly what the plan is coming in, so they know what to do. They didn't spend too much time thinking about the plays, which shows that they have got massive muscle memory, and they've played these matchups over and over. And you do have to play these matchups over and over if you want to prepare for Propaganda.
Yeah, you have to at least have 300 matches on preparation. How many matches do you do to prepare for your Propaganda?
Right, it's a good question. That's a good question. I think if you play a single deck, you're just a one trick, like I am, just one trick, can't play any other deck, your experience builds up on itself. So I don't play 100 matches before Popageddon because I have played 500 in general. So I just, 500 first match doesn't give me that much more information. So that's nice. But if you're preparing with a new deck, yeah, I think you should play, like, I'll give 5 leagues to start.
5 leagues is
to start.
A little bit.
And then you should play with your friends. Preferably someone else who helps you with the decisions. Says something like, oh, maybe do something different. Oh, wait. Maybe play open hands with your friends as well.
And also the gathering circuits a lot on the sideboard decision, because normally you are short on cards. You want like 30 cards on your sideboard, and then your friends come and help you and say like, what I should play, I have this decision to make, let's talk about it. And that's how really the gathering is really so important in Magic, because sometimes you win because your friend told you this card is really strong, you should try it. And then you try and it's like, okay, it's really strong. I will never tell him.
Yeah, exactly. But also how to sideboard in general, because there are some different strategies. For example, against Mono Red Madness with Faeries, just to give you this example, you cut out more creatures than in any other matchup, because you typically cut 4 Fairy Miscreant against Mono Red Madness, which you would probably never do in any other matchup. But the dynamic is very specific. And so imagine, before understanding the sideboarding strategy, Faeries had a bad matchup into Madness. But then as the theory evolves and the testing evolves, you're like, wait, maybe there is a way to make it playable. And this is where friends come in, and just the hive mind of players. And there are so many passionate Pauper players on all the Discords, kind of chatting and thinking, okay, how do we break this? How do I win? How do I win? And sometimes you get to this answer, actually.
It's the importance of having a plan. Like your tricks, it's really good into Chrysalis, while at first the deck is not built to go around Chrysalis, but with the Harrier Strix continually ninjing the Strix, it's really bad if you are on the Chrysalis side. So you study the matchup and you find one of the best card to beat the card, and then you evolve a plan around it.
Yeah.
And that is great.
Now, before I let you go, let's see a couple of more stuff, because I told you that we've got over 1,100 players for the biggest Poppergeddon yet. But let's also see the prizes for this tournament, because what we are playing for, except for fame and bragging rights, which is very important. So, prizes: champion first place, €6,000, uncut sheet, and an oversized card. That is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. €6,000 for this, let's still say, grassroots initiative of the format. I absolutely adore this, but the prizes go down up to top 64. So if you day two, get your €100 back. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's a crazy part of the pricing. Obviously, if you do like 14 rounds, you could come up short. Obviously, you can do 65, but pricing till the top 65, it's a really good thing.
It is indeed, and so many things to win. The top 8 in general has got over €1,000, €10,000 in prizes. So that's absolutely insane. Now, speaking of people who win prizes, let's look at past winners of Poppergeddon, because we've got quite a few past winners. So now, take it away. Talk about your friends and your fellow Italians.
So last edition was won by Andrea Feltrin that we just saw in streaming with elves, and now we switched on a deck that is better against mono red, and it shows up the preparation. The Eternal Poppergeddon was won by Giovanni Posturino with mono red Madness from Lega Popper Pisa, showing the dominance in the finals against Familiars, which is one of the classic of the format. Then there was Pietro Carocci from Lega Popper Rome. And then back then in Lecco, there was Lorenzo Montana with Mono Black Pagdol, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes, yeah, that's true. And probably if we go one Geddon back, then we've got our Geddon, I think. That would be where neither I or you won.
Yeah, I didn't want that. I'm sorry.
No, well, that was close. That was close. And they intentionally didn't put that on the graphic. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And we saw also top Popper player winner Lorenzo Bergamini of last year with Familiars that was also in that final of that Poppergeddon. And then we see Simone Ledda from Lega Popper Colnaredo for the TPPO 2024. Remember, yesterday we just had a new champion. With Familiars, Gabriele Della Longa. Yesterday was a crazy day, 10 rounds of beautiful magic that you can see the VOD after, if you want to rewatch it after. But now we are playing the main event. We are finished round 1. We are expecting pairings for round 2.
Yes. And every other round, just so you know, we'll have a different, excellent casting pair. Emma and Mengu taking over for the next round. I've been Skura, he's been Franco, and we'll see you for round 2.
So we have a really fun activity here. I'm gonna draw something on this playmat, and I have an honor to be the first one, so I will leave space for all the other artists. And since I really like to draw badass ladies, I will probably start with one. It's really difficult to talk and draw at the same time, but I'm just thinking she's fighting someone, and who you will learn in the next episodes of the show. Let's give her two swords to be even more cool. It's impossible to do this completely not without thinking, so I had some vague idea that I'm starting with. She needs some armor to fight, of course. Well, I made some mistakes, but you know what? Life is full of mistakes, and we'll try to get over it. And we'll give her bracers and some cool wings. I hope the next guys will make it super epic fight with some monsters. Okay, this is our lady. That was really stressful. So I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michele Giorgi and I'm here to continue the playmat of the artists for Powergeddon. I'm gonna go with, I think a goblin. Just do a goblin. Because I love goblins.
How many goblin cards have you made so far?
For now, just once. One card. But it's not out yet.
Oh, spoiler.
It's not out yet. But I can say that. It's not like a... I didn't say the name of where. So, I think I can do it.
No NDA has been harmed.
Shit. First steps are really harder because you don't know when you improvise, you don't know where you're going. But then after a while, it all starts to make more sense, I think. Also with markers is harder because every line is there and it won't be going anywhere. So you can just erase anything. You just need to go with it. And the thing you put on paper, or in this case on a playmat, stays on the playmat. Now when you're more comfortable and you have passed that threshold of I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, that you can have fun. Then I will jump around and have a few touches here and there. Have some scars maybe, no? Yeah, I think it's done. There you go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. I'm Emma Partlin. I'm here with Andrea Mengucci, and we are here to bring you coverage of the Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. We have about 1,100 players playing in these halls, which is great. We believe this is the highest attending Paupergeddon so far. It's probably going to get beat like at the end of the year because it just always seems Paupergeddon. It's like always beats last event's attendance because it just keeps growing and growing, and more people just want to play Pauper in Europe, and that's just great.
Yeah, I remember being in the Paupergeddons when it was just 100 players, 150 players, 200 players. Like, wow, there's a Pauper event with 200 players. That's crazy. Well, look at us now. There's over 1,000 players, and meanwhile, the GP equivalent in the competitive system in Magic just go lower and lower. So, this is kind of the new reality. People want to play Pauper, and they came here in the hottest season, Italian summer, to compete and to get the chance of winning the very high prize that we have in this tournament. People always play Pauper, the decks are cheap, the format is cheap, but people are actually playing for a lot of money today and tomorrow.
Yep, so if we can get the little the prize graphic up quickly just for the folks at home, wants to know what is on the line. Being a Paupergeddon champion is definitely the biggest brag. That's the thing you want. You get a nice thick trophy.
Yeah.
But the amount of prizes for prizes, including like uncut sheets, oversized card, it's pretty stacked.
All right, this is a new thing.
Yeah.
Because back in the days we didn't have that. We just had the money that was awarded you from the Dungeon Street, the Bows MTG store, the Magic store. Seeing uncut sheets and oversized cards, what makes me think? It makes me think that WotC saw this tournament, saw this format as you know what, we're gonna give you some support, starting with uncut sheets and oversized cards, and maybe who knows, the next time there's a Pro Tour invite on the line. There is RCQ Pauper. I don't know, but I think...
And Mengu will be the first PT Pauper champion.
We'll see about that. I have to qualify first, which is always the hard things. But anyway, I'm very glad to be commentating and to be casting this tournament for 1,100 players. That is a stacked field, and we've seen already champions. We've seen the Paupergeddon champion of last season winning the round one.
Yes,
pretty flawless, you want to add.
Of course.
And but we're gonna see more champions today.
Yep. So I believe the guys are ready in the feature match area. So let's get down there and show some more magic. Today, I believe we have Naya Gates.
Yes,
versus Cycle Storm, which we haven't had it today or yesterday.
I was scouring the players round one, and I saw Francesco Raso Stoia playing Cycling Storm. Francesco is also a priest. He top-8'd past Paupergeddon with Cycling Storm a few years ago. I believe it was 2023. So, that deck is a deck. The deck is a deck that people have been playing for a very long time, and they just got a new card. The card
Is it Page Lose Leaf from Strixhaven by chance?
Page Lose Leaf is the newest addition to the deck. I mean, you can see the Songs of the Dam. That's a powerful card over there from the Ice Age. So for those of you who don't know what Cycle Storm is, Emma, do you wanna give a quick?
So the very short way to put it. So I'm not a big combo Storm player. It involves killing people with a Drana Stinger. And you're chucking away a bunch of cards, dealing damage to your opponent, and you're just chaining off a bunch of spells, cycling stuff away, and it's like, oh yeah, you're just dead.
Yeah, and Cycling Storm is a deck that can go off and can actually fizzle and can break. It's not a... it's not a, let's say...
It's not like Ruby Storm, where it's like in Modern, where it's very consistent.
Sure,
a lot of
but it's also just not a 2-card combo that just kills the opponent on the spot.
Yep.
It's a combo that sometimes just you cycle a lot of cards and you just kill yourself with those Street Braid that you see in the graveyard already.
And a Barrenmore as well.
A Barrenmore, that's also a interesting addition. You usually don't want to cycle that. You always want to cycle creature, because then you have Reaping the Graves to bring back the creature. But yes, you see on screen here, Page Lose Leaf. This is the newest addition to the deck. You basically want to cast it, and then once you cast it, you can discard another copy of the card named the same way, and you pick up a instant or sorcery from the top of your deck. And then with Ripping the Graves, you bring it back and you discard it for free, and you just continue this card advantage engine.
Grandeur is a mechanic we haven't seen in a very long time in Magic.
Grandeur, yes. Where's that from?
I think it's like, I remember the card Corlash the first day, and it's like the old Future Sight frame. That's how old we're talking here.
That's true.
I think there might have been one in Modern Horizons 3 that was a common. I believe that might have had it too, but Oh, Armadillo Cloak now. Here's a classic.
Armadillo Cloak indeed. Yes, because we haven't talked about the opponent deck. Courage Jurgen, who is one of the, I want to say foreigner people, not Italian, because this event used to be an Italian event for so long, but now it's just became an international event.
Yes.
He doesn't have a league because, not everyone plays Pauper.
People just roll up and just want to jam.
Exactly. He's not playing Sneaky Snacker. It's not the classic Naya gates that we used to see. It's just the old school gates with Gatekeeper Vine, Silana Ledge Walker, and Garden Guild Pact, and he plays the full 4 copies of Armadillo Cloak, which is not very good in this matchup, though.
I do like Guardian of Guild Pact and Armadillo Cloak. It just feels a very classic Pauper Cube gameplay that I really appreciate.
Yeah. Armadillo Cloak notably does not give the creature lifelink.
It does not.
So with Sacred Cat, what happens is that you gain twice the life.
Yeah.
You gain the life because of Sacred Cat gains 3, and then you gain 3 because of Armadillo Cloak activated ability, static ability.
Sacred Cat getting in here with this Armadillo Cloak.
Yes, indeed.
10 meets 26 already.
Yeah.
Well, 10 beats 32.
Yeah,
Apologies.
Yeah, the deck is green-white only, but post-sideboard there's some touch of red. So that's why the deck is labeled Naya Gates.
You got Breath Weapons and Flaring Pains in there.
Anyway, we have an Outlaw Medic. So this deck maybe it's just tuned for the Mono-Red matchup. And that's what a lot of people in this room are doing. Mono-Red. We're going to see the metagame very soon, possibly after this round.
Correct, yeah.
And we're just, I haven't seen it yet, but I can bet that Mono-Red is the most popular deck.
Considering it was like the most popular deck yesterday in the top Pauper player event, I would not be surprised if it's the most represented today.
Yeah, so you basically just say, oh, I want to have a good matchup against that deck because that deck is the most popular one.
Course,
so I just want to load my deck with lifelink card.
And here comes the mana and the storm counter.
Yeah, gaining 12 life, usually it's not that relevant, but it may be. Because at the end of the day, Cycling Storm deals a finite amount of damage. It doesn't deal an infinite amount of damage. I want to say that it's not that relevant, but it might be.
Who knows? So we kick things off with a Dark Ritual here. And
so,
another Dark Ritual.
Yeah, we have those Mezzacello Storm
tokens. They look
tokens,
sweet.
very nice.
I like that we're keeping Counter Storm.
And this is turn 4.
Yes.
The Naya Gates player doesn't have too many ways to interact. Although I think Prismatic Strands actually does something, right?
Yeah, it's not. It's something, right?
Prismatic Strands, if you name red, they can kill you in that turn. Yeah. Or, of course, Trap and Charm can exile the graveyard, which is a win con immediately. Okay, so we see Black Mana. Whoa, Song of the Damned is a super powerful card from the Ice Age.
So from such an old Magic set.
Going up to 10 mana here. And then down to 7 with a Reaping the Graves. One of the very, very few Storm cards legal in Pauper.
Yes.
Because Pauper has a very weird way to touch the ban list. Because Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal, all these like very powerful legacy cards are legal.
Yes.
Ooh, look at that. This is an expert play. You are targeting the cards with the Reaping the Graves, but you're not letting all the Storm resolve. I believe he still has 1 Storm card left. So, because you can cycle in response, and then take the last card with Reaping, and then let the last Reaping the Graves Storm resolve. So you're cycling with still copies of Reaping the Graves on the stack. So as you can see here, Songs of the Damned is still on the stack. Basically what Francesco did here, this is actually very interesting. He played Song of the Damned, responded to it with Reaping the Graves, didn't even let the Reaping the Graves resolve, and now he's gonna resolve the Song of the Damned with more creature in the graveyard than he started. So he used Song of the Damned as a Storm card, basically. Very interesting interaction that, of course, an expert Cycling Storm player is doing. I say that because when I made a video on Mango's Workshop with Cycling Storm, I was not an expert, and I failed to do this play. And the comment, instructed me to how to play that deck. So
your YouTube comments were busy.
Yeah, well... It's always hard.
Lesson, right?
I play, every deck in Magic, every 40 Magic, so I can't have full knowledge about every deck. But I think now I understand the deck a lot better because of that video.
So here comes Page Loose Leaf, card we talked about earlier from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Yes, this is the newest card. The card that is giving new life to this deck. And now what Francesco can do is discarding extra copies of Page. Let's see if he has it. He has so much mana in the pool. We can't quite see, but I think that's like,
I think
what, 8?
it is 8 black mana. And I think we're at storm count 9. It's like 6 or 9.
There's still like a lot of mana left in play as well.
And you got these 2 Lotus Petals along with 3 lands. A lot can happen here.
Yeah, sometimes this deck plays some roll one's Grim Surge. That is the extra draw effect.
Yeah. From Wild Drain, I want to say.
Yes. Which is a card that you can bargain, meaning that you can sacrifice one of those Vault of Whispers, and you can look at the top 4 and pick up the 2 best card.
Yeah.
And put the rest in the graveyard, which is very relevant. Okay, so I'm gonna then boost you up to 15, and now and second Reaping the Graves is gonna be incredible here. Returning, and once again we're gonna see
just keep cycling this way.
Francesco targeting those cards, but he has 11 Storm, but he doesn't have 11 creature, so he can let extra copies of Storm on the stack and return the same creature that he cycled.
Yeah.
I believe this is correct.
Here comes the Drown of Stinger.
Okay, no, he actually cleared the stack because he's playing a spell. So, if you're playing Drowning Stinger, you clear the stack here. Playing Drowning Stinger, and then he still has 13 mana floating.
The storm count is 12 currently.
Yeah, and again, Courage Jurgen being at 32, it makes me think that you need at least a second Drowning Stinger.
Yeah, to really...
That one? Not as good, the healer, because the healer says that when you recycle, you gain a life.
It's the opposite of what you want right now, especially when your opponent's on 31.
I don't think the game is quite over yet, honestly. I've played against Cycling Storm a lot in my life, and I won some games just because my opponent did not manage to finish the game. Oh, you got a raid. Thank you, BPGG. I appreciate that.
Ooh, welcome, Raiders.
Okay, so Rowan's Green Search.
See a Drowning Stinger in the graveyard.
Oh, he's actually binning 3 cards, taking 1 and drawing another one. That's a very weird effect. It's not like, let's say, Memory Deluge, where you look at the top 4, you pick 2. You can actually bin 3 and draw 1.
Who comes the carrier bid? Carabid.
Oh, there it is. That's an interesting one. Page Loose Leaf. Meaning that now he can discard that card and trigger the page. And he's waiting to find there it is, instant or sorcery. And he finds one of the best ones, Songs of the Damned. Yeah, so Cycling Storm might look like a fringe deck, but it actually won the most recent big event on Magic Online.
Yep.
The Pauper Showcase Challenge, 214 players, was won by Cycling Storm. So despite this looks like a derpy combo deck, it actually is a very, very strong deck in the format.
It's one of those decks that really reward you for knowing every, ins and outs, every intricacy, every single thing. It must be really rewarding to play a deck like this and just...
Yeah, I want to say on Magic Online it's easier to play.
Of course,
of course. It auto-tracks you the Storm, it auto-tracks you the mana. You can easily respond to your own Storm cards.
It's less housekeeping, so it just does it for you. Yeah.
And also for the opponent can just click F6 and don't
just
have to
go
worry.
And get a coffee
Whereas
or whatever,
in paper, you actually have to check that your opponent is playing the game correctly.
And also respecting that clock as well.
And again, you have to deal 27 damage, which, I mean, he's going to do it. This deck, as I said, it doesn't deal an infinite amount of damage, but it does deal, 50 or 60. And
there we go.
Jurgen understands it and wraps it up. So after, 13 minutes of gameplay where Jurgen took 1.5 and Francesco took over 10, the game 1 is over.
So that's Cycling Storm. Let's look at sideboards here. Um,
Yeah, the cycling storm of let's take a look at Naya Gates.
yeah, I was going to
because,
say Nagates is on the play here. So we've got,
Naya Gates doesn't have any relic of progenitors. That was the card I was expecting to see.
That's really surprising. Oh, there's 3 in the main board.
Oh, that's why.
They're three in the main
we were
board.
looking at the sideboard.
Yeah, I was like, where's the relic progenitors?
And,
It's in the
and that's the
sideboard.
thing. This is a closed decklist event.
Yes.
So Jurgen didn't know what the opponent was on.
Yeah.
Had he known, he maybe would have mulliganed to a Throbbing Charm or a Relic
Yeah.
and would have had such an easier time. But because he did not, he just kept a hand of, lands and spells and then ended up being, not exceptional.
Yeah.
We see that is selecting time your safekeeping, which is a way to protect your Relic.
Yep. Because
But-
it does say Arbor. All permanent.
But actually, wow, look at that. In the sideboard, Francesco has Siege Smash. That is a shatter effect
Yeah, I
that
remember
has
Siege
split
Smash.
split second.
Yes.
Meaning that if your opponent has a relic in play and you cast Siege Smash on it, the opponent doesn't have priority to sack the relic in response.
Split
So-
seconds, a very old mechanic.
Exactly.
See
So
it on occasion.
what you want to do with relic, of course, is you want to play it in response to a Reaping the Graves.
Yeah.
But what Francesco can do is he can cycle,
Siege Smash.
Siege Smash.
Protect your graveyard.
and
Nice relic of progenitors.
exactly. So, and
yeah.
again,
That's a smart tech.
it's a closed decklist event, so Jurgen doesn't know that he has to play around Siege Match, so he's
Yeah.
gonna leave his relic in play.
It's going to get potentially blown out
Yeah.
in game 2 or maybe even game 3.
So very interesting card that from a Modern Horizons 3, I will say not a common card. I mean, it's a common.
Yeah,
but, you don't see it
it
very
much in
often.
Pauper, do you know?
Very cool.
Yeah, just there is also a second line of text on this card that people don't really play, but
Yeah, no, you're not gonna use it this
yeah,
game.
not
no.
gonna use this game, but
But it's good for limited. I think cards like this are very nice in limited. A modal card that is both a cyber card that you can play main deck. I think
Yeah.
that's what limited design is doing a lot today.
agreed.
We have the most newest set, Marvel Superheroes, which we have in Europe. We're gonna have the Spotlight Series Brussels.
Yes,
it's gonna
the
be,
team,
it's gonna be
a
gonna be
team limited event.
team limited event. I'll be doing casting on that one. So
Oh, very good.
I'm doing a lot of Marvel practicing right now.
Yeah, nice.
Not too many Pauper new addition from that set. Well, we had one, Okai's Bow, but no
yeah.
longer legal.
Well, it is legal.
No, that card is legal. That's true.
You can play it. You
Yeah,
just
you
can't
could-
play Secret Skybreak.
You can do a combo with Okai's Bow. I saw somebody posted on Twitter that did like a 3-card combo with that card.
Yeah.
You know what? Last Paupergeddon we had some pizza combo deck,
Yes.
but we didn't see it this time.
No, it's like marshmallow and guac or something like that. Is it? Is it?
Oh yeah.
Because TMT has like the weird pizza
Mhm.
flavors. Yep. So anyway, we're just shuffling up here for game 2, sorting out some mulligans.
Yeah, so we have this very nice playmat that we
Yeah,
didn't have yesterday.
came in yesterday.
We have all the sponsors, which you
Mhm.
can read on your own. Boss MTG is the organizer, is the man behind
awesome.
all our nice and cool apparel. Of course, he's the owner of Dungeon Street, this beautiful store in Pisa, which I've been many times. Incredible community, incredible tournaments. We have eBay Live, which is they have their own booth, they have their own magical line
Yeah,
section here. LPI is Lega Pauper Italia,
the stream.
the
While you're watching
original,
this?
exactly, and the original creator of Paupergeddon. And then
Yep.
we have Lucca Comics and Games. This
Yep.
is where we are. Lucca is a city famous for their comic and games. I've actually never been.
Yeah.
I've
Really?
never been. I'm not a normal nerd.
I've always heard that Luca, like the big convention, is just
Incredible.
massive.
It's massive,
and
yeah.
you get so many people, and it's like I don't know how you move around if there's just so many people in such a space, but it sounds great.
Yeah.
Just to say something that I just on the chat, deck lists are closed for today and tomorrow. They might be open deck lists in the top 8. We're not quite sure yet, but for today and for tomorrow in the Swiss, the deck lists are closed.
Yeah, so the event is on MTG Melee. What organizers do usually is whenever the top 8 is announced, they click a button, and they release every single deck
You get
list.
to see everything.
And then you can somebody will do the game spread, the matchup matrix, and it's gonna be so nice.
So much data for you data nerds at home.
Yeah. And also for the Pauper format panel to
Yeah,
analyze, to talk about bans and unbans, very important events like this.
It's always nice to have data for tabletop pauper events specifically, just because there's so much that we see on like Magic Online, and online metagames can always be different to tabletop metagames. So it's just good to have access to both and make a decision. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see this metagame data for today.
I think the biggest difference between paper and online are the draws.
Yes.
Because in paper, the slower deck have, I think, a very much worse conversion rate than the magical line. Because the magical line, you can win on time.
Yes.
And sometimes you are losing that game, but you win on time. But in paper, like, I don't know, the deck like Gardens, a deck like Jeskai Ephemerate or Familiars or Jandu Wildfire will just have a worse win rate than it actually does because of the draws.
Yes.
So I think that's the biggest difference between paper and online.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe both players mulliganed.
And they're going to one mulligan again. So
Jurgen is mulligan to 5 because he's looking for cyber cards.
Yeah.
You see what happened in game 1.
Just did nothing with that Armadillo Cloak and Sacred Cat. Just didn't matter.
If the second Storm deck is unchecked, he's going to win on turn 4 or 5 easily.
Got to find those relics.
Yeah. And now we have a mulligan to 6 versus mulligan to 5.
Yes. Francesco has resolved his mulligan.
And it's important to, get your key card in a matchup like this.
Especially one that's just so lopsided.
Ooh, you see the relic. And we see a land. So this is easily a keep.
Yep.
The last 4 cards were perfect. Actually, Courage, I guess the name is Jurgen. Jurgen might just choose those last 4 cards. Gate, Plains, Relic, and the 0-2, which is the vine.
Gatekeeper vine.
Gatekeeper vine that tutors the Basilisk Gate. On the other side, we see a couple of Reaping the Graves.
Yeah, I see a Vault with Whispers as well. I think I see a Baron Maul too.
A couple of cards will go down. There's London Mulligan is resolving.
How do you feel about the London Mulligan?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, you're a big fan?
Yeah, I was in London when they made that change. 2009 Pro Tour Modern 2019.
Nice.
Okay, it's the Manor Gate named White.
Yep. Bolt Whispers on the other side here.
Let's see if there's going to be a Gatekeeper Vine or an Outlaw Medic.
We're going to play a gate. Just a Selesnya Guild gate.
Yeah.
Just
now,
just honestly, just like a limited card. But
wow.
It has its merits here.
Jurgen doesn't deploy a relic. I'm surprised.
That is surprising.
Why? It's nice to just tap and start eating the graveyard.
Yeah, because you got this, you have these street roasts. Maybe he's sandbagging it.
Maybe he doesn't want the opponent to siege smash it.
Well, it's hard to see smash when you only have black mana.
Yeah. Let's see what happens now. I wouldn't mind going.
There we go. Here comes the Relic of Progenitus, which is really good against the Storm deck that uses the graveyard a ton.
Always important to top that card every single time, single turn.
Yeah, you were saying yesterday how you should never leave Relic of Progenitus untapped.
And the only reason is that you might forget.
Yes.
That's literally the only reason why you should always top the Relic.
It's good. It's just like good housekeeping just to ensure you're
it
getting the most out of it.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Your opponent's going to always take the worst card, so might as well do it now. I always, whenever I see somebody having an untapped relic, I be like, top your relic.
Yeah,
it doesn't
matter. I will help you.
It doesn't matter what it is. You just top it.
That would be a good video for you. Just be like, just tap your relic.
Tap your relic.
Just please tap your relic. Mengu says, tap your relic of Progenitus.
It's like, when you're home and you just misbehave and your mom tells you off, you shouldn't do that. I don't know,
you should tap your relic of Progenitus.
Like, I don't know, feet on the chair, stuff like that. Just tap your relic. Whenever you're priority. End of turn, tap your relic.
There we go.
All right, all good now. Okay.
It is tapped. Turn 3.
You,
here, turn 4 here.
Jurgen, last game on turn 4, almost killed the opponent.
Yeah.
This game is a total different story.
Yeah, so we've got Gatekeeper Vine here.
Right,
He's going to get a Basilisk Gate. One of the best gates in the whole deck.
One of the best lands in the format.
Yeah.
It's very rare to see such a strong effect on a common. Baldur's, what was the set called?
Battles for Baldur's Gate.
Battles of
it
Baldur's
was
Gate.
Commander Legends, so it was a limited format that was Commander focused. So you played like Commander Sealed, for example. It's actually pretty fun.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed
although
it.
I want to say
There was a lot of cards in there, like
the initiatives.
the Initiative.
Yeah, I wanna say it
and the
didn't-
Monarchy as well.
It was not very good for the format. I want to
No.
say the Battle
And
of Baldur's
that's
Gate.
just kind of the collateral you get when you design these commander sets, right? Is sometimes,
Yeah, you see, today I was out checking the the ban list of Pauper, and there's just some cards there like Steering Bard, which the chat might not even
Yeah.
know what it does. It's just
Yeah.
a random
Red Initiative.
4-drop.
It's a bard.
That's initiative, and I don't know, there's just so many initiative cards in the ban list, but not all of them. Avenging Hunter is still legal and one of the strongest cards in the format.
Yep.
Okay, Francesco is No, he did not bargain the row one. So row one's Grim Search is a card that has the ability to bargain. So sometimes you can just not do that and just draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Which is not very good on stats. A 3 mana instant that draws 2 cards and loses 2 life.
Doesn't feel great.
Especially when you have to suck a petal.
Yep.
It's very interesting that this card sees Pauper play. It just really does not read as a powerful card.
No.
I don't even think, I play a lot of the Wilds of Eldraine format.
Yeah.
I don't play the Las Vegas Spotlight series.
Oh, yeah.
And I have just no memories of this card being in that format.
Yeah. So we've got another Gatekeeper Vine here. Getting another gate.
But this time, it's an interesting gate. It's not the Basilisk Gate, it's the Heap Gate.
It's the Treasure Gate.
Heap Gate can help you ramp up some more mana.
Yes.
But we need creatures to attack, because right now there's no creatures to attack.
Yeah.
And that is an issue, because you need a clock against the
Yeah, like even like in game 1 when we had the Sacred Cat into the Armadillo Cloak, sorry. Didn't do much, but at the same time, you can't really do anything with these O2s.
These leaves, the mirror match of sleeve is
Yeah,
it's always
that,
interesting.
yeah, it's just like, just don't want to mix up your cards because that's going to look bad.
It's not even a common choice. What's that like?
It's like a pinky purple,
Yeah.
like reddy magenta.
Yeah.
It's a good color.
Yes, indeed. And again, I'll shout out this playmat. This playmat is very
They're
nice.
really nice.
Yeah, customized playmat. That always stepping up the production again. We have those nice tool to show you the card there. We have, you don't see much of the background, but it definitely improved a lot since the last Paupergeddon.
I always feel when I come to Paupergeddon and be part of coverage, there's always just small updates they're making with like every event, and it's just great to see it from a couple of years ago. It was a lot different. Now we have all this tech, and it's great. It's just great that the event's growing, the production's growing, and we can give you good coverage from your own home.
Yeah. Players still think, I'm not sure what phase we are. I think this is like main phase 1 of Francesco and is figuring out if he can go off.
Yeah.
I remember when I played that deck, on Mango's Workshop, I also had to wait, can I go off? And then you have to start thinking about the mana and the numbers. And he might actually say yes.
And then you have to double check you can go off as well. Like, am I sure I can do this? Because it's not going to be great if you don't double check your work.
Lotus Petal, an incredibly powerful card. Ooh. Okay, Relic.
Just untap.
Did he tap the Relic? I don't know. I didn't see it. Hopefully it did. Hopefully it did.
Yeah.
All right. You again. Do you have a creature?
Do you have a Sacred Cat or a
No.
Guardian of the Guild Pact?
No creatures, and that just the game just keeps delaying, and Francesco eventually will draw Siege Smash.
Here comes a tapped relic.
And Siege Smash again is the split second disenchant
Yep.
that can get rid of Relic forever.
Yep. We can use this Lotus Petal to pay for it. And here comes out the mana and the Storm Count. This is not usually a good sign. We're going to kick things off with the Dark Ritual. 3 black mana.
1 storm, 3 black mana.
It's the best printing of Dark Ritual as well, in my opinion.
Oh, nice. The Mercadian Mask.
Yeah, I love Mercadian Masks. And what's better than 1 Dark Ritual, Mengu?
2. We go up to 5 black mana.
Storm Count 2.
we see a biased opinion over there.
Yeah, a card spotter has made their decision.
Disagrees with us.
Yeah, disagrees.
It makes sense.
Oh, see a page.
I'm a first print type of guy, so
Sure.
I also like the beta Dark Ritual. You again, of course, can have Thraben Charm, but Francesco will not find himself unprepared against it. Like, he must have a plan for Thraben Charm.
Yeah.
That deck just can't just die to Thraben Charm, right? So we're just waiting. We're just waiting.
We're just figuring things out, which
Ooh,
is...
Speaking of this Art of Dark Ritual, actually, Sandra Herringant
Yep.
was at the last Four-Season event.
Oh, really?
And she had such a long line of people only signing Dark Rituals.
Sure.
I don't know how many Dark Rituals she has signed in that weekend, but it must be over 100.
Jesus. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, this is a big convention. It's free. Everyone can enter. And you can check the vendors. You can check the artists.
Yeah, I got some cards signed yesterday. I
yeah?
got my Raven Chrysalis signed.
Really? Okay. By who? Who's the artist?
Demika.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. So, yes, here we have really just... It's basically like the GP in old days. You have
Yeah,
1,000 people playing. You have 10 vendors. You have all the artists. You have all the side events.
If you're seeking out that sort of classic Magic tournament experience, you should get down to a Paupergeddon because it brings that Grand Prix vibe that you mentioned. And I started getting into Magic when the Grand Prix and PPTQs and, were going. It just feels it also just feels very community focused, right? Everyone's really nice, everyone's really chatty, everyone has their little groups and circles. And they just want to talk about Pauper, and that's great. And here comes the Tamiyo Safekeeping, targeting that Relic of Progenitus that we talked about earlier.
Wow.
It's going to gain some life as well.
Giving X proof.
And then we have a Journey to Nowhere, I want to say, and an Armadillo Cloak.
Not very impressive cards here.
Yeah, this is Journey to Nowhere, I believe, from Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Yeah.
We're going to discard that one.
And then Reaping the Graves. Okay, so Emma, Reaping the Graves has the mechanic called Storm.
Yes, it does.
So what does Storm do here against the Relic of Progenitus? You put a Storm on the stack.
Yes.
And then what you do? You let Storm resolve.
Yes.
And then you have to target.
Yeah.
Target.
Like MTGO screen. Target.
Okay. And now the opponent has the chance to pop the relic.
Yeah.
And then you can't cycle your response and get back other creatures.
Yeah. Unless there's a Siege Smash.
Unless it's a Siege Smash. But Siege Smash can't happen because of the time of safekeeping.
Oh, sure.
Oh, but look at this.
Is there a second one?
That's exactly the way to play around the relic. With a second Reaping the Graves.
And bye-bye Relic.
Well, it's still... Oh, yeah, yes, it's sacrifices an ability, yeah.
Yeah.
So now, what's happening is, Francesco is returning all the creatures equal to the number of Storm count that he has, so
Which is 8. Yep. 4 mana, we've got 4 black mana.
And then, the Relic will exile what's left.
Yes.
And draw a card. And then the second Rip in the Grave just fizzles.
Yeah. There's no target.
So that, we clear the stack now.
Yeah.
The time safekeeping, by the way, also added the Storm count. Because
Yes,
Storm
it
is
does,
for both
because
players.
Storm is for both players, yeah.
So now Francesco knows that the coast is clear.
Yeah.
You again, well, that's not true, actually.
There might be a Fraben Charm. There
Or
might
a
be
Prismatic Strands.
Prismatic Strands. This Armadillo Cloak isn't doing much, though.
No,
It looks very sad in this hand.
Yeah. You'll get Multi 5 this game and did not draw very well off the top.
Nope.
Yeah, the graveyard of Jurgen is also exiled, but it's not that relevant. So now Francesco doesn't have too much mana though.
Here comes a page.
Ooh, playing page. Okay.
And discarding another page.
And-
See a Rowan's Grim Search.
It's not. I mean, obviously, I don't know what's Francesco hand, but in this spot, you really want rituals.
Yeah.
Song of the Dam, Dark Ritual, Kabar Ritual.
All the rituals.
Oh wow.
Here goes-
Yeah, maybe he just did not have rituals,
Yeah.
and so you see here in a horror
Of the,
being
Power of
played.
the Broken Land, I want to say.
It's the horror
Of the Broken
of the
Lands.
Broken Lands.
I remember this one in Living End back in the day.
Exactly. This is one of the best creature in Living and Modern.
Yeah.
But time has changed now.
Amonkhet was a wild set for Living End.
Jurgen can't believe he's alive.
Yeah, got this Malevolent Rumble, which is going to be nice.
Yeah. Jurgen is like, what? It's my turn?
Oh, this Fraven Charm is sad. Can't take the Fraven Charm.
It is, but also he found the Silana's light, and that's finally an attacking card.
Yep.
Silana Ledge Walker.
Walker. Wears this Armadillo cloak quite well.
Exactly, and the Buzz's Gate.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, this is Basilisk Gate. It's tapped currently, but there is one.
So basically, Francesco went off, but didn't have rituals. So he was missing a piece here.
So we just have this Horror of the Broken Lands instead, just to... Here comes the Ledge Walker. Now tap some mana. We're going to threaten this Armadillo cloak next turn.
Yeah, and Francesco's somehow at 12 because cycling those 3 raid, playing those ruins, Green
Takes a lot of
Surge.
life, doesn't it? Yeah. All
you
adds
just,
up.
Yeah, you just randomly find yourself at 12, and if Jurgen draws a Buzz's Gate, he wins the game next
Yeah.
turn.
How are the Broken Lands getting in here? Jurgen
I would
actually
chomp
takes
it.
combat damage.
I would chomp. I mean, you could die here. Right? The
It's
Horror
16.
Brooklands doesn't have any evasion. It doesn't have
No, it's just
trample
a
or
4-4.
flying.
It's just
Yeah.
a 4-4. 4-4 with a
Wow.
cycling ability.
And now Page gets tapped for mana. Wow. Francesco may actually win the game this turn
Yeah.
by just playing Dark Ritual and just cycling.
Yep.
Now I believe Jurgen really regrets not having blocked. Kabar Ritual? Yeah. 3, 6, 7 exact. So we go to 5 black mana.
Yep.
And how many? You just cycle twice more. The game.
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind. It's a 20. So you need to cycle. It's too hard. The math is too hard.
So it's what, +2 +1?
You have to give
So
it
it would
plus
have been
16.
8. Yeah, plus 16.
So he has to cycle 8 times to win the game.
Yeah. I would just chump block with one of these O2s, but I don't think they're doing too much here.
Yeah.
But I think we're past the blocking stage, and now we are seeing how much this Horror of the Broken Lands can deal, because it's a cycling card, but it does have some extra attacks. It gets +2 +1 for each card cycled.
Yeah.
Or discarded as well, which is relevant.
Yeah. Jurgen deve essere a 22 perché ha fatto una carta che ha fatto guadagnare 2 vite.
Yeah. Francesco is just figuring out if it's just some maths going on here. Like combat maths is probably not something you have to think about as a Cycle Storm player, right?
Yeah.
So we're just going to keep going. Go up to
Yeah.
4 now, so we're at +8,
Yeah, actually,
making it 12.
pointed out in the chat very rightfully, the Jurgen should be at 22 because he resolved
The
a
Tamio safekeeping was
type of
game,
safekeeping
gained the 2 life.
gain 2 life. So we told the judges. So thank you, chat, for being on point. We always appreciate the constructed comments,
Yes.
and we always hate the hateful comments.
Yes.
That's a classic interaction whenever you talk to people on the internet.
Yes.
Any reason to not block? No, there's no reason to not block.
Like, you got 2
Should've definitely
gatekeeper
blocked.
vines, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
what are they doing?
Yeah, Jurgen mulligan to 5, and he had a very slow game, but at the same time, Francesco didn't really go off.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see now. 5. So that means that this
5 is 10. This is 10, so this is 14.
currently is 14, and we have 3 black mana.
Yeah.
So with +6, it's going to be 20.
Mhm.
But
This is a 22.
Jurgen
so
should be at
the
22.
because of the Tamio safekeeping, because
Yeah.
that gains you life.
Exactly.
There's an extra bit of tax that we all often miss.
Yeah. And if you play time and safekeeping, you have to gain the life.
Yes.
This is not a mistrigger.
It's not a May ability,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Sometimes in Magic, there are mistrigger. For example, you play Gatekeeper Vine, you don't search any gates, you pass the turn, well, you mistrigger the card.
Yeah, that's your responsibility.
But if you play Malevolent Rumble, you pick up the card and you forget the spawn, no, you must have
You
the spawn.
have the spawn.
Because you have to resolve the card. That's how Magic works.
Well, here comes a
Ooh.
Prismatic Strands.
Prismatic Strands now wants to name Black.
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't block.
Yes, but also weird timing?
Hmm.
Because he played it in response to Kabar Ritual, right?
Yeah. So we're pro-black.
And now, actually, Francesco found himself storming off in combat phase.
Yes. Which,
So,
sure.
It's
yeah.
weird because now he can't use the mana pool
Because
to cast
it would
creature.
it would disappear. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the combat step after blockers.
Now Reaping the Graves gets played.
Jeez, okay.
But the Storm is only 4. Actually, was Prismatic Strands counted in the Storm?
I don't think it was, no.
Which spell were played this turn?
So Tamio Safekeeping.
No, that was the previous turn.
Oh, Prismatic Strands.
Reaping the Graves.
Reaping the Graves.
Kabar Ritual.
Cabal Ritual. There was two
Dark
Ritual.
Ritual.
Was Dark Ritual as well?
Maybe only one. Francesco's playing very, very well, so I don't want to,
Yeah.
say anything
yeah.
that he made wrong.
Yeah, 2 Cabal, 1 Reaping,
Yeah,
1
maybe
Strands.
I think we forgot the Prismatic Strands, which is a very common mistake. Whenever I play Storm, my opponent interacts with me, I forget
I mean,
that the spells matter as well.
you were talking about Magic Online, how it just does it automatically.
exactly.
So you don't have to think about it because, Magic Online does it for me. But in paper, it's like,
Yeah.
you kind of have to remember.
Yeah. I mean, Jurgen might have also just baited the opponent, honestly.
Sure. I mean, that could easily be a thing as well. It's just
I think we said it was a mistake.
it could just be a good
I
bait.
mentioned it was like a big mistake, but actually it wasn't. So sometimes,
Just playing into it.
yeah. And again, this is once again we're in combat phase. This is a very weird. This is a super weird game, honestly. The timer is like 10 minutes on the clock, and Francesco used like 40 of
Is
it.
a lot of time, like especially in the first game as well, taking up like 12 minutes.
And this is just game 2, so there might not be
Yeah.
a game 3.
It could be a draw. Like, who knows?
Man, I would hate to draw because my opponent took like 80% of the timer.
Yeah, and it's round 2 as well. You don't want to draw so early.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Ripping the Graves, empty the mana. Horror of the Broken Lands doesn't deal any damage because Prismatic Strands named black. And now we find ourselves a second main phase, and the land was already played.
Yeah.
So he has to go to discard.
And
now we can actually win the game here.
Yeah, we've got a Ledge Walker. There is a Armadillo Cloak in Jurgen's hand. We can start getting in for a bunch of damage.
Yeah, it's
We
important.
can't, yeah.
Yeah, those bottom 3 cards are actually exiled,
Yes.
but I don't think it matters. But we should fix that in theory.
Yeah. Just to keep the game state correct.
And now we tap 2 mana.
Ooh.
No, now we need to fix it.
Yes.
Now we need to fix it.
Yeah. We need to.
Yeah,
we need to fix this now.
we're telling the people now.
Can't bring back the relic because the
com-
relic should be exiled.
The relic, the you know what's also exiled? The Journey to Nowhere is also exiled.
This is Damage Control Crew.
Cold Damage Control is
Marvel
a card
Superheroes,
that we're gonna show you now. I'm actually.
It's from one of the Marvel sets.
It's the most recent set.
Marvel Superheroes.
Cold Damage Control. I'm actually doing it myself because our spotter went straight to the table.
Yeah.
to
This one's a really good card.
Cold Damage Control. Choose up to 2. Return those cards to your graveyard to your hand.
Yep.
Target creature or artifact, target creature card,
Or
target
land
enchantment, target land.
Yep.
So that relic is exiled alongside Journey to Nowhere. And what was the other card? There was another card.
Yeah.
It was a bad card.
Is it Plains?
No, I
Plains?
don't think so. I don't think it was a Plains. I think it was Relic, Journey, and Time of Safekeeping.
Yeah.
We're now helping the judges here.
Yeah.
This is like such a niche case. Like it is.
It's definitely relevant in this situation. So
Yeah.
this one might take a bit of time to like reverse the game state. So let's go back to the booth.
Yeah, we're
And
gonna
just-
click a button, make this game on pause,
Yep.
and you can see us again.
Yeah,
everyone.
until the judge fixes the game state, because
Yeah.
that relic should be exiled, that journey to nowhere should be exiled, and you can't get those back.
Yeah, just so you know, because a lot of people don't actually know how coverage work. You know,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are on
yeah.
a little room in the backstage.
Yep.
It's me and Emma. There's a card spotter, and there's
Our production guy.
our production guy, and we will try to bring you the best content. In the meanwhile, on the other table, we have two tables
Yep.
with a judge on the floor. That still hard. You know, these things
Magic's
miss.
hard, right?
Magic's super hard. So
even if you play, even if you know your deck in and out, and you know
Yeah.
all the interactions, it's just like you can be on coverage, and it gets a little
Yeah.
stressful, and you got people watching you, and it's like I'm not used to being on coverage,
Yeah.
and people make mistakes all the time. It's one of those.
you guys noticed our T-shirt today with their mismatching.
Yeah,
Emma's wearing
I'm wearing last year's Getting shirt,
2025 summer edition. I'm wearing
this year's summer edition.
2026, okay, 2026 summer edition. Of course, this is all designed by Boz MTG. He has an incredible apparel selection, merch, hoodies, which I don't recommend you buying in this season.
Yeah.
Maybe at the next Poppergeddon you can buy it though.
Yeah, yeah,
When is
yeah.
the next Poppergeddon?
The next Paupergeddon is during Eternal Weekend
Yes.
in Europe. So it would be December 5th to the 6th, that Paupergeddon.
There it
And
is.
it's very exciting. Last year was the first time when we had Eternal Weekend and Paupergeddon in the same building. And it was really exciting to like walk around and see the vintage players just like
I'll be
jamming.
there.
Mengo will be there, and then you had the legacy people, and then you had this room of people
I'll
playing
be there.
Pauper. And it was great.
Yeah.
And it's just a really good celebration of Magic. When it comes to Eternal Weekend, people from across the world travel to do all these events, right?
Looks like we fixed everything. Look at
Yes.
that. Beautiful.
Tidy. That's what we like.
And now we're back in main phase 1. Cold damage control was resolved. We don't know
The
what it got back.
targets, yeah.
Because obviously the fix here is that cold damage control goes back to hand because the targets were, illegal. So now he has to. I mean, he can also not cast it.
Yep. So we're going to do the Armadillo Coke on the Ledge Walker, which we were going to do anyway. We're going to chip it.
Then I guess you would have just preferred to just use the Basis Gate instead of cold damage control. I'm not sure how they fixed it, but anyway.
But thanks for our judges for fixing it. There's
Yeah.
many judges here this weekend keeping the tournament running all weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, there are 3 Poppergeddons a year. We've had one in March.
Yep. You have one in the spring, one in
Now-
the summer, and then you have one winter Eternal Weekend
Yeah.
in December.
The since last year, Eternal Weekend is the same weekend as the Poppergeddon.
So it'll be in Italy, which is going to be great. And the cool thing about Eternal Weekend is that people from across the world travel because they want to play with their vintage cards, and it's just like a really cool event. I was talking to some of the American folks that came over last year, and they saw Pauper again, and they were like, "This is sweet. Like, I kind of just want to come here and play Pauper, and just get a taste of like European Magic."
The thing about the Eternal Weekend is so nice because WotC actually supports it a lot.
Yes.
WotC gives the prize for the top 32 of both events with extremely premium and, once again, this is not a WotC event, so I can say it, expensive cards.
Yeah.
So it actually just like up the prize payout a lot just because WotC supports those formats so much. And the Eternal Weekend is really, really special event.
Very
We
fun.
actually have the commentator booth, the commentator round 1, the commentator round 3, and so on. The winner of the Eternal Weekend vintage, Franco Cecchini. So,
Yes,
he's
in this room right now doing
one
our
of
card spotting.
one of the very, very few Eternal Weekend winner in the world because that is an event that happens once a year.
Yeah. And that's just a hell of a brag.
Yeah. My brag is that I won the Trinisphere. So, but
I mean, Trinisphere is very pretty.
that is just a top 32 score. So it's a lot worse than first place. All right. So Francesco, start again here. Ritual. And we'll see now. We have the Prismatic Strands in the graveyard, but we don't have any white creature.
Correct.
So now we're going to block.
No, we have to block, yeah.
Yeah, this game has been long.
Long and weird. We've got about 6 minutes left on the clock here. Hoping it doesn't go to a draw, but that's the challenge when you play something like a Storm deck. It just can eat up the clock.
Yeah. The players are 1-0. It doesn't say on screen, but they have won their first round.
Yeah. Barrymore, draw a card. There will be some extra time actually for the judge call, so there will be a few extra minutes probably added on to the end.
Songs of the Damned. Card only has 2 printings. I recently bought it. I bought it from the reprint. New border.
Yeah.
What's it called? Eternal Master, I believe, something like that.
Oh, sure.
And it's cool that you know, the Pauper format has a lot of these reprints lately. Magic is definitely doing that. Wow, look at that duress, no target, just to up the storm count for
Yep.
reaping the graves here.
1 black mana. Just up that storm count. So it's still count 5 at the moment. We have 7 black mana left. 1 red mana as well. Storm count going up to 6.
Rowan's Grim Search, once again, did he bargain it this time? He did, right?
Yeah.
So he looks at the top 4 and he can put any of them in hand or also all of them in the graveyard. He's going to put 3 in the graveyard and draw 1.
Now Jurgen is figuring out what is left in Francesco's deck.
Very tense moments. The timer, as I believe he has like, what, 10 minutes left.
Give or take. And, you know, then we're going to have a couple of turns after that.
It is, honestly, if I play a tournament and I get paired against the Cycling Storm, I'm not happy.
No?
No, because my opponent just eats so much of my clock. It's so unfair. And Francesco is also playing fast.
Yes.
He's not slow playing at all. The nature of the deck,
It's just very it's just a lot of game actions, a lot of sequencing. Just takes
not
a
a
lot.
fan. Not a fan, I have to
Mango's
say.
not a
I have
fan.
I have to say, not a fan.
There's another Song of the Damned.
Okay, Songs of the Damned. Look at that art. I'm just such a big fan of old art, Magic art.
Yeah,
Just
classic.
this crazy.
Pete
if you
Venters
think
as a goat as well.
he's just actually painting, you know, like clouds with these spirits.
Like
Was that a
spooky
dragon?
Yeah, it looks like a dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Similar to High Tide. That's a very good
Yeah.
comparison. Yeah,
I've got 35
that's a lot of mana. We have
black mana.
yeah, 35. Wow. We were definitely not gonna worry about.
Yeah. Just don't count 10.
This may be a 2-0 on extra turn.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is not needed because, of course, if you're winning 1-0 in Magic.
There's not many cards left in the deck.
Yeah. Unlike Magic Online, where if you finish the timer, you lose the match even
Yeah.
though you're 1-0. In paper, if to finish the match where you're 1-0, the timer when you're 1-0, you win the game.
Francesco's at 5 here as well.
Is at 5, and you only receive 3 damage. If Jurgen was able to tap the Basis Gate on this Lana Sledge Master, well, Francesco couldn't have cycled those Street Wraith. He wouldn't have died, but he just needed to play differently, basically. Yeah, the format, the timer has to be shared. There's no way in Magic where you, don't share the timer. That's just not the way a game playing paper is made of a trading card game.
Gonna use that red mana.
Okay, so
Play Draenei Stinger. Still count 11.
second Draenei Stinger,
Yep. Still count 12.
and now just cycle those cards and the game is over.
Yeah.
Just need to cycle 13 cards here.
Yeah.
You have the mana, you have the you have the cards in hand, you have the mana.
Yep.
All right. So I think the game is over. I think Francesco took a while,
It took a while. We had a judge call as well.
but
To reset the game.
yeah, but he was able to play. Cards in library is being asked. Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it's like
actually.
5 or 6 cards
But-
left.
You know what it is though? You can put on the stack the cycle and don't actually draw the cards.
Yeah.
You don't need to resolve because it's when you cycle or like you just put a cycle on the stack and you don't draw.
Yeah.
And you kill the opponent with Stinger on the stack. I believe that's how it works. This is again such a weird
It's such a
deck.
weird game for coverage.
Such a weird
yeah.
deck. Because again, on Magic Online is so clear, but in paper you actually have to explain everything.
Yeah. You've got to be prepared to
Mm.
do a lot of explaining.
Maybe though, Francesco doesn't have enough creature in his deck.
No. I think that's why Jurgen was looking through just to see what was left.
I mean, at this point, Jurgen has nothing to lose. Like, he's just wait.
I mean, Jurgen's just waiting because that's all he can do.
Yeah. So.
Here comes a Lotus Petal, Storm Count 13.
Oh, you're playing a third Stinger.
A third Stinger has entered the battlefield.
This was one of the best common in Ikoria draft.
Yeah, cycling deck looked very fun in Ikoria Limited.
Ikoria, very good limited. Mutate was a hell of a mechanic. Very fun mechanic.
Very confusing mechanic as well.
It's fine.
It's fine on Magic Online or Arena. It's
Yeah,
a bit
I
harder
mean-
in paper.
I mean, Ikoria was during the COVID days, so
It was.
nobody played that set in paper.
It's true.
All right.
Here comes
Page,
a
loose
Page,
leaf,
Street Wraith and a
does
Vault
nothing.
Whispers.
Page is just discard, deal 3.
Yep. I mean, seems fine. Still got 21 black mana.
Okay.
Storm Count 13.
Jurgen is at 8. He needs to cycle 3.
Yeah,
Ability on the stack.
5.
Oh, he draws the card, sure. And then we're going to go ability on the stack, cycle.
Yep.
Cycle, you should draw, but you don't draw because you hold priority.
And you do it again.
And you
And there's
cycle
the
again.
fourth stinger.
And a
there's the
handshake.
handshake.
All right.
That was a long one, Mengi.
It was a long match, but I think we had a lot of things to say. Like it was just a full match of Magic.
In the literal sense, it was a whole match of Magic. With that match done, I'm assuming we don't have a backup
match.
A backup match. If that's not the case, if it is, we do have a backup feature match. Excellent. Let's go to there then.
Oh,
Like,
there's somebody that's
this
even slower.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I mean those are. Oh,
Oh, we've got Cauldron. We've got Gogari Cauldron Food versus Jeskai Ephemerate.
and just Emerald must win because they have creature as they are packing up.
Yep.
And so just Emerald by Aleo Gatana
Yeah.
wins against the champion of yesterday.
Yeah, the top corporate player of
Gabriele
yesterday.
Della Longa.
Yep.
Honestly, it's so crazy. Gabriele won yesterday with
Familiars.
blue-white familiars.
Yep.
And today switched to black-green gardens.
I mean, if you're feeling it, if you think it's a good deck in the field, then sure. Like,
Yeah, but like you played a whole tournament yesterday where he went 9-1
yeah,
with a deck.
a very good deck as well.
How
for
do you
those-
change? It's crazy to me. I
Sure.
would never do that. You have you build such a good momentum. You know how to play the
Yeah,
deck.
and
You
you
know
just
which
feel
moves to
great
keep. You
as
need to
well.
do everything.
Yeah.
Also, like your gameplay sequencing are just so. Oh
Different,
yeah, I think about that deck,
Yeah.
and now you just have to switch to another deck. So yeah, crazy to me. Crazy.
Right. So with the feature matches done, we had a very long match of Cycling Storm. Let's see if the meta game share for Propaganda 2026 and
Yeah.
dive into the numbers.
And we also have the proper amount of numbers of players not yet. Anyway,
So
we'll have the number later.
later. So at the top we have Mono Red Madness, which is not surprising in the slightest. Then we have Grixis Affinity at 11%, John Wildfire at 6.5%, Naya Gates just under 5%, Mono Blue Terror under 5%, and then you've got Rally into Monstertron, which looks to be a good deck this
Ooh.
weekend, and then we've got Elves and Dimec Faeries rounding up the top spread.
Yeah. So yesterday, Emma, just Emerald was the third most popular deck at the top popper player.
Yes.
Today, it's not. It's the 10th.
It's
No,
10th.
sorry, the 14th.
Yeah, it's quite low down.
So-
People just fancy a bit more like either playing this like hyper aggressive red deck, like the sneaky snacker deck, or they just want to build or play these like black based engine decks. So you got a lot of Grixis Affinity, a lot of John Wildfire. You also got this Naya Gates deck that's been popping up that people have been enjoying as well.
Yeah, Naya Gates, not at all what we saw in this match.
Yeah.
Naya Gates, I want to say it's the deck with Sneaky Snacker, Malevolent Rumble, just a slightly different deck. Pursuit the
Meld of
Past, and so
Moxites
much.
and
Yeah.
things like that.
But again-
Seeing Monstertron at 4% seems pretty high.
Yeah,
I know.
that's my deck for the that's my pick for the winner of
Yeah.
the tournament, Monstertron.
Yep.
That is the deck that I have high hopes on.
Also, shout out to the Poison Storm player at the bottom. There's got one person playing Poison Storm this weekend.
Yeah.
And Pizza Combo as well.
Pizza combo there is. Oh, only one?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Okay, so Mono Red is the most popular deck, but honestly, just at 12%. Like,
That
this
seems
is
pretty
just
good.
joke numbers compared to, I don't know, other formats,
Yeah.
right? Like, people go like, oh, everyone plays a Sneaky Snacker. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's what? 20% of the Magic game, Sneaky Snacker? right?
Yeah.
20, maybe something more, but
Ish,
still
give or take, yeah.
not that much. So still an incredible open event in day one. We
Yeah.
will see the win rate. We will see day two. We will see the
Yeah.
winners metagame, because that's always the thing you have to look whenever you talk about what is the best deck.
Yes, for sure. So there you.
We have the number, the official number.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
It's 1,066 players.
Sure. Okay.
1,066 players came to play Pauper in Lucca, Italy, with 35 degrees outside.
In this heat, and that's just a big commitment, right? You really want to play in a pauper event, and you're going to be sweaty anyway, but it's warm. But you're also going to be sweaty because you're playing in this high stakes pauper event as well.
Yeah.
So the fact that we've hit over 1,000 players is just another achievement for Paupergeddon, and it's happened a few times now.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's going to wrap it up for us here. Do stick around. Maybe drink some water. Have a stretch after that long cycle storm match, and we'll be back soon.
Hello guys, I'm Domenico Cava and ready to do something on this amazing playmat for my friends, and I hope you will like it. Okay, actually I don't really know what to do here because my amazing colleagues and artists are so good, but I will take the dark mode here and try to do something that I really love in a way, but I'm really scared of something related to death. I know it's a kind of, depressing, but you know what it is. I usually don't start drawing with the marker or the ink, but it's very fascinating how the idea that I cannot do something and erase it makes me uncomfortable, but at the end I have to draw well. I have to do something well. So even if I'm speaking not my native language, it's still a thing, So I will try to do my best. I have chosen a very small marker archival ink here in the Micron, because I thought I need something that simulates a lot the texture, Probably I found that this kind of ink is good for the playmats because you can feel that the ink itself doesn't blow up, so it doesn't create this kind of blur that I don't really like. Yeah, I feel like probably as I told you, the choice of doing something more dark is more related to the things that I love drawing actually, because the dark art and the more inner self, or the dark side of nature, dark side of people, dark side of the world is something very fascinating for me. There is a lot of stupid people here. You can see them. You see, one is Andrea Faina from Lucca Comics and Games. He's probably the dumbest of the three. The one in the center is useless, and the other one, I forget his name. I don't even know who he is. So yeah, that's the reason why they here joking on me. I love you guys. Why it's always like this with me? Why? also another stuff that I love that I probably you will recognize because it's also on my signature is that I absolutely love the particles, particeller, what's the name? Particles, because I'm a very horror movie fan, of course. And when you see the dust, when you see the atmosphere, it gives another level of. You can feel the time. You can feel the old. When an object is more old or older or something, so I love particles. It gives another level of also of movement. Some micro skulls because souls are trying to escaping from the death itself. Oh my god, it's happening. Okay. This is Domenico Cava, and I love you guys. See you soon.
Hello and welcome to Popagaden Summer 2026. I'm Skóra, also known as Hands in Front. I'm joined by Dio Francone in our expert seat today, and we will talk about plenty of magic in this round 3, but players are getting ready, and so let's talk about the metagame of the whole event, because we do have the data already with us. And so this is the metagame. We're looking left to right. Top 3 decks: Mono Red Madness, Grixis Affinity, Giant Wildfire. Probably a lot of people would have guessed that, the top 3 probably, but the 4th deck, Naya Gates. Naya Gates is number 4. How do you interpret this?
So I think I'm a huge part of why John Wildfire was one of the biggest competitors in this event, because I put a lot of work on John, and I think it's really well positioned. Naya Gates is the new deck that faces a lot good against Mono Red Madness, as we saw in these 2 days. Grixis Affinity is one of the most popular deck in Italy, is a tier 1, so after Tron monitor printing, it sees a lot of play. I'm surprised about the Mono Red Rally. I thought that it would be a lot more present in the field, because it's one of the deck that is good, really good in the format. But you see how you can play anything
Yes,
in
true.
this power and be really well positioned if you know your game plan.
I agree. And the devil is the detail, because when you see Mono Red Madness and Grixis Affinity, both of these decks have over 100 players coming with them in the field of 1,100 players. But the drop-off between the second and the third most popular deck is huge. Giant Wildfire is almost a half of Grixis, and then we get, again, almost a half into Naya Gates. So the jump from 2 to 3, and then from 3 to 4, and then the rest of the field is absolutely huge. The meta is very diverse, is very flat, so probably the best way to succeed in this meta game is know your deck, know it inside out, and then, because you will have to play into Boros Synth, you will play into Walls Combo, you will play into Slivers, or Blue Turbo Fog,
Or Flickertron.
or Flickertron, so you can't just expect to play into the top most popular decks, because if you look at this, the top 3 decks isn't even 30%. The top 3 decks isn't even 30%. So, most of your matches will be against the other category, one could say. Out of the bottom decks, is there anything that catches your eye that you think is the dark horse that maybe could surprise us a little bit?
So there is a lot of cool decks. One deck that I like is the Dimec Affinity that just top 8 at the showcase. I think it's really solid into the Mono Red metagame, because it's a bit diverse than the Affinity mana base, normal Affinity mana base with the basic land. It's smoother against the artifact removal spell. I like a lot the instant control. I'm a fan of the deck. I really like it a lot. And there was always boggles.
There is always some boggles. Okay, so let's, with that, get into the actual match that we've got at hand. And speaking of the other category, we'll be watching live combo by Giorgio Venditti, which is just Giorgio combo for most of us who know him, who starts with plain Snile Spellbomb. What should we expect, tell me?
So this is a crazy deck, and the way it works, it creates an infinite toughness power body that then you can sacrifice both to devour flesh or just sheltering word to gain an infinite amount of life. And you see, in paper, infinite life, it's a finisher. How to close the game after that, because your opponent can also not concede, because he can have something else. We have Sag Wilding with the Omen will reshuffle itself every time. And if your opponent has some Omen creatures, you also have a Balustrade Spy to mill him out at some point. So it's a really crazy deck that plays a lot of protection spell. It's a 3-card combo that is really powerful, I think, in the meta. And Giorgio developed this deck from scratch, and also from the experience of Pre-Modern, when this deck is really a thing.
Okay, that's absolutely insane, because it's not even something that anybody could really expect, to be honest. And I bet most of our viewers are seeing this for the very first time, and I'm really hoping we will see it in actual action. We'll see the pieces combine, but we're playing against Mono Blue Terra, which is a tempo counterspell based deck that closes the games pretty fast once the snakes get on board. Do you think that's a good matchup for live combo?
So all the pieces are cheap, so you can do some things like play two threads a turn, and also you can say also that your opponent doesn't really know what your deck does, because it's not a deck that you see normally. So you have to navigate this matchup properly. Also, from Giorgio's main deck, there is 4 nail spellbomb that can slow the game down.
That's
So
very
that's
nice.
really a thing.
We also are a duress deck against Terra, which we know Giorgio doesn't. There are no force spikes. So, for example, playing into open 1 mana is pretty safe. They're just spell pierces. And when it comes to actual interaction, hard interaction, we've got 4 counterspell. And this is where the list kind of ends. We've got Dim Inferiors just in 2 copies. So it's possible that if Giorgio just keeps playing spells, some of them will resolve, and at some point we will assemble the combo. But the issue is, or maybe you rather can tell me, if we assemble 2 out of 3 pieces, are they synergistic in a way that we can maybe stay alive somehow? Or we need actual 3? Or anything in between just doesn't accomplish anything?
So we can also block with our creatures, because it's an infinite toughness body.
Right.
So we can just block some creatures if it happens. Like this task force, if they are continually targeted by their nomads and core, they are 1 infinite. So they can block really easily. So you can really slow down the game till the point where you overcome your opponent counterspell, because there is only 4 counterspell.
Yes.
There is no removal spell. And George also plays some copy of Fanatical Offering to get the mana engine value. So it's really, the key is about the 4 counterspell. They are the only card that matters in this matchup for the Mono Blue Terror.
So in this particular spot, we fired off Niall's Spellbomb, slowing the opponent down a little bit, but we saw Mental Note end step, and we play a second copy of Task Force. We probably, or do we want redundant copies on board, do you think? A second Task Force, how good is it really?
So we don't know, Giorgio doesn't know the list of his opponent, so he could play something like Boomerang to bounce it. So it's better to try to put your pieces multiple copy if you can. Also, if you are on the block plan, then Sleep of the Dead becomes a card.
Right.
Because you cannot block if it's tapped. So that's what is happening now. Obviously, if now we have to rebuild a graveyard after this Spellbomb, so I think we will not see some Serpent this turn from the Mono Blue Terror, and he has constantly to have mana up to represent it. Also, if he doesn't have it, the important thing is to represent it.
That's fair, that's fair. And I think we've got some issues with probably maybe looking at extra cards or resolving Brainstorm, so we will deal with that soon enough. But Giorgio's deck is also worth mentioning. Abzan is a 3-color deck. How easy is it, do you think, to actually have a 3-color mana base in this format? Because most of them are typically artifact-based.
So it's really possible, because you have the new fetch land from Modern Horizon, the Deceptive Landscape. Yeah, that's really good, because you can also cycle it if you are flooded. And actually, Calni Garden is one of the best land for this kind of strategy, because they put a body that you can sacrifice to Fanatical Offering, and they fix this move to your mana. Also, notably, the combo, all the pieces of the combo as creature are all white. And you need both black or green to combo out to have the infinite life.
What do you think, because now I thought of this, Abzan is the perfect color combination to never walk into any blast. Hydro or Pyro doesn't touch this deck. How much value is there in this aspect?
There is also a downside of this thing, because you are not allowed to play any of that.
That's fair.
So you use Duress and Snuff Outs after sideboard. There is the key black cards in the format, which is really good. And then you navigate with your white card, which normally, in this case, there are combo pieces, so they are really powerful. But we have some crazy sideboard card that we'll talk about later.
Yeah, let's not spoil fun just yet. Let's not spoil fun. So we saw some Thought Scouring, a counterspell on Duress. A counterspell on Duress tells me that maybe there was just one counterspell. So if you know the opponent is taking your counterspell, you might as well cast it and maybe preserve some information. Now we see main phase abandon attachments off of Spell Pierce, that is, I think. We return a Snacker tapped onto the battlefield. And Giorgio is still at 14. Looking at a single Serpent, so still quite a lot of time for him to set up, because he can take 2 attacks easily, some life gain from Lembas, more blockers, maybe some Calni Garden will come at some point to block, but I do see Dim Inferior in Alessio's hand. But if you are Alessio, there is no way you know what to Dim Inferior, do you?
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 task force and only 1 nomads and core. So
That's okay.
for now, it's pretty easy. If you have both, it's a matter of guessing of which copy do you have the most and in your hand. But now it's pretty easy with the tribe. Obviously, we target infinite times because we want to block the serpent.
And we put this second from the very top. So, okay, what just happened? Because Giorgio did some kind of finger pointing. What happened in response to the Midfiria?
So he targeted infinite times the task force with the nomads and core ability.
Right.
So the task force will grow into a one. Let's
Infinite,
say 1 million, because we have to say a number. And then he put the nomads and core second from the top because the inferior lets you choose, lets your opponent choose if second from the bottom, from the top, or in the bottom.
Right, so there were no attacks because your 6/5 walks into a 1/million toughness, so you can't really block. So can't really attack through. So that's nice. We haven't been hitting our land drops, although we have 4 mana contained in 3 lands. The power of bounce lands here, and we're looking at the board of Mono Blue Terra. And the game hasn't been as tempo-focused as maybe normally it does. We've got a pretty slow snake. Just 1 counter here, 1 bounce there. I can see 2 sacrifice effects in Giorgio's hand, so he might want to draw cards off of Lembas.
Yeah, but the problem
there's
is
no black.
he couldn't use this turn because he knows that he has on top a Nomads and Core.
Yes.
And if you cast Fanatical Offering, sacrificing your Lembas, the Lembas will get shuffled back in your library, so you will lose the Nomads and Core.
That's a very good point. Very good point there. And we have another one, I think.
It's the same one because he casted the second Lembas
into
and he immediately tops.
That is very fair. Yeah, I blinked and yeah. So that resolves. As you mentioned, there are just 4 counter spells in the entire deck. Some of them already used. And we've got, again, 2 infinite ground blockers. And at 14 life, looking at 2 Lembuses, is going to take quite some time to get the game over with Sneaky Snacker.
And notably with Devour Flesh, you lose also the infinite because you will have to sacrifice after it resolve. While with the other spell works also as a protection spell because it gains hexproof and then you gain 1,000,000 life.
That's a very good point. And now we're pondering. So if you are the Terra deck, what are you looking for? Because it seems like the game is getting in a very awkward spot with infinitely big blockers and Lembuses preventing your Snacker to ever close the game. What are you looking for as Alessio?
Yeah, you want to look for start with multiple Snacker because the ground is blocked now.
Right.
So you want other Snackers. There is a possibility for Alessio also to cast the Snacker because he plays a single blue-black land in his deck, while normally in mono blue you don't want to play anything than some islands. But there is difficult to find. There are only 4 copies of the attackers.
Maybe like a double sleep turn on the big creatures and try to attack in.
Yeah, but we have set up a 1-turn kill through the Lembas and through also the other life game.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult.
It is really difficult. Now we're cashing in our Sago, which has been in our hand for quite some time, but now we do have green. That mana base, very nice. I haven't seen Abzan in quite some time. I don't think there is any Abzan deck really in Pauper. So that's nice. And we do this trigger map. Do you think map is any useful? What do you think of this choice of the sacrifice effect?
So you really don't want to sacrifice any of your combo pieces,
Right.
so you are like forced. And should be no use for the map except to set up your top.
Right, maybe like draw 1 card deeper, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, in this matchup, because like cards against Gutshot, it's useful sometimes to have your Nomads and Core as a 2-2.
Okay, that's fair. That is very fair. So we drew another Duress. Do you fire off Duress immediately like that here? Or you're waiting for some big turn to start off?
So you already have your combo pieces on the ground. You just need to resolve 1 spell, so you normally hold it for the combo turn.
And we know there is no Dispel. So if Giorgio just goes for Devour Flesh or Sheltering Word, it's going to resolve because Spell Pierce doesn't help into 5 mana of the opponents. But we probably haven't found that yet.
Yeah, also the problem is sometimes you rest your mono blue opponent and he have like Brainstorm and Counterspell, so you discard Counterspell and then that Brainstorm could fight another Counterspell. So it's not a sure a win sometimes.
Yes, true. So now, as Giorgio, you're probably just playing the waiting game, just trying to survive, lembas a bit, map a bit, play more offerings, right?
So we found the Duress. I don't know if there is the other pieces of the combo, but I think if you have already the Duress, from the moment you draw this, you fire it off because you don't want the game to go too long. You
Right.
want to stretch the bit from the point of like triple terror, turn 3 is always scary, but you want to stay in the mid game.
Yeah, that makes sense. And now I wish we had Giorgio mic'd up. So if there is a combo, I would like to hear him explain all the I'm gaining that much life, but I will never deck because X and Y and Z, and I have this and this. But we do see the sleep line. So Alessio says, well, I mean, I have to close this game at some point. Let me try. So sleep on just one of them pass. So the idea is what? To sleep then the other one and then attack in?
Yeah, because you cannot tap out entirely. So
Right.
you have to leave some mana. And you can, with the Sleep of the Dead, you can do one sleep a turn if you have only two creatures, big creatures to block.
And this particular version doesn't actually have a plan B. Normally in decks like, let's say, Pizza Combo and stuff, you see like a Chrysalis maybe, right? Or some kind of way to play a fair game or fairish game. Here, no, none of that. We have actually just combo. Because let's be honest, nobody's winning with Saga Wildling attacking for 3.
No.
It's an actually true combo deck.
Obviously, you don't want the red that doesn't help a lot in this card. And there is also an interesting things about the Nomads and Core. Nomads and Core ability, normally in this deck you use it just to pump the task force. But it actually say, for 0 mana you redirect 1 damage from Nomads and Core to a creature you control. So as long there is an infinite, it's like an unkillable creature in combat. Because also if all the task force are blocked, you can block with the Nomads and Core and redirect all the damage to the task force. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. They are like walls here.
Right, so basically we've got 5 infinite blockers, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
Basically, because nomads can block themselves and then redirect damage. Okay, so that's very strong. So in this particular metagame, this kind of infinite blockers on the ground sound very decent against Terra. What other decks do you think it shines against, but also lacks against?
So it shines against strategies like Gruul Monster, where you put 1-2 big creatures and nothing else. It against a white deck like Elves, and obviously against something like Faeries, where you put attackers on that is flying and you cannot block them. It's really bad decision. But obviously in that kind of matchup, you want to combo. So it doesn't matter. Sometimes you have to be a lot faster than your opponent, and your pieces of the combo cost 1 mana, 2 mana, 3 mana. So it's not, and you can also play 1 at a turn.
Yeah.
So it's fine to cash in. Like you can also win at turn 3.
Right. Oh, that's impressive. That would be very impressive. And we see Lorien find a tapland. Even though we have 7 lands, we still go for a Black Souls rather than cash in of Lorien. That's interesting. And now we see Dim Inferior on one of the 2 nomads. An attack for 2/8, this is? Right. But Giorgio, remember, Giorgio is at the virtual +6 with Lembasis, if he chooses so.
But he's going for the Duress.
Yeah, let's see. This might be it. This might be clean your way, legacy ant style. Start with duress. Counterspell. Then we do click, 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 click. Devour flesh, targeting myself.
So I will sacrifice any creatures I want. Guess what? I gain a million life.
Right, so now Giorgio is not at 8. I don't think our iPads are prepared to handle 1 million. We will see. So he says, reprevent. So basically nothing happened. 1 damage to you.
And that's it. You can do anything. Your opponent has an infinite life. The only chance you have is to mill him. But we are prepared. We have the Sagu. And also the Lembas can give also extra turns sometimes. But the Sagu is really clean.
Yeah, so basically what happened, Giorgio won game 1, having gained a bajillion life around that, and the Terra player says, I cannot be that. GG's to you, and we go to game number 2. So let's look into the sideboard. And first we've got Giorgio's deck, which is 61 cards main deck and 15 sideboard. And this is a trip, okay? I will say a card, and you'll tell me what it does. And I'm curious if chat knows, like a quiz, okay? So let's start easy. Fairy Macabre.
So Fairy Macabre, obviously against Graveyard Strategy, is one of the best cards that you can play, and I don't think we will see. We can see some because Snacker is good,
Right.
but it's not a center energy.
That's fair. Okay. Card everybody knows, probably good in this matchup. 3 Snuffouts.
Yeah, Snapouts are really great in this matchup because they slow down all the aggression that your opponent can do, and also you gain infinite life, so 4 life doesn't
fair.
matter a lot.
Right. Okay, next. Mogus's Favor.
So Mogus's Favor is an enchantment that for 1 black, he has escape at 3 mana,
Right.
he gets +2/-1, and it's really useful against a card like a Mesmeric Fiend, because you can interact with a Mesmeric Fiend, and with the same card you can interact with another one.
Wow, okay. Now, 2 more. Okay, 2 more because the sideboard is pretty compact. Ephemeral Shields.
So it's 2 mana, 1 colorless, 1 specific white, convoke, and target creature gets indestructible, and I think only indestructible, not hexproof.
Right.
But
But
I
this...
cannot be sure, but it's a protection spell against black removal spell.
Okay, so not this matchup. And the last one, full 4 copies of Orem's Cure.
If you control a plane, you can tap a white untapped creature you control to cast it for free. You prevent 4 damage that will be dealt to you or to a creature you control.
Okay, so we've got Orem's Cure, Ephemeral Shields, Snuff Out, Mogus's Favor, Fairy Macabre. Which of this beautiful assortment would you side in? 3 Snuff Out and anything else?
3 Snuff Out and some Fairy Macabre. I think knowing Giorgio, he wants always clean cuts. So if he puts Fairy Macabre against Snacker, he puts all 4 of them.
Sure.
To the sideboard out, I guess we'll see.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to Terra, it's much more classic. We've got Annuls, Blue Blasts, a bunch of gut shots, Murmuring Mystic, and a bit of a spice in the Piracy Charm. Knowing what the opponent deck does, because now we do. What would you do? Piracy Charm to kill nomads?
Yeah, actually, Piracy Charm does a thing that Gatshon doesn't do. Because with Nomads and Core, if you have 1 creature nearby him, you can always redirect the damage.
Right.
While Piracy Charm gets a creature +2/-1. Again, there are 2 cards that do the same thing in both decks.
But it actually matters that it's a minus specifically, right?
Yeah.
So Piracy Charm, a spicy card that Alessio plays and nobody else plays, which happens to be actually good into live combo. So that's fascinating. Anything else? Like, what have we seen? We have seen Lembuses. Would you side in Annul having seen Lembuses? Or?
We could side Annul, but I don't think that's the case. Obviously, the Blast, as we said earlier,
We're dodging all of them.
We're dodging all of them. We can consider Murmuring Mystic because at some point we have to close the game with Flyers, and obviously it's always risky to tap out against a deck like this. So.
That's fair. So we probably side in 2 to maybe like 5-ish cards total, but now we see Giorgio mulliganing down to 5. Lower on resources. I think I see Forest and a Bounceland, maybe that is.
Yeah, we should have the lands to play. I think we have redundant piece of the combo.
Okay. So we mull to 5 on the draw at least, so there will be 1 more card gain. I think, okay, that's a gate. So let's see, we're getting into the action. Game 2 of this round 3 match of Abzan live combo versus Mono Blue Terra. Hence the Brainstorm.
We want to be really aggressive from the Terror side, because as we saw last game, with an ES Spellbomb, he really slows down his plan, and while Giorgio is a multi 5 on a top lane, so okay, I have to do this Brainstorm now, because I want to see if I can Toscaway my upkeep and then develop a fast Terror.
It's worth mentioning that Giorgio's is particularly prepared for graveyard decks like, Cycling Storm, with 4 Nile Spellbomb main deck and 4 Fairy Macabre sideboard. So all the Spies, again, all the Cycling Storms, all the Terrors, they do have to be afraid. Upkeep. Mental Note. Ooh, that's value.
Yeah,
Mill
it's one of the
Snacker.
cool thing of the interaction between Brainstorm and Mental Note. Normally with Mental Note, you don't choose what to mill, it's random, but with Brainstorm you can. And obviously, if you have the chance to put Snacker and Deep Analysis where they belong in the graveyard,
Yeah.
it's really fantastic.
And now we Thoughtskower main phase, because this would be the third card drawn, fulfilling the Snacker condition. So, how do we end this turn? We end turn with perfectly 6 spells and a Snacker in play. I think this is the best opener you could have.
But Giorgio just top deck Daniel Spellbomb. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
And obviously it immediately cracks it and reveals also that he has a Devour Flash. That notably it's also good against the Terror strategy because you can also target your opponent
Oh,
with
that's
it. So, yeah.
awesome as well. So now we see Abandoned Attachments, Sneaky Snacker, a card that's ever present in the Popper format, seen in both red and blue decks, but also Naya. Classic blue-black card in Naya.
I mean, it's a fairy.
It is a fairy. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. So now we've got Selesnya mana up. We'll play Root Seek. White floating. We might find something like a black source.
I think in the phase of only 1 mana, you want to put one of your piece of the combo into the battlefield.
Right.
I don't think we can play really tap land because almost all of our deck costs 2 mana, like Lembas, Fanatical Offering, most of the pieces of the combo cost 2 mana. But, okay, we just decided to go slow because, okay, there is the Snackers, but we can have another turn. So it's good to have an option. And obviously, Giorgio is deciding to navigate in this way.
A particularly bad thing for Giorgio, though, is that he'd rather face the creatures on the ground, as we discussed game 1. This is something that he can't really control or interact with well. So this is a race to the combo, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's also a fast clock. Double Snacker, it's 5 turn clock, but it could be more because now we are refilling our graveyard. We don't have a lot more going on from Giorgio's side. We move to 5. We want to have time to regain the card advantage. And while doing so, Alessio is really sculpting his hand because he did Brainstorm plus Scour, Abandon Attachment. So he did a lot of cantrips.
No. And we might even like slam a Terra if we could. Like Thoughtscour myself, slam a Terra even for like 3 mana. Just pass the turn, put the pressure on. Because Giorgio... So how much mana does Giorgio need to combo off from nothing?
At least 5 mana.
It's 1 for Nomad.
2 for the Darius Spiritualist. There is the other piece of the combo. There is Task Force and also Darius Spiritualist that does almost the same thing.
And then 2 mana payoff.
And then 2 mana for the payoff for Infinite Life.
Okay, and this deck can win without haste, right? So we can actually go from empty board to actual win, right?
Yeah, because you're not trying to win the game in the normal way. You are trying... Your opponent can't win. It's different.
Yeah, that's fair. It's basically fog. Combo fog. Now we durest a Ponder, looking at double Thoughtscour, Snake, Mystic, and Island. So nothing interesting to be taken, and I guess Alessio, milling the opponent this is. Milling the opponent.
Sometimes it's a good strategy if you don't need your graveyard. And also you can happen to mill the Saga Wilding, which is a really huge deal, because if he happens to have more cards than me,
right,
it's really a way I can survive the Infinite Life.
And there is no way, actually, there is a way to take it from the graveyard, because I was thinking, well, maybe like Evolution Witness, but actually we've got Crawl from the Cellar as a one-off to perfectly combine the loop of always having access to something, regardless if it's in your hand or milled in the graveyard.
And guess what is the 61st card? It's always there.
Ah, this is the 61st.
It's the glue to the plan.
This is the glue. And now we're looking at 2 old bordered white creatures staring a bit more modern design of Sneaky Snack and Tolarian Terra. So.
Yeah, obviously you can play almost all the combo of this deck in Premodern also.
Right.
And obviously Giorgio is also a Premodern enjoyer. So.
Perfect. So what's going to win? A modern deck or pre-modern deck?
Pre-modern deck.
Pre-modern deck? Okay, let's see. Let's see. I can see, I think there was at least 1 Devour Flesh and 1 draw spell, but as you mentioned, there is nothing to sacrifice. We don't want to sacrifice our combo creatures, right? We need some leftover cards like Lembas or Nile Spellbomb.
Or Calni Garden,
Right,
which
or-
is the best land to pair in this strategy. When you don't play artifact lands, you have to feed the Fanatical Offering.
And I also think that this is one of the reasons to play the Fanatical Offering, because it leaves a map, which means the next offering has a target, which wouldn't be the case for like Eviscerator's Insight. Spirit Encore, 4 mana 2/2, flying.
And this is the other effect of Encore that we have in this deck. So we already put on the battlefield an infinite, and there are 2 infinite blocker in this time. So we only need to cast on our flesh and resolve it. And I think we have 2 cards that can win us the game.
Oh, wait. Can Giorgio do it? In this insane game, being behind the whole game, can he do it?
I think he's trying to, and
Oh my
he has only
goodness.
1 mana, and he knows there is only Spell Pierce. I think from the on Duress they didn't show the Spell Pierce.
More
but
to
yeah.
5?
We know there is only Spell Pierce.
Yes. Oh my god, Giorgio. At 4 life, looking at 3 snackers coming back and forth. Yes, it worked. Giorgio is at a Gogolplex life total. That's absolutely insane. This life gain combo deck.
And this is exactly what we were saying.
More to
If you know your deck, and if you know your strategies, and you have this advantage against your opponent, also if you're playing a deck that normally people doesn't know how this deck works, you have an advantage and you can do well.
Okay, so can you actually... Okay, so we're playing against Terra, right? And they might be discussing this right now. Can you actually win if you have enough counters? Because you can counter Sagu, crawl from the cellar twice.
Yeah.
So 3 counters, never mind.
And
I
the
guess-
Balustre Spy, and there's also the Duress, so you have only 4 counters well.
Sure, okay. So you can force it through, and clearly we can, because Giorgio takes it down, and we immediately switch, with no time wasted, to our backup, starting game 3, that's convenient, Demetrio Morselli from Lega Pauper Milano, John Wildfire, against Lega Pauper Varsavia from Poland, also known as Ziomas Mikołaj Nowak, who has a Get on top 8 under his belt with Monored Madness.
Nice.
Yesterday, he top 8'd top popper player with
nice.
Jeskai Ephemerate.
Okay.
And today he's playing Gruul Storm. And I know this story. He told me, because I asked him, what if you do well with Jeskai Ephemerate? Which he did, right? And he said, I want to do well with 2 different decks.
He has a wide range of decks, though. He plays all the decks.
He also plays Faeries, so that's nice.
Obviously. I mean, you can be of Lega Pauper Varsavia and not playing Faeries.
Precisely.
I think it's an description thing.
Precisely,
You want to can play here? Do you have a Faeries deck?
Exactly. So Mikołaj said, if I want to have good results, I will do that with a different deck every single time. So he did this with Madness, he did it with Jeskai Ephemerate, and now he's doing it with Gruul Storm. Now, I know there are some fans of Gruul Storm, and I can see them in chat. Yes, I see you. There are different versions of Gruul Storm. There is like the more exile version with Reckless Impulses, and there is the kind of discard version. Crossover Collaboration got into the format, very strong card, leaning into the exile version, but actually, Mikołaj is playing the discard one. And having played alongside Mikołaj, because he's my teammate as well, we do find the discard version to be better.
Yeah, I mean, the worst possible matchup for this strategy is obviously the blue deck.
Right.
So you are mostly losing your blue deck matchup because with the fact there is 8 Hydroblasts, it's really tough for you, and it's really normally a nightmare. You can navigate through, but it's fair. With the discard version, you can go deeper in your deck.
Play
and
instant speed, right?
And you can play instant speed. There is something that you want to do to not fizzle.
Yeah. And actually, the one loss Mikołaj has had was against the blue deck, Dimir Faeries. But now we're looking at highway robbery being plotted.
And this is a nice thing that you can do, where you also have mana reducer, and then this is a complete discount. So when it will be your turn to play, this robbery for free will be probably a huge deal.
Yes, it's very useful because it also doesn't require resources from hand, as you can sacrifice a land on the battlefield, and which in the combo turn is basically irrelevant. Rat's putting a bit of a clock on. First day of class discarded. Naya Spellbomb on the battlefield. As the Gruul player, how afraid are you of the Nile Spellbomb? Oh my goodness!
You can win through one Spellbomb, there is no problem, because the token that sees the storm does will not die from the Spellbomb, because it counts also the exile card, the flashback card that you have in exile, so it's not a problem. It would be shrinked, but it's fine, you can win through it. One pieces of interaction like Spellbomb. I guess multiple like Karkar Shaman and Spellbomb is kind of difficult, but when the Storm player reach for the dice and reach for the red mana and started sacrificing his land, you know there will be probably no more turn.
Okay, you don't know Mikołaj. Mikołaj is the most conservative player that on this planet. If he can, he will try to win on turn 15. Looking at this, I think he has to have this locked up, because otherwise he wouldn't be doing this. And so let's see if this is actually true. He must be very confident in the card he's had. And I see in chat someone says that this is the list of Midhara Haras. True, because this is him. This is Mikołaj Nowak is Midhara from MTGO.
It's always good to see the people behind the magical line usernames and to see them in action also in real. It's kind of exciting.
Yes,
it's kind of exciting.
So Mikołaj Nowak is that player of excellent caliber from Poland, from Lega Pauper Varsavia. Now going for it, glimpse revealing a draw spell, a win con, and a discounter. So one could say everything you might want, but we might bottleneck on mana. We need more rituals.
Yeah, when you're getting off with this deck, I find it really hard getting off without Sitting Song. Sitting Song is so much a deal in these decks. You know, in Pauper there is a lot of the all the rituals are unbanned. They will probably normally ban the payoff cards if they're too consistent.
We did hit Mana Morphose on the last flip, and I see no rituals in his hand, so he needs to go up, and we need to draw like Crossover Collab or a ritual. We can use one of the mana to play the Laughing Mad.
We still have some cards, so also some crossover collaboration will be really good, because with crossover collaboration you can teamwork with your creature, and it's basically free because you have 2 discounter and the red will be replaced by treasure. And so it will be really good.
We still have got the land drop to give, which preferably would be a basic mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We've got Seething Song and immediately reaching out for this. Seething Song, a card we haven't seen in quite some time if you're a modern player, but if you're a Pauper player, you can go wild. And Mikołaj is indeed going. F6 has been called from Demetrio.
So
and
3 mana getting 5 mana is huge, but 1 mana getting 5 red mana, it's really fantastic for this deck.
That is absolutely true. And now we've got 4 mana available. Now, there is a chance we whiff, but let's hope that's not the case. First day of class drawn, 2 creatures and a something. We could first day of class into...
We need to find at least another one Sitting Song to get it off, because you want to reach a point when you first do class and you double seize the storm. So with 2 reducer, this thing is 1 mana for the first do class, and the seize the storm costs 5 on the normal side, and for the flashback it costs 7, I think. So with the discounting thing is 3 plus 5, it's 8. So you normally want at least 9 mana to seize the storm, flashback, attack, you kill.
Now we've got Crossover Collaboration played, which is a new card from the recent set, which is basically like Reckless Impulse that gives you a treasure.
But it was free. It was literally free.
It was literally free. And the treasure actually comes in handy because it gives you an additional type of mana, which can come in handy because this deck actually plays some cards off color, which is, for example, Waterbending Lesson in the sideboard, or sometimes you're lacking maybe green, so it can fix the mana. So that's very nice. First day of class, very kind of forward played. Now we've got kind of this global trigger happening. Every creature now that enters is going to have a counter and haste, and now you're taking origins of metal bending. Why do you think that is?
Because we want to get rid of the spell bomb, and then we want to start casting all the other spell because we want to get this turn done,
Right.
and we don't want our opponent to have another turn, really.
So basically what you're saying is Mikołaj looks at the F6 and says, well, you can still pop the bomb.
I mean, he knows there is F6.
It's not really F6, is it? And so he's preparing for that F6, not F6. And remember that Origins is actually cheaper because Goblin Arakomancer makes green.
Cost less, yeah.
Cost less. We draw big score.
And big score, if you have 3 of your reducers, it's 1 mana, discard 1, draw 2, make 2 more mana. So it's really how this deck pop up in this version of the discard version.
The discard version having big score is very nice. We have made our land drop for the turn, which is very important when playing this deck. There is no, because basically Mountain is like a Lotus Petal, right? You haven't made your land drop, okay, I've got my Lotus Petal. We tested a bit of Lotus Petal. But more in the Exile version. It's nice to play a Lotus Petal from there. So, Laughing Mad played
I played the deck in the last week in a challenge to see how the deck works, and I was like, I don't know if I can get off, but I will try every time. And it was okay. It's so consistent. The deck is really strong.
You remember the previous round together? You said that for you, Monster Tron is like the dark horse of the tournament, right? The deck that you think might have a breakout weekend. To me, Gruul Storm is that deck. I said that last time, and it actually went into the top 8, and I still think so. I think this deck is severely underplayed. And I do hope Jomas will show us that it shouldn't be the case. It should be played much, much more.
But if it's played much more, maybe we see some shenanigans.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the Gruul Storm player doesn't want the deck to be a lot more played. It would be a little unfun.
You know, it is nice to play like a tier 3 deck, so to speak, because nobody's prepared for you, right? In a way, that's nice when the Faeries are tier 3 because nobody's preparing. And we see we're holding priority right now because Origins of Metal Bending is on the stack there. We might be holding priority. I'm not sure what shenanigans these are. We're discarding all the okay, so we are responding to the crackage with every graveyard card.
Yeah, and remember, this card with flashback, that will count for the Seas of the Storm token. Because what the Seas of the Storm created, it's an elemental that is an XX, where X is equal of the number of instant sorcery in your graveyard, plus the card in exile that has flashback.
Yeah. Exactly. And when you play this deck, you will see most of your deck, sometimes the whole deck. So what you have to do, and probably Mikołaj is doing this, counting how many rituals he's gone through. Because he has to remember, okay, there is 1 Desperate left, there is, 2 Seedings left, and clearly, yeah, we've got... So
yes, Mo, we got it covered.
The main bottleneck 20 seconds ago was mana. Now, it's not.
There are also an interesting things on how first day of class work. It's a trigger, so if you cast multiple first day of class in a turn, they are separate triggers. So your Goblin Archaeomancer will not be a 3-3 with 2 first day of class, it will be a 4-4.
Yeah, we might actually see that come into action if we can cast like Seize and Flashback and those couple of the reducers with counters. This might be it, but I don't remember seeing Jomas going for it so early in the game. Abandon attachments using the resources in a separate deck called Sideboard. Lesson Mechanic, recently introduced. Oh, this bunch of cards at least.
I mean, normally when you play these kind of decks, you want to go through all the motion because you don't want to waste your big turn and say, oh, I was 1 damage short. I think we are already in a situation where it's already enough, but we are going through a little bit because if you want to play this deck, you have fun with the deck, and so you continue for the motion and also for the camera.
And you don't want to lose to a random Fairy Macabre or Snuff Out or both. Because like if you think you've got the game completely covered, you might as well play around a bunch of other stuff if possible. And
yeah, also because we are in closed deck list, so they don't know. Because you can play Snuff Out in a giant deck.
Yeah, we saw we saw a handshake. Mikołaj Nowak, Ziomas, Mitrahara from MTGO taking this down to 2-1 record with Gruul Storm having top-8 top popper player of the year with Jeskai Ephemeray. What a round! That was intensive.
Yeah, it was really a show mastery from our two combo players.
Right?
Yeah. It was for the opponents was really unfortunate that they faced, I think, the best player of the archetype, we can say. A lot of results for both of them in all the events in Power. So it was kind of tough.
Yeah, so this was our combo round. There isn't that many combo decks in Pauper, especially at the very top tables. So it's nice to showcase that you can very much play Pauper the way you enjoy. You can be mid-range, combo, control, tempo, and anything in between. And we saw exactly that. Now, before we go, let's take a look at the whole meta game, just so we get like a full picture. Because, this round, it doesn't mean, again, Pauper is all combo. On the contrary, Mono Red Madness, although it's like a bit of an asterisk combo kind of deck. Grixis Affinity, Giant Wildfire, second row, Naya Gates, Mono Blue Terra, Mono Red Rally, Monster Tron, and just then we see Elves and Fairies.
In the Dimec version,
In
not
the-
even the Mono Blue. The Mono Blue is
It's further down.
Yeah, it's 1.6. There are 17 players.
So, okay, tell me, what do you think of the fact that in the top, let's say, 10 decks, we see suddenly Naya Gates and Monster Tron?
So the thing is, mid-range culture also in Italy, and this particularly after a ban list, the mid-range culture is really high. So the mid-range deck are 50-50 normally with all the fields. They have some good matchup, like the Naya version really has a good red matchups. So that's why I think that the deck will convert really good in day 2.
Okay.
That is also one of my bets
Nice.
that I like to do. But we see there is a lot of blue decks that now are popping out after like a year. There was a trend, but it was not consolidated. Like we saw Dimec Faeries, Mono Blue Tarot, Dimec Tarot, Azorius Familiar also after the win yesterday in top upper
Right.
player of the year. Just Kai Ephemerate as a 2.8. It's really the deck is really strong.
Okay,
Really impressed
so
me.
now, key question to you, my friend. What would you have brought for this tournament if you played this?
So I was obviously on John Wildfire. I decided also the 75 that I shared with a lot of people, and I was having some doubts about the Naya Gates because in day 1, Mono Red Madness is normally the most played, and with John you suffer the matchup.
Right.
It's not that good. Like with Naya and cards like Prismatic Strands, you're really ahead. So to make us smooth day 2, Naya Gates was probably the best. While the matchup against John Wildfire is one of the most problematic because they have everything. They have Wildfire for your Basilisk Gate, they have a Karkan Shaman for your ground creatures, they have Removal Spell for the Guardian, Near Spellbomb for the Snacker. They got it all covered. So John is overall better in the mid-range fights, but if you happens to be against a lot of aggro, a lot of combo also,
Right.
sometimes the Naya Gate is much better positioned.
Okay, that's very interesting. I would play Fairies, by the way. I would run the same list probably from yesterday, which I almost top 8 with, the top power play of the year, but top 16, I'll take it. I'm trusting in spells such as Sprite. And plenty of other people, because we do have like a couple of spells such as Sprites in the room. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so this is it for our round 3. It was absolutely excellent to watch these players navigate the combo turns. I'm curious what future rounds bring. For round 4, we switch out for the other casting pair. Emma and Mango will take over. I've been Skura, also known as Enzifront. And here's Franco. Thank you very much for this round, and I'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. It's time for another deck test. Here with me, there is one of our best guests. Here with me, one of the men inside of Wizard, one of the men of Power Panel, one of my best friend and people that I really like to have here. It's a pleasure to have you again here. And I want to say here for the first time, I really love the statement of the Power Panel around the last banned list, because was a nice thing to have for the community. Was one of the best things that you can say to the community, where everything was clear, everything was just, I lay down my card on the table, and I just want to show how much we care about this format. And that was the truth. Everyone accepted, everyone loved it. And so thank you again for that.
Oh yeah, you're very welcome. I think we even cite Poppergeddon in that article as like an important thing we're looking at, or that we're caring about in making this decision. I know my general theory with band announcements is not everyone's going to agree, and this was pretty controversial in many ways, so I wouldn't expect everyone to agree. But at least if you lay out the reasons why, everyone can understand why you did it. And you can talk about the reasons, but at least it's not a mystery. You know why it happened, and then you can talk about the theory behind it, right? So that's my hope, and I'm excited to see what happens this weekend. And we got our eye on a couple other cards too, so we'll see what happens.
Yes, it's great. But now focus on your deck and your choice for the Poppergeddon. You already played the trial. You lost the by winning against another guy inside of Wizard.
Yeah, I brought my friend Abe to this tournament. He's a fellow designer. He's been playing Popper at the office. And in round 3, we're both 1-1. And so it wouldn't be funny if we played in the finals. And lo and behold, 4 rounds later, it's round 7. We get a matchup against each other. And I'm glad one of us got the bye, but it's unfortunate to lose.
Yeah, but your deck performs very well. And it's very strange, I would say, because this deck is under the radar. No one except that this deck was something really cool, that was good in this meta. It's not something that you see very often on Magic Online. So why you choose to play this deck?
Well, it's actually got a funny story behind it. So I came to my first Poppergeddon 4 years ago.
Yeah,
2023, my first time. Had a great time. And Mirko lent me, I was like, hey, you want to borrow a deck? And he lent me the red-white synthesizer deck. And I loved it. I totally fell in love with this deck. I absolutely loved Synthesizer. The next year I came back to Poppergeddon, and I was trying to figure out what deck to play, and the night before, Modern Horizon 3 had just come out.
Yeah.
And the night before the tournament, I brewed up a red, white, black Synthesizer deck that no one had ever really played before, and then I played it in Poppergeddon and 9-0'd the first day. Unfortunately, the wheels kind of fell off on day 2, but I felt really good about that deck and that brew. I've always loved this deck. Last year I came back here, and I was like, I kind of want to play this deck again, and everyone's like, do not play Mardu Synthesizer. It is so bad in the meta right now. You cannot play it. And I was like, I mean, I want to. I love the deck. It's so fun. But they talked me out of it. And I ended up playing some other deck. I went 1-2 drop. And in the meantime, Mardu makes the top 8 last year. Yeah. That could have been me, you know? Yeah. So this year, I just decided months ago, I was like, no matter how bad this is in the metagame right now,
I will go straight for it.
I love this deck. I care about this deck. I got all the cards basically in foil. Like, I am playing this deck. I am locked into this deck.
Yeah. I mean, and this is one of the great things, if you think about it, about Eternal format. You choose an archetype, you choose the card that you love, and you decide to play it. And if you are good at playing them, they reward you. This is one of the best things of Magic. This is why we love Magic and why we love Eternal format. You pick your archetype that represents you in the real life, and in your way to express your mood, and you play that. And you explain this. I want to play this because this is me.
It's so fun.
Yes.
Yeah, I love playing this. Right? I mean, and also I think it helps that Popper's metagame is so large. We'll talk about our matchups here in a second, but like at the end of the day, who knows what you're going to play in that field tomorrow, right? Like you can play against a ton of different decks, and so I'm just going to play something that I love and I'm comfortable with, and I think has pretty tight matchups across the board, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so but just go down and sneak inside of the list. There are some cards that I think they are must have in this deck list. There are the rats. Yeah. This is the main reason to play black, I would say.
That's the reason to play black, right? I mean, the engine of Synthesizer plus Score Skyfisher and Glint has been used all over the place for a while. I love it. It's super fun when you get it rolling. When you're doing it, like, you can have no cards in your hand and cast like 6 spells the next turn, right? It's so awesome. But this edition of the Familiar really helps out a lot of your matchups and is really, really, really strong.
Then you have this card that was great because it's a way to grind your opponent and to don't play a lot of burn spell or like creature to attack your opponent, just remove 1 for 1 and play like a June style modern deck. But then I have a question: why you don't want to play Prophetic Prism?
Yeah.
Why don't play the card that was in the banned and restricted list for a long time? Then it came out.
Yeah.
And it seems a very good card here.
Well, yeah, well, first I'll talk to the Black Mage's Rod for a second. So the Black Mage's Rod is huge in this deck because sometimes the board gets gummed up, and like I said, maybe you're casting a bunch of spells in one turn, and you can ding them for a ton of damage. Like, for example, Writhing Chrysalis is a tough card to play against for this deck.
Yeah.
But usually they can't attack into you either. So if you have a couple Black Mage's Wrongs, you can just ping them to death really easily, right? This card, some people only play 3, and I play 4 because it compounds so much, right? If you draw 2 or 3 copies, it's really easy to start killing people.
Yeah.
With your question about Lembas versus Prophetic Prism, I like the Prism. In fact, when it got unbanned, I was like, this might be a great place to put it in, help out the mana a little bit. But with Red, as popular as it is, and Red is actually, I think, one of the harder matchups, the life gain is just too important, right?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta be able to dig yourself out those last 2 life points. And the card selection as well. So while ideally, like a different metagame, I might play like 3 Lembas, 1 Prism, or even split them 2 and 2. Here, I just think I need the Lembas.
Yeah, and I want to go down for last question of the main deck, and the question is Clashing Wildfire. Because this deck has some trouble with the mana base. We all know that 3-color deck in Power has trouble. Then some fetches came out. This is a great addition to play 3-color. But then you build around a build that can play gates plus Wildfire that help you to develop all your color.
Yeah, so one thing that's really unique is you look at a card like Cleansing Wildfire, and normally you expect it to be a deck full of like 4 and 5 drops, right?
Yeah.
This deck is very deceiving. Yes, a lot of the cards cost 1 or 2 mana. In fact, basically everything fundamentally costs 1 or 2 mana in this deck. But you need your mana a lot. Like, you'll do a lot of play Glinthawk, Rank Synthesizer, cast Synthesizer, play other spells. And so you actually need to have like 6 mana a lot of the time in this deck. And so getting you ahead on mana with the Wildfire really goes a long way. This is something I was not playing, and then last year I saw the guy that made top 8 at Pauper actually play it, and I really liked it, so I picked it up. And I was skeptical at first, but it's been really good for me.
Yeah, this card is very good because your deck basically is very mana angry in the fact that you need red, white, black, and so it helps you also to develop these colors.
The other thing about it is it also has some great incidental damage against other decks. Like if you play against Tron or Gates, you can just hit those, which is really good.
Yeah, also because against Tron you have some troubles, at least in the main deck, and so you have 4 single effects. That could help you. Okay, just go to the sideboard. In the sideboard, I see a lot of cards against the red deck. But there is one card missing, the Shaman, the goblin that help you to kill all the opponent creature, sucking artifact. That was something that we saw in the main deck, but at least in the sideboard. Why you decide to remove it?
Yeah, and I've even played it before in the past at Pauper again. I think it is actually not that good in the current metagame right now. The most played red, the token red deck is very good against. But the most played red deck with Sneaky Snackers, I actually don't want it against. Sure. I'm not going to play any Toxin Analysis, so like it's not good against Terror or anything like that. Which leaves like Elves, and it's very good against Elves. Do not get me wrong, but I like my Elves matchup a lot. You'll know a lot of people only play 3 Lightning Bolts. I have 4 Lightning Bolts in the main deck. I have Cast in the Fire in the sideboard.
Yeah, the card is amazing against Elf,
So I really tech to make sure I'm pretty good against Elves. I could imagine, I'm going to go back tonight and look at my sideboard, maybe tweak 1 or 2 cards. I could imagine like a single Clan Shaman makes it in there, but it's just, I think it's not very good right now, unless you play like specifically against Elves, really.
So maybe this is why you choose to play only 1 munition in the sideboard.
Right, like a lot of the decks that munitions is really strong against, like Faeries and Elves, I like my matchups against. Like I really like my Faeries matchup in general. You can lose against Faeries, but I'm generally like my Faeries matchup.
Okay, so last question is, what is your best matchup that you want to find every round in Pauper-Geddon, and what is the matchup that you try to sneak out?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll say this is a deck on really narrow margins. I feel like my matchup against everyone is always like pretty close, and I can beat anybody and lose to anybody, which is scary but also exciting, right? It means your play skill really ends up mattering a lot, and your draws matter a lot. The matchup I want to play against the least probably is the mono red Sneaky Snacker burn deck. I can beat it. I have beat it. But it is just like, if they get a good draw, it's so hard to beat. Game 1 is especially rough. Game 2, you get the Navigator's Compasses and the Spell Bombs and things like that to help you out. But if they get a draw a bunch of Snackers, it can be really, really tough to fight against. Usually a lot of the blue decks I'm pretty happy to play against. Like Faeries, I feel pretty good about my matchup against Faeries. You can lose to it, but I feel good about that. Ephemerate can beat you with a good drop. Once again, I feel decent with my Ephemerate matchup. So happy to play some against some of those blue decks. But really, haven't played this deck a lot. Every time I sit down, I'm never like, this is going to be an easy matchup.
Yeah.
Because some get a popper, you're like, okay, this is going to be easy or hard, right?
Yeah.
I always sit down and I'm like, all right, I got to lock in. This is going to be another grind amount game. And this deck goes like 40 minutes every round at least. So you really got to play it well.
Yeah, this deck feels me like remembering about Death and Taxes in Legacy. You are a deck that doesn't have very good matchup and doesn't have very bad matchup. You just sit down and play real Magic. We want to play Magic here.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you to be here in the deck tech. I hope you enjoy this Paupergeddon in this huge forum. Now that we are in Lucca with more people, I think it's a nice thing for the community.
Yeah.
And this is something that really vibes how much people care about Pauper. It's not about be the best player in the Pro Tour or be someone that is very famous. We are all here because we love the community and we love to play with that card.
Absolutely. I mean, just seeing how much Paupergeddon has grown, even in the time that I've been going, it's amazing, right? 3 a year, 1,000+ players basically each time. Like, that's great. And the community here is incredible. So I love coming back. I'm going to keep trying to make one a year if I can. So
okay, so thank you so much, Gavin. And thank you all for watching. I hope that you are enjoying the streaming and see you next for the next match. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. We are now here to bring you round 4 of Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. So I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with one and only Andrea Mengucci, and we are here to bring you more Pauper coverage from a 1,000+ player event, one of the more higher attended Paupergeddons. These events just keep growing and growing. People are traveling all across the world and Europe just to slam some commons down and get some cool prizes.
Yes, indeed. The players are growing. The coverage is growing. You watching home, that number is also growing. The later in the event it will go, also that number is going to grow. We are playing 8 rounds today.
Yep.
We are just slightly before the half of it.
Yes.
Because this is round 4.
We are on round 4.
So we're going to, the players need to lose only 2 matches today.
Yep, so it's 18 points, which is like a 6-2 record for day 2.
Exactly. And then next day we'll have 6 rounds plus top 8. So achieving that top 8 is an extremely hard feat that only, 8 people will manage to do. But yeah, very, very long tournament, very difficult tournament, but the prizes are worth it because the players are playing for over 10,000 euros in prizes with, paying off until the top 32, I believe.
Correct. So if we can get the prize layout for the event, if possible. And they've added some stuff this time. It's not just
Top 64, I'm
Yeah, top
sorry.
64.
So, yeah.
It's not only Euros on the line, but you also have these uncut sheets and these oversized cards, which is something fairly new to Paupergeddon. So you get to get a cool thing to take away, going, yes, I won this out of Paupergeddon, and that's
Yep,
great.
exactly. Around the 30,000 euro is the total prize. And again, uncut sheets and Orsets card definitely adds. So again, thank you to Watsi, who is supporting this tournament. And we will love always more support for the Pauper format, which is, of course, very well beloved. This weekend, also happening a tournament overseas in the Pauper Genesis, I believe, in the New York area.
It's Baltimore, Maryland. So it's ran by some folks who are based in New York, but they're running it in Baltimore as part of like a big CubeCon event for the area.
Nice.
So that's called Pauper Genesis. There's like 256 players, I believe, playing in that, which will be the highest attending Pauper event in the US. So that's growing as well. And I believe there's an event in Brazil happening this weekend too. So there's all the Pauper going around the world. Let's go back to the feature match now. We have John Wildfire versus Turbo Fog. We haven't seen Turbo Fog in a while.
Yeah, I know Davide very well.
Yeah?
He's a player that plays in my Pauper League, Lega Pauper Adriatica, on Turbofog, fully foiled out Turbofog.
See the Ash Barons already. That's
I didn't
one of
even
the
know
secret
that
layer
art
ones.
existed. And upstairs we got Giulio Carlini, who's the winner of the Lega Pauper Savona. So, you know, two Riverside leagues, but, you know, quite far from each other.
Yep. So we're going to tap this Ash Barons to Island Cycle, this Lorena reveal, to get a Tangle Islet, which has the forest and island typing.
All right, so Turbofog, Emma, why, like, this kind of seems like an oxymoron.
Yeah, so Turbo Fog's a really interesting one. It's definitely one of the decks you can play in the format, and it's one of those decks that's kind of unique to Pauper. As the name suggests, you're playing lots of moment pieces. You're flashbacking those moment pieces just to stop any form of combat damage. So nice aggressive combat damage deck. I'm just gonna blank this, and then you use cards like Stream of Thought to try and mill out your opponent. I've seen some Turbo Fog decks that side in Tolarian Terror as a way just to, like, you know, deal damage and win the game. It's very unique to the format. I used to play it a little bit, but I also respect the fact that I would like my games to end on time.
Yeah,
it can take a while.
Which this player have not managed to do in one of the previous rounds. They are 1-1-1.
Yeah, there's a draw here.
So this is definitely a slow deck. So you need to, well, kill the opponent. You can't just prolong the game with those campfire.
Yep, and one of the reasons this deck takes a while because you have stuff like Campfire that just buffers your life total, just extending that game a bit further. So we have a refurbished familiar hit in the battlefield here. One of the Paupergeddon altered ones. Looks gorgeous.
Yes, indeed. That's one of the Shivan art that I also play on my channel, on my YouTube channel,
nice.
Megas Workshop. We always play with those Paupergeddon art, and this one is Throbbing Charm. This is it's the summer 2026 edition.
Ooh, very nice. So we've got Brainstorm kicking off here from the Mystical Archives from the original Strixhaven set, I want to say. It's in Japanese because they did a bunch of cool Japanese cards. And now we're just figuring out what we're putting back.
Yes, indeed. And Brainstorm, of course, better paired with something like...
That's a Tangle
wait.
from the Spider-Man set.
Oh, so he discarded Tangle to refurbish Familiar.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tangle's another one of the...
How did you know that?
As part of my day job, I look at Magic cards.
Oh,
so
wow.
I have to look at everything. So Tangle's another one of these fog cards that you play. Believe it was an Invasion, I want to say it was first printed in, something like that.
So
it was an old card.
Yeah, Tangle, just like Battle Screech, is one of those cards that never actually existed as a common.
Yep.
It was added to Pauper when they merged Magical Line and Paper together. So the card actually never doesn't exist as a common in a paper printing.
But there is this Spider-Man version, which is in the bonus sheet. I believe it was Marvel Spider-Man. Kind of flavorful because it's Tangle with spiderwebs, but it's really, really good in this Turbo Fog deck.
Yes, indeed. And it's a fog that not only prevents the damage, but also basically just fogs 2 turns.
Yep. And we've got another refurbished familiar dropping here.
Discarding a Weather the Storm, I believe.
Yeah, that looks... Yeah, that's a Weather the Storm. This deck is really shiny.
Shiny and also weird.
Shiny and also foreign. Have to figure out what we're playing.
A third refurbished familiar. That's crazy good.
That is another Weather the Storm by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, and now I
The
mean,
storm has been appropriately weathered here.
this is like such a great start for the Jund player who on turn 4 has already 3 Refurbished Familiar and sees on top our Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah.
Once again, the Shield art, alternative art. So Campfire, gain some life.
Yep. That's what it's there for.
The Weather's Storm would have gained 9 life that turn.
Yeah. And we've got a second campfire, so we're getting even
Mhm.
more life here. We're getting cozy by the fire.
Yeah, let me see how many Campfire does Davide play. He plays 3 copies of it.
Oh, okay, okay. And then here's that Roving Chrysalis that we saw on top due to the map token. It's going to bring some Eldrazi spawns for the ride. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of pressure here, which is something you need to do. Sure, it's Turbo Fog. They can just blank a load of combat damage, but you still have to swing in. They might run out eventually, right?
Exactly, and Davide decides to take this, so it goes to 10. Maybe he has a fog in hand, but he just decides that he was just defog the next one.
Campfire will negate 4 of that damage, so it's actually 6.
Yeah.
And then we've got another Brainstorm.
Okay, so Brainstorm just looking for some card advantage engine, because that's what you need. You need to draw some extra cards, and Davide has access to Behold the Multiverse.
Yes.
Maybe just even art casting Alluring Reveal is like not a bad play here. So those are just ways for the Turbo Fog to just kind of go on top and then just eventually mill the opponent out with Stream of Thoughts.
Yeah.
A newer card that, well, haven't played yet in Pauper against Turbo Fog since this card was added. Embrace the Paradox. You can see it on screen.
From Seekers of Strixhaven as well.
It's an instant that lets you draw 3 cards and put a extra land into play.
It reminds me of that card
Urban
from,
Evolution.
Yeah, the one from Gatecrash.
But that was a sorcery.
Yeah.
So this being an instant is an upgrade to that.
Much nicer. Especially when you're playing stuff like Simic Growth Chambers as well. You can just get ahead. This is a nice one. Strixhaven had some real bangers for Pauper.
Yes, indeed.
So 3 mana here. We're going to play another Roving Chrysalis because what's better than 1 Roving Chrysalis is 2 of them and a bunch of spawns as well.
Yep, with all those weird art too.
Yeah, like
spooky faces.
Looks like Jack Skellington. Gonna swing in here with one of these crystals.
Oh, interesting. He's not attacking with 2
of the
Ravenous Familiar.
Yeah, he's keeping them back.
Refurbished Familiar, sorry. And that's because of Tangle.
Yes.
Which Davide plays 3 copies of.
And speaking of Tangle, here it is.
Oh, wow. That was actually a great play by Giulio.
Yeah. So the last thing you want is just to lock down the whole board and you just can't attack for a turn.
Yeah, and Davide, could have had the other Fog effect, which is, of course,
Here's the Toxic Analysis.
Moment's Peace.
It's going to create a clue token.
That's funny.
Give Death Touch and Lifelink.
Toxinize is here just as a 3-mana cycle.
Yeah.
Not impressive.
It's pretty good with Clan Shaman, but this is not the matchup for it.
Yeah, and the players have kind of moved away from it too. Like I've seen less Toxinizes than usual in the Jump Wildfire lists.
Sometimes you see it in a Grixis Affinity, but it depends on the metagame and, tabletop metagames, especially at Paupergeddon, are a lot different to metagames, say, online or at your LGS. But we're going to kick off with this Lorien Reveal. We're actually going to draw 3 cards here.
Lure Reveal is scary here because basically means I don't have...
and here comes a Bajuka Bog.
I don't have a Fog this turn. That's what he's saying.
He needs to find the Fogs.
I doubt he could die, but, the shields are down for this turn. So, let's see, Giulio, what he can do. There's no ways to give any creature haste.
Nope. We are going to crack these spawn tokens and grow our Raven Chrysalides. And we're going to play Nicholas Wellspring. We're going to draw a card here.
I love how both of these players have a fully foiled deck.
Yeah, we've got Nail Spellbomb as well. Good choice of basics from both of our players as well.
Attacking for 9.
Yeah, 9. Go to 7. Game.
Basically, this just means that from now on, Davide has to fog every single turn of the game.
And a Tangle would be great here as well.
There are no Galvanic Blasts in these John Wildfire decks anymore. That's a kind of a card that was replaced by Cast Down just to be able to kill the Chrysalis on the opposite side.
So we have Behold the Multiverse being foretold here. Let's save that for a future turn. See what David wants to do here.
Yeah, we actually don't know what that Behold card is, but we know because we
Yeah.
actually have access to their list.
It's the foretell. I believe it's the only foretell card.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a plot card.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of similar to Plot,
Yeah.
but space down.
Yeah. This card's sweet. Countdown was a fun set.
Yeah, I mean, like Magic cards, every set you need new mechanic, and new mechanic you can't just invent new mechanic all the time. You can just throw back some older mechanics.
It's like when someone would morph a creature, it's like, oh, this is probably like a will bender, or back in standard when Den Protector was a thing. It's like, oh, I wonder what this is.
Yeah, and Promoter I play Exalted Angel a lot.
Oh, sure.
All right, so Julio is attacking only with the card you see tapped right now. Keep on playing around the Tangle.
Yep, so we're seeing, 2 copies of Tangle already?
But as a result, maybe Davide can afford to not fog. He goes down to 1. Wow. So maybe we're just wondering, Julio should have attacked with an extra refurbished familiar there
So we got
to force the fog. I think that's a very important play that Julio should have done, just like count. With those 4 life from Campfire, I need to apply lethal. I need to, because, yeah.
We're going to sacrifice the Equal Westwing to draw another card.
Oh, wow. To the
Killed-
Clarkland Shaman ability.
Yeah, it's not very good in this matchup, so you may as well try and get something out of it. At worst, you get a card draw. So here comes Troublemaker Oof.
Whoa.
It's going to target one of these campfires.
Main deck Troublemaker Oof is not something that you see every day.
Yeah, it's normally in the sideboard. You normally see a few copies, right? And we're going to sacrifice our Indestructible Artifact land to answer one of these campfires.
But I feel like Campfire kind of has run out of its effect. Because he's at 1 life. There's like, from now on, he just has to fog. I mean, I said that last turn, and then he didn't. Because Judah didn't attack with all his creatures.
Yep, so here is that Behold the Multiverse that we did not know it was a Behold the Multiverse because it was foretold. Then we're going to Campfire, gain some life, get it back up to 3.
All right. David is actually holding a grip of cards here, despite those 3 refurbished familiar discarded a lot of cards at the beginning of the game. The Lure Revealed, followed by Behold the Multiverse, is now filling him up, and he is. Ooh, that's a growth spiral, I believe.
Yeah, that's a growth spiral. Draw a card, put a land into play. Simic Road Chamber's a nice one.
That's a lot of card advantage.
And here comes that island.
Passing the turn, so now we know that a fog is coming.
Yep, we got 5. We got what? 6 mana up, 5 mana.
I'm actually curious to see if Davide finds a weird art for momentary pieces, moments piece as well, or if he just can't.
I think the nicest moment piece is the original print.
Yeah, I agree too. But he always playing weird arts all the time, so anything can happen here.
Moment piece is great because it has flashback as well. So
let's see.
No, it's Tango,
once
Tango
again,
number 3.
all right.
Oh, Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man.
And here comes a makeshift
oh my God.
munitions, which gets around it. We've got Arcane Denial.
How does he... Okay, Arcane Denial. That's an incredible card. I love Arcane Denial.
In this deck, it's especially great.
Because you make the opponent draw 2.
Yep.
And then you just benefit from that because you just want to mill them. That's your goal.
Yep.
But Arcane Denial is wonderful whenever you counter your own card.
Yes.
Especially if it's a Storm card. So let's say you play Weather the Storm, put 3 copies on the stack, and you can Arcane Denial one of them and draw 3 cards.
And gain some life.
Very, very powerful interaction. 5 mana.
Lorien Revealed? Yeah, we've got another Lorien Revealed. We're going to draw some more cards here.
Yeah, I think everything is going according to plan for Davide, who just needs to find some fogs. And then eventually he will mill the opponent out with Stream of Thoughts.
So we have 1 copy. We have 1 fog. We've used up all our tangles, so it's just Moments Piece by the looks of it. Left.
There's 4 Moments Piece and 1 fog.
yeah.
Actual factual fog.
Just the card fog.
All right.
So we've got Lembas here.
Yeah, so Lembas has a weird text.
Yes.
That says whenever you sacrifice it, you shuffle it into your
back
deck.
in, yeah.
But that doesn't prevent you from just getting deck, because every time you recast the Lambas, you have to draw a card.
Yep.
So Lambas just, 2 or 3 Lambas will still lose you the game.
Figuring out what we want to attack with here, because there's clearly a fog spell in hand.
Yeah.
But we are
I
out of
wouldn't.
tangles.
Yeah. Another thing that Turbo Fog does is it puts you in a. Oh,
It's
maybe
a
Davide
brainstorm.
doesn't have a fog effect.
Yeah, he's got a chance to look for one now. This is a brainstorm.
Haha. Putting 2 back on top. And then, do we have a moment's piece?
Or
Or-
a fog.
Or we concede? He,
We have a moment's piece.
I told you. I told you that he would have surprised us with a weird art.
I like the original one myself.
Yeah.
The Rebecca Gay art. I've got a
Yeah.
couple of foils at home.
I didn't
So-
even know there was a special art for Moments piece, but
Yeah.
Davide has them all.
There's a secret layer card like
For
think of
every card.
everything these days.
Yeah, especially those commons.
Yeah, Lorraine revealed once again.
Oh, look how beautiful this one is.
Yes, so nice, isn't it?
Yeah, this is
Oh, it's
art.
incredible.
This is actual art. I love it.
I need to get my copy signed at some point.
Yeah. Well, Rebecca Guay is at tournaments here and there.
Yeah, I believe she did Eternal Weekend
Ooh.
last year, which was also part of
Where?
Armageddon
Here.
here in
Oh,
Europe.
nice.
Yeah, she wanted to be here, which is just like a testament to how, word of mouth and, the vibes and how everyone
I
enjoys
mean,
these
if you
events.
have to choose between Pittsburgh and Italy,
I would also go
and you get
Italy,
paid
yeah.
to fly,
Yeah.
I would choose Italy.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
remember the queue just being really long. It just went like halfway down the hall, and it's like,
For
oh yeah,
sure.
it's obviously Rebecca
Yeah.
because Rebecca's great.
Yeah. Speaking of Pittsburgh, just this week I bought my flight, so I'll be going
Oh,
to
very good,
the
very good.
American Eternal Weekend, as well as, of course, the one that's happening in Lucca once again, the 30th of December. Here, same location. You will have the Paupergeddon, you will have the Eternal Weekend, you'll have the
You have like a
Rebecca Guay, maybe.
Yeah, like
So just get your you get your flight now.
yeah. So the cool thing about Eternal Weekend last year in Italy, they had a pre-modern tournament. I think it had like 200 plus players, and at this point, it was like the highest attending pre-modern event, and it was just like a day event. And it's just cool that you have this venue where it's just like the home of eternal non-rotating magic, and
Yeah.
it's great. But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you had the Legacy event was a 2-day event with almost 1,000 people. The Vintage event was around 300 people. The Paupergeddon was
Like
just
900 to
less
1,000.
than 1,000, but still very many people. And this was all happening in the same location.
Yeah, and there's like an upstairs and a downstairs. It's great. And oh look, we're gonna flash back this moment's piece.
Yeah. So now Davide just needs to find his stream of thoughts.
Yeah. So
The goal of this game is just that he's gonna go stream of thoughts, milieu 4, whatever, 20, and then you want to just play a fog, and then just that's how and then you play another stream of thoughts and you kill the opponent.
Yeah.
So that is the plan. If you're asking yourself the question, how does this deck win? It's this incredibly weird art card. This is actually
Modern Horizons card.
this
no
is
less.
actually a crazy card. Like, just look at the art.
I mean, the guy on the right is
Okay.
clearly the Turbo Fog player, and the guy on the left is the opponent. It's just like, oh no, I'm getting milled out.
I'm gonna put my, I don't know, pan in the
I
head.
was gonna say, it looks like a bucket.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
Okay.
so target player puts the top 4 cards of the library, and also a very important text in this deck. You shuffle up to 4 cards, meaning that you mill the opponent out for what? 12, maybe 16. But it's not just that. You put all those tangles in your deck.
Yep, and then you just
And,
do it
then
again.
and then you go brainstorm Lorien, and you just do some deck thickening right there.
Yeah.
We are 1,066 players at this Paupergeddon Summer Edition.
Oh yeah.
Today we play 8 rounds, and this is round number 4.
Yep, and these players are 1-1-1. They're
1,
pretty
1,
even
1.
spread at the
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah, in this first rounds of Swiss, we want to feature some decks that are, I think, pretty cool, but
Yeah, just
we
to
may
showcase
not
the
be able to.
format a bit.
Exactly, we may not be able to feature them later.
And here comes the Arcane
Oh!
Denial on the stream of all.
This is a powerful play because this means that you are countering the storm effect.
Yep.
Sorry, the replicate effect.
Yep.
So you still get to mill 4, and I still shuffle whatever 3 tangle, and you can actually start. You can actually shuffle stream of thoughts.
I was gonna say shuffle. You want to shuffle some of those back in, but the tangle, considering you have 3 tangles already in the graveyard. Oh, so we're gonna do stream of thought, brainstorm, brainstorm, and brainstorm. And
Oh
weather.
wow! I'm gonna
And-
shuffle the tangles. How many cards? Can he? Wait, how many cards does Stream of Thought mill?
4.
4. Because this. Oh, did he? But you can only choose 4.
Choose up to 4. But I think David is just like thinking.
Oh yeah, he listened to me. See, he shuffled 3 tango at the stream of
And
thoughts.
now shuffle them back in, and
Yeah.
we spin the wheels again.
Yeah.
And we just get to see this very, very pretty deck as well.
No, yeah. I mean, it's
Gorgeous.
it's not just foil. It's foil and all weird art. Like it's a
Yeah.
particular way to foil.
Yeah, it's great because you have this weird, like, unique foil turbo fog deck. On the other side, you have a bunch of Giant Wildfire cards that are foil, but they're also like signed by the artists. There's like Paupergeddon altars and stuff.
And also, Clark Shaman foil is very expensive as well.
Oh yeah.
And also, those Shivan Art foil cards are very rare. There's only, I believe, 120 copies in the world.
Yep.
And so
Super collectible, especially if you're somebody who likes to play these Paupergeddons. And
Yeah.
so again, another strength of the event. You get some cool exclusive tokens and altars that you can put in your deck.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe that new spellbomb could have been sacrificed in response to Stream of Thoughts and just deny those 3 tangle to be put in the deck.
And this is just a straight up fog.
Yeah. So the thing is that it was weird interaction. He was able to shuffle the Stream of Thought itself because he countered it with Arcane Denial.
Yeah.
Meaning that the card went to the graveyard first, the original one, and then the copy resolved.
Yeah. You're gonna
So very weird.
cast a Behold the Multiverse here. Scry 2 and draw 2. Find those tangles that we just put back in.
Yeah.
See an Arcade Denial in hand as well.
This is casting probably Allure Revealed.
I think we've cast 2
No,
already.
maybe another Stream of Thought.
Yeah.
And are we doing again the... No, I don't think we are.
We're not Arcane Denialing.
Yeah. So this is how many cards? 8. No, 12. This is 12 now. We better crack that relic now.
Yeah, the Spellbomb.
Or we can concede as well, honestly. I think Julio should definitely consider that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, actually. Something we talked about with the Storm deck that we commentated on round 2. It's like, there comes a point where you need to realize, you know, I can't come back from this, and the clock is ticking down. And the worst thing you want on a day one is a second draw.
Second draw is a loss.
It's basically a loss. Like,
These players
it's not
need
what
to
you
go.
want.
These players need to go 4-0 if they want to. Sorry, 5-0 if they want to qualify to day 2. So
Yeah.
very hard to do, and that's one of the reasons we show them is because we don't want to lose them. You know, if they pick up a loss, if David picks up a loss, I can't show his weird foil fog. Yeah, I definitely have to admit I'm responsible for David to be here. I said I want fog because I think it's a very special deck that you can only see in Pauper.
Yeah, it's a very unique deck for the format. And when we looked at the Pauper meta game in round 2, it was just very sort of, you know, Mono Red Madness. You had Giant Wildfire that we're seeing right now, Grixis Affinity, and like elves and whatnot. And it's like, you don't really get to see the weird stuff like Turbo Fog, like Storm, or even Poison Storm. There's like one person playing Poison Storm this weekend.
That's true. There's one person playing Poison Storm. If he's alive, I think we should feature him next turn.
It's just a lot of just like weird and wonderful decks. That makes Pauper great. So we're gonna play another Raven Chrysalis here. Couple more spawns. We have 3 Chrysali on the battlefield. But no way to punch this damage. David is on 7. Julio is still on 20. Because life totals doesn't really matter in this game.
Life total doesn't matter. Well, yeah.
It matters for one side, one player.
You need to fog it, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You kind of don't want to concede because there's always a chance that fog doesn't find a fog.
Yeah. But there is a moment piece in this graveyard, so they can flash it back.
He's now asking maybe the opponent, how many cards do you have?
We're getting to the point of...
Oh, look at that. Davide passes, and Julio decides to crack the new spellbomb.
Yes. Now we don't have a moment's piece in the graveyard. You just got to... But we might have some of those tangles that were put back into the deck due to the Streamer 4. And here's a card we were talking about earlier from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Oh, yeah, this is the new card.
Embrace the Paradox.
Embrace the Paradox. 5 mana, draw 3, put an extra land into play.
And that extra land is a Dimec Aqueduct.
Ooh. Apparently, forcing me core chamber is not enough bounce lands. We need more.
And here comes that moment's piece. Going back into the graveyard can be recast at a future turn due to that flashback.
Yeah, as
And
a
here comes Cleansing Wildfire.
this is the first one actually.
The most proactive Cleansing Wildfire. It's going to hit the Simic Growth Chamber.
I like this, but yeah, he's actually drawing a card. So
Yeah. Not sure what you want to do in this situation.
look how small is the deck from David. Yeah, I mean, it's always something, as a commentator, as a caster, it's always an interesting thing. It's like, what do you do in the early stages of day one?
Yeah.
Do you show the best player on the best deck? Or do you show, some of the fringe deck, the one-of? And I think, you'll have plenty of time to see the best player on the best decks later on. This is such a long
Yeah,
event.
there's always merit to showing it. I remember Paupergeddon Summer last year when Coolgates won. And no one wasn't expected Coolgates to win because Riving Chrysalis was this thing that was around. The player who won, the name escapes me for a minute, just like dodged that matchup for most of the day, which, sometimes you just run hot on matchups, right? And I just remember everyone just getting super excited. It's like, oh, Coolgates, this tier 2 deck managed to win Paupergeddon. This person loves the deck. Yeah.
All right, so we see the end of game one with a stream of thought that was drawn by Davide, and it's time for Giulio to pack it up in game number one. This was a 25 minutes game.
Yep.
One that was won by Davide, and now it's gonna be the classic spot where, well, you need to win 2 games in 25 minutes if you wanna have a win.
Yeah,
and this is not easy.
It's not easy. The draw, as you rightly said earlier, that draw's a loss, and you want to avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah.
Let's look at sideboards for this. Set. Let's start with Turbo Fog. I see some Murmuring Mystics in here, which are pretty exciting. You also have a couple of Hydro Blasts, you got some Blue Elemental Blasts, Relic of Genitus, and a couple of Dispels.
Yeah, I mean, Murmuring Mystic is just a fantastic card whenever the opponent sides out their removal spell, so we're gonna see the cast down go out, although it's a blue card. So the Pyroblast and the Red Elemental Blast are gonna be able to hit it, but at the same time, Red Elemental Blast is so good against you that you don't mind. So I think Davide is going to bring in those Murmuring Mystics. This will be the very strong cyber plan to actually just win the game quickly.
Yep, it's also just a 1/5, so it just soaks up so much damage on the floor. And those bird tokens just get out of control very quickly.
Davide has access to 6 Hydroblasts.
Yep.
Which, do have targets the opponent has, not only the Pyroblast, but Cleansing Wildfire and maybe some makeshift munition. Not Writhing Chrysalis because it's not a red card on the stack.
It's devoid.
So I don't think you have to bring in so many. This is always like the classic dance of blue deck versus red deck.
Yep.
How many Pyroblasts do you bring? How many Hydroblasts do I bring? Should I respect your Pyroblast, my Hydroblast? It's always like, it's kind of like the Pauper feature. It's like, yes, this card is too good, but also we all play it. We just we're so used to play it. Yeah, so on screen you can see you have a lot of information. So for the people that are watching, you can see the names, of course, of the player, the archetype, but you also can see the little dots that shows you who won game one.
Yes.
You can show you the record, and you can see a very beautiful thing, which is where are the people from.
Yes.
Giulio is from Lega Pauper Savona. It's a small typo, but yeah, it's a town in the Liguria region, and then we have Lega Pauper Adriatica, which is where I live in the Marche region. So all these players play in their local league. Giulio is actually the winner, so actually he had a bye. So this tournament is not going so well so far. And Davide is a local player. I've played against him so much. So whenever he comes to their local league, he doesn't always play Fog. He plays other decks as well. But when he comes to Paupergeddon, he always plays Fog.
Is that just his favorite kind of deck to play in these events?
He just loves other people to be miserable.
Oh, sure. I can respect that.
And so we also want the viewers to be... No, I'm joking.
That's why we put it on round 4 and not in the top 8.
Exactly. He always foils his deck out, definitely on brand for him. And that's one of the beautiful things of Pauper. The cards are cheap, so you can foil your deck without spending too much money. It's a very nice thing of this format.
Expression in Magic is very much a thing, right? If you have all these different cards and different treatments, you can just have your deck in a certain way. And I always love seeing the different kind of foil Pauper decks. Like you've got this one that has lots of Strixhaven, Mystic Archive art, and Secret Lair stuff. You see people with just retro foils, just original foils, because they're just going for a particular theming and a feel.
Yeah.
And if you're going to play the deck for years, it's worth doing, right?
And also with collector boosters, sometimes foils are like really just the same price as a regular card.
Right.
Like that Twisted Landscape is probably foil and it costs exactly the same as a
Yep.
regular Twisted Landscape. So
Here's that Ash Barons once again.
yeah.
Saw this one on turn one. Gonna get a. Ooh, these are nice basics. Yeah, I believe these
Yeah.
are arena.
This is Arena. Yeah,
these
yeah,
are
yeah,
nice.
yeah. I have some of the Island, which are the OG, but I believe Mountain and Swamp are Urza Saga.
Yes.
They only exist in foil in the arena because they
Yeah.
didn't exist foil Urza Saga. Okay, so the game started, and once again, Davide starts with Ash Barons Go. Both games, that's how we
Yep.
started.
And then we start with Lorienville, which happened in game 1 too.
Yeah.
And we're getting that Tangle Islet.
Mm-hmm.
Due to being a forest and island, these were first printed in Dominaria United, I want to say. Really important for Pauper, just to have a way to search up some two mana lands. Oh, 2-color lands.
Yeah, there is a card called Flaring Pain that can be played to prevent the fog to happen, but John Wildfire does not play that card.
Nope.
That's usually a card that Mono Red plays.
Yes. We've got Cleansing Wildfire
Ooh, finally,
here.
finally we see this
We're
card.
going to hit this Slagwoods Bridge.
And Cleansing Wildfire is a very weird card. It says destroy target land and then you pick up a basic.
Yep.
But if your land is indestructible, you just pick up a basic and draw a card.
Yep, that's what Jeskai Ephemerate used to do once upon a time.
But now only John does it.
Yep. And it's kind of seen as like a red explore in a way because it just ramps you on mana. But just because these indestructible lands are such a feature of the format, I'm getting deja vu here, Mengu.
Yeah, but the difference is that Davide is on the play.
Yeah.
Meaning that if he doesn't make a play here, he has to go to discard. Sorry, I meant to say Davide is on the draw.
Yeah.
Whereas previous game he was on the play, so he couldn't not go to discard. But now he has to go to discard. Unless he mulligan, then I missed that. I don't know. No, he's going to discard.
Just calling this Bajuka Bog.
So not as impressive. Usually Semi-Growth Chamber is a card advantage land. But actually in this matchup it's less good.
Cleansing
Yeah.
Wildfire in the Simic Grave Chamber.
Exactly. In this matchup is less good because the opponent can just disrupt it.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, it's still like Cleansing Wildfire will always do value for you, either because you ramp or because your opponent loses a land.
We've got no Hill Spellbomb there. That's probably going to get cracked at some point. When maybe there's a few moments peace and tangles in the graveyard.
Or when a Stream of Thought gets cracked.
Yeah.
But Julio needs to find a clock. In the previous game, he
Yeah,
had
it's
3 Refurbished Familiar in the top 3 turns.
It's got a load of mana here, but just nothing to use that mana on efficiently. Speaking of Raving Chrysalis, here comes the first one. 2 Eldrazi spawns hop in for the ride. And then we're going to play a Twisted Landscape.
Yeah, interesting to play Twisted Landscape when you have so many lands, because sometimes you just want to cycle it. But maybe Julio has so many like Fanatical Offering and Arbitrator Insight that you just don't mind.
Yep. So Growth Spiral into Brainstorm.
Yeah, casting Brainstorm in the spot automatically tells me he has a Learn Revealed.
Yeah. So you just use it to shuffle away the 2 cards that you put back. I'm going to put 2 on top. Now we're just going to untap and draw.
Yeah. We will see, once again, the gameplay for Fog is like, how does Fog win? The gameplay is to draw extra cards while fogging, drawing extra cards while fogging, and then eventually mill you out with Stream of Thoughts.
Yeah.
But it's really, really important that you do these drawing extra cards.
Yes. You need to draw so many cards here.
You just, because Fog is card disadvantage. You're literally just discarding a card.
Yep.
So you need to back that up by drawing extra cards.
We've got a second Chrysalis coming down now. Yep. Really trying to put on the pressure here.
And those Eldrazi spawn, once again, by our sponsor of the stream, Mezzocello and Friends, which provide all the tokens on the Paupergeddon ever since the beginning.
So we've got makeshift munitions here, which is going to be a nice one.
Let's see.
But it's going to be met with an Arcane Denial and a Pyroblast to answer the Arcane Denial. Then there's a Dispel answering the Pyroblast. We had a nice little stack going on here.
Very, very nice. Arcane Denial is the counter spell of choice. Davide doesn't play any counter spell. That Arcane Denial 4 copies is the only art counter that he has.
Yeah.
Which is going to mean that Giulio is going to draw 2 extra cards in Davide's upkeep.
Marvin Chrysalis getting here for a whole chunk of damage.
So you draw 2, I draw 1, and then I draw once again.
Yeah.
Such an old and weird card.
Yeah, it's one that sees a good bit of playing Commander, just because drawing cards is just good.
Yeah, I love that card in pre-modern. I played in my Replenish deck.
Oh, here comes a Murmuring Mystic.
Murmuring Mystic. Now this is going to be the plan that Davide has.
With lots of birds are coming in soon.
Let's see if Giulio has another Pyroblast.
Does have a Cleansing Wild card to answer this Tangle Islet.
Wow, shutting off green completely. No, never mind. Davide does have access to 2 forests.
It does respond with a Fog, just to blank, just to create a bird token.
Oh.
And then we're going to cast down the Murmuring Mystic.
Yeah, we have to resolve the Cleansing Wildfire.
Right. And then we do, yep.
We're going to pick up a forest here.
Yep.
So Giulio kept in the cast down. So he knew. So cast down had no target game 1. But Giulio still kept in cast down. Showing you that really does not have that much to bring in. But also showing you that it was a upwards play there.
Yeah, it's very heads up.
Heads up, sorry.
No, you're good. English is hard.
Sometimes I remember there's a way of saying for what I want to say, but I forget, so I just try it. But yeah, no, this was wrong.
Here comes a Formwood Force. That is a 2 land, so it does give that extra green source, but it does come in tapped and gains a life.
It's okay. We have a forest untapped anyway.
Yeah, and we've got Refurbished Familiar coming in here. See what we're discarding.
Davide has not them 4 cards in hand. He's considering his options.
I think I see another Arcane Denial.
And then he has to play a Fog here. And Giulio will attack with at least 8 power. But we have a bird. Sorry, that's 16 power.
Yeah, discarding a Weather the Storm.
Wow, Weather the Storm in this matchup does not seem great.
No.
But Europe would have gained a lot of life, actually.
Here comes Ichor Wellspring into Lembus.
Wow, I would have gained so much life this turn.
Yeah.
Are we chomping or are we fogging? Because this is lethal.
Yeah, you have to fog. Got
Tangle. Ooh.
Got a Tangle. I'm going to another Refurbished Familiar just to create that card disadvantage.
This card, Arcane Naya, now Davide only has 1 card in hand. Things are not looking good.
And it's Return the Paradox,
It's a good card.
Yeah. I mean, it draws cards. That's what you need, right? Just hope it isn't met with like a Pyroblast.
Let's see if Giulio has one of his 2 Pyroblasts was already played. Forest, untapped. Wait. Oh, okay, sorry.
It puts it into play tab.
But I believe he didn't make a land drop for turn, so he could have just put that forest into play untapped.
He might have drew it.
Yeah, but I say he missed the land drop this turn.
Sure. Well, here comes a Nyxborn Hydra bestowed onto this Refurbished Familiar.
And now we can trade with the Refurbished Familiar and just take 7.
Yep.
Yeah, Nyxborn Hydra is a powerful card that not every Jund player plays.
You normally see like a 1 of or a 2 of, right? Just to like, you see it most in like elves these days.
And it's a +X trample.
Yep.
To the
And
enchanted
reach.
creature.
And reach.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, it has
Yeah,
reach.
I mean, it's worth it in many matchups, just not this one.
Yeah. One of the many, many good Modern Horizons free cards that see play in Pauper. Many of which are on this battlefield currently.
Yeah. Morph card. Sorry, bestow. Oh, sorry. What's the word?
Behold the Multiverse.
Behold.
We're foretelling a
Foretell card.
We're foretelling a Behold the Multiverse.
Yeah, because then they had the mechanic Behold just a few
Yeah,
years
that's-
after
Yeah.
to create even more confusion.
Behold a dragon or whatever it is in Target
exactly.
Dragon still. So we're gonna duress here.
Ooh,
We're
a
gonna
beautiful Duress F&M.
Yeah, that's
I
the old
have-
F&M promo, right? So we got a Growth Spiral and Dispel.
So basically now Davide, unless he has a Moment's Peace in the graveyard, which I don't think he does,
Just a Tangle.
he has to hope that the Behold the Multiverse finds him a Fog.
Yep.
Or he just loses this game.
So we have a Fog and a Tangle in the graveyard currently. But no Moment's Peace. So we're going to behold the multiverse. And we're going to, in
In
response,
response.
activate Nihil Spellbomb, clear up that graveyard, draw a card. Because I imagine some black mana was paid into it.
I'm not the biggest fan of playing the crack the
There's the
new
moment's
spellbomb
piece.
now
Drew the
because
moment's piece.
Davide had this spell. Oh, unless I guess he discarded the spell. What did he discard with duress?
It was Grave Spiral.
Okay. So I think I would have kept the spell bombs because all the spell bombs do
Yeah.
is just preventing a moment's peace in the future. So I think I would have just kept all the spell bombs in play as long as possible.
Yeah.
Yes, this is day one. You can see at the bottom, round number 4.
Here comes Troublemaker. It's gonna cash in this Wellspring to draw a card. That is correct, people in the chat. It's around 1066 players today.
That's what the metagame breakdown said.
Yeah. Which is a lot of players. It's very Grand Prix vibe if you're familiar with Grand Prix back in the pre-pandemic days.
Yeah, some people even have some buys. There's one buy for the people who win the
Like
leagues.
there's like the Paupergeddon like trial that happened yesterday as well.
Yeah,
a couple
true.
of guys got a few buys.
All the people that went 5-1 or 6-0 got a buy.
Yep.
And the top 8 of the top upper player also got a buy.
Oh, okay, nice. Buys are great because it means you get to sleep in for a bit longer.
Yeah. Okay, so those creatures don't attack this turn because they've been tangled
Yep.
by that Spider-Man.
And here comes the Fanatical Offering. We're going to sacrifice off this
This is
refurbished
smart
Familiar.
because now that the Hydra can attack.
The Nyxborn Hydra's in play. We see a Cleansing Wildfire drawn there.
So, wow, it's not lethal though. This is 7 damage.
Yep. So we're going to crack this map token, reveal another Fanatical Offering. Going to add a counter to this Troublemaker Oof. And we're going to Cleansing Wildfire this Forward Falls. Just to take David off a dual land. So some people are asking in the chat, Mengu, what would you have played this weekend?
Yeah, there are a couple of decks that I consider for this event. One of them is certainly John Wildfire. I've streamed that deck on Thursday, and that deck is always so impressive every time I play it.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think the best metagame call for this event is Monster Tron.
Yeah.
That is the deck that I am the most, I maybe wouldn't play it because I'm not like a Tron guy, but I think it's the best metagame call. So
Yeah.
whoever is a Tron guy is going to have a great time in this metagame.
It's a lot of madness this weekend, about 12.5% of the metagame.
Yeah, you gain so much life in that matchup.
Bramble Worm is just a hell of a card. In the
All right,
matchup.
we are dispelling that Fanatical Offerings to drawing a card off a Liquor Wellspring. I believe Davide has no cards in it, but he has a Moment's Peace in the graveyard.
Yep.
But Giulio has the Spell Bomb, so Giulio just ends off turn, exile that, and if Davide doesn't have a Fog, the game is over.
Yep.
Let's see.
Needs to be a Tangler or a Moment's Piece.
Davide is at 8, with just a lot of lands and a mystery card in hand.
That's a Moment's Piece.
He drew Moment's Peace? No
It
way.
looked like the Moment's Piece. He drew it off the
He drew for turn.
Fatal.
Oh, wow. No, he drew for turn. He had no cards at the
sure.
beginning of the turn. Wow, that was such a good draw. Crazy. Let's see if, Giulio had access to another Nihil Spell Bomb in play. He would have been able to exile that in the opponent turn.
There is 4 in the 75, so there's definitely a couple more.
Yeah,
in there
yeah,
somewhere.
but still, he had one draw step, and he drew exactly the card that he needed to draw.
Sometimes you
Yeah,
just,
not even like a cantrip into Moment's Peace,
Yeah.
just like straight up the one-off. No, not one-off, the card you needed.
just the draw step.
Yeah. Which will now buy him 2 turns.
Yep. So here comes the Lembus.
And Julius playing extremely
And
quick
there's
now.
the Nihil Spell Bomb.
Ooh. All right.
Speaking of good top deck, it's also great.
Okay, so we're gonna crack. Oh wait, the game is over now. Spell bomb and Davide would just concede here. Yep.
Turn everything
And now we
sideways.
go to game 3 with
There's
7 minutes
left on the clock, and there's no time extension either. So there's a chance we could get another draw, which is not ideal when you're trying to day to a big event as this one.
There's a joke at these like in Pauper that whenever you get your first draw, you get into the draw bracket where everyone plays low decks, and it's just you can't get out of the draw bracket. The only way to get out of the draw bracket I don't know. You just
It's
can't
like
really.
it's like when you play like you say like you play a modern GP and you're in the O2 bracket and you play against like all the weird stuff they play stuff like Merfolk and just stuff that you're not prepared for, and it's just like, how do I get out of this? Like, because it's just you're encountering decks that you aren't prepared for because you expected something different. But yeah, so it's all squared up. John Wildfire took it away there, and hopefully we can get a quick game 3 in because a draw is not good for either players.
Yeah. Well, as always, the way to play around fog drawing is by conceding early game 1.
Yeah.
Game 1 looked very one-sided until, you know, to the point where Davide was able to just stabilize. Although, obviously, the temptation of just not conceding and hoping your opponent doesn't find a fog is there. So maybe you have, like, what, a 5%, maybe like 10% chance of winning. But you just decide to concede early in order to be able to have a chance to win game 3.
Yep.
But we'll see. I mean... 6 minutes on the clock, plus in Magic, unlike in other games, you can concede.
Yeah, you can do that too.
You can just feel like, oh, I would have lost this game, so I'm gonna concede.
Just do the nice thing in this instance. Yeah. Both players are mulliganing to 6 here. Weren't happy with their hands. Try and get to keep some hands because that clock is going down.
Yeah, I mean, you also need to shuffle a lot because the game is long and you draw a lot of lands, so you need to shuffle properly your deck every game.
Yep.
So it's not, you can't shortcut shuffling. You need to shuffle a lot.
Let's see if both players can keep the 6 here. See a Pyroblast in hand there. See a Lauren Reveal, see a Jukabog. See, I think there's an island. Looks like we're both keeping 6 here, and we're good to go. Paducah Bog is the turn 1 play for Zavid here. And that's going to be met with a Dross Forge Bridge.
Yeah, we need to fix our mana, and Lauren Reveal for Tangle Islet will be once again the turn 2 play.
Yeah, so consistent.
Yeah, the best play would be always Synchro Chamber.
Yeah. But this is also pretty good, considering you started off with Paducah Bog.
Yeah. Yeah, Murmuring Mystic is the only way that Davide can win this game quickly, but we saw that Giulio kept in cast down the game 2, so he certainly will keep in game 3 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to play another Equal Wellspring here, drawing another card. We're going to play a Fog here into Arcane Denial, and we're going to Pyroblast that Arcane Denial.
That's a clean 2 for 1 with that Pyroblast.
Snap that off.
But again, Pyroblast is always going to be incredible in this matchup.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
You just got to eat it. And if you put in Druid, you just take it.
Yep. Drawing revealed here, getting another island. 3 mana up.
That was a very aggressive fog.
Here comes a Duress, and we've got 2 Embrace the
nice
Paradox and a Moment's Peace.
Yeah. So there was a very aggressive play that, let's say that was game 1, Davide wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
He only did that because he knows there's only 5 minutes left on the clock. And so he has to make that play. He has to force the game to be quickly. He has to find his Murmuring Mystic to win the game.
Yep. Slagwood's Bridge is the land for the turn.
See if Davide draws a land to play his 5-drop draw spell.
Yeah.
No, he does not.
Does not look like it. Looks like it's a spell drawn there.
Giulio needs to find creatures. He needs to find a Rubbish Familiar. I think there's a card that Giulio doesn't play, which is Geeks and Infiltrator.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That card would have been very good at killing the opponent, but there's no copies of that in Giulio's 76.
76?
I said that's that.
Sure,
yeah. I said
okay.
76. Usually we say 75, but you know, this is a special case.
Yeah. And here comes a Refurbished Familiar. Talking about that pressure there. Discarding that spell. And we go Duress again. Probably having to get rid of that Moment's Peace. And we're going to respond with a Weather the Storm into Arcane Denial.
So we're gaining 6 life and drawing 3 cards.
Yes.
This is a very powerful 2-card turn.
This is what makes Turbo Fog so good at times. You can just bury your own resources.
Yeah, we draw 3 in the next upkeep, so Duress doesn't even see it.
Yep.
Very, very good play. Storm plus Arcane Denial is a strong interaction. So draw 3 here, plus 1 for turn. This is a very big refill.
Yeah.
Arcane Denial is such a powerful card.
Yep. Here comes the Forward Falls. Gain a life. We're gonna rumble in with this refurbished familiar. It's gonna take the
We
2.
need the Chrysalis. That's
Yeah.
the card that Julio needs.
And now we're gonna cast a brainstorm, draw 3, put 2
First
there.
some shuffle.
We'll get a Lorien revealed, hopefully.
Ooh. No shuffle.
Another Forward Falls. I'm gonna cast a Campfire for the turn. 4 mana up.
Okay, it's the last duress. The third one.
So many duresses. Let's see.
Growth Spiral. Oh,
We're gonna Moment's Piece and into
Oh,
Arcane Denial.
wow.
Okay.
All these Arcane Denial were played as a
There's
a
the
draw
third
effect.
one as well. And just got
Yeah.
a Forest in hand there. You can't take that away.
Yeah, and now upkeep, draw 4. Yeah, I'd say if they had another half an hour, the Fog player would have won.
Yeah, it's just we're very closely approaching. We're very quick to approach turns here.
But you don't have another half an hour in this
Right.
game. You have to select the deck that can win the game in 50 minutes.
Yep.
Campfire.
Jump player's kind of flooding out a bit here.
Yeah, the timer is ticking down. The game is gonna end soon. We need to have a winner if this player wants to be alive for
Yep.
day 2. Or they can just draw and both die.
Yep. So another refurbished familiar. Gonna discard this Bajuka Bog. Campfire's gonna gain some life. Negate that. Refurbished familiar damage. And here comes a Growth Spiral. Gonna draw a card and put a land into play. No land, but it's still a draw spell.
I mean,
and
we-
here comes Weather the
Yeah,
Storm.
we have a timer there. We don't know actually if they have extra time because they had a judge call at some point,
Oh,
but it was
okay.
a very quick one. I don't know if they got an extra minute, but we
Yeah.
have a judge on the floor, so the rules will be followed.
Yeah, so Brainstorm here. I see Weather the Storm. I see Moments Piece. I see Simic Growth Chamber as well.
Yeah. So the way Magic handles the draw is after the time is called, you have 5 extra turns starting with the following player after they call the time.
Yep.
And then they will be playing 5 extra turns. All right, the turns are called, and this is already turn
Turn
1.
Yep. So we got up to
All right, let's see what they do now.
turn 2. Turn 3. And then comes another refurbished familiar. Gonna discard that Moments Piece, which is just gonna fog. There's a second Moments Piece in the graveyard as well, so you
What
can
are they
just
doing?
blank
And now you
this
have the
damage.
classic contraction. That,
Yeah,
we don't
it's
want to know.
just-
We don't want to know how it goes. We don't want to
Yeah.
know how it goes. We don't
Yeah.
have to be.
It's that sort of weird conversation, right?
Yeah, we don't want to be. We don't want to be responsible for how they handle the match.
Yeah.
We can maybe tell you at the end.
Yeah, maybe.
Next match, we can tell you who won.
Yeah. Or
Maybe
drew.
nobody. Maybe
Maybe
nobody.
they just drew.
You know who won? You at home, who got to enjoy 50 minutes of Turbo Fog gameplay, which it's not something you do every day.
No, it's definitely it's not a deck that you're expecting to see at the top tables,
Yeah.
right? It's that kind of deck that the biggest enemy is the clock and not the opponent.
Whenever I upload some content with Turbo Fog, people always love it. I feel always love it, whether it's a Magical Line or a Mango's Workshop. People just love to see Turbo Fog, Lantern Control, Boros Ponza, which is another deck that
the
never wins the
Wildfire.
game.
Yeah, the Wildfire deck
Uh,
in Modern Suite
Yeah,
as well.
people really enjoy not actually winning the game.
Yeah, they just want to annoy your opponents into
Yeah.
just conceding, maybe.
Yeah, that's why Commander is such a popular format, right? Because
Right, yeah.
nobody wants to actually see people winning.
No,
They just want to enjoy the time.
and not lose. It's not about winning. It's just about not losing.
Haven't lost. If they took a draw and they're both out to the event, well, they didn't lose.
Yeah, that's what you can say.
All right, so this was round 4. So
correct.
we're officially at the half of day 1.
Correct. Yeah.
And we have 4 more rounds.
4 more rounds, 6-2 or 18 points or more gets you into day 2. And then you get to play more Pauper tomorrow. And if you do well enough, you might be able to get a top 8 and some fancy prizes. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We're going to tell you goodbye, but we'll return soon.
Yeah, so do stick around. I recommend having a stretch and getting some water because that was a long round and you probably need to, loosen up a little bit after sitting down for so long. So take it easy.
See you soon.
I've been working with Magic since 2018, So quite a while, I guess. I actually had my first cards were actually 3 cards from the first Eldraine set. I had Piper of the Swarm, Hypnotic Sprite, and a Fairy token that is still being reprinted until now. So I guess that was a good token. This is a very difficult question, of course, because we try to put our best into every piece. But my personal favorite is Elsha, just because I really love the character, I love the artwork, and I put a lot of effort into painting all those fabrics. So if you ever take a moment to take a look, please enjoy it. The most difficult pieces are definitely pieces from Universe Beyond that have live actors, because we have to achieve face similarity portraiture, and it's a very difficult task, especially because we paint it in some weird settings sometimes. So yeah, those are the most difficult ones. I guess not, but of course, from time to time, we make work that we wish we could have more time to work on or do something better and have our skill better at the time. That's inevitable. Yes, I definitely prefer to illustrate badass women and sphinxes. I only had to paint 2 sphinxes until now, so I hope to get more in the future. But overall, I guess everything has its own interesting things to do. My favorite setting is Tarkir, and I was absolutely happy to work on the second one because when the first one went out, I wasn't magic artist back then, but the second one, yes, I got to work on, and that was really cool. So when you work for Magic, you're actually lucky to work with the best professionals, best art directors in the industry. And when you get the brief, it's the perfect combination of guidance and freedom. So I really enjoy working on the cards. And my process is when I get the brief, of course, I read it very attentively. And I start with a few sketches. I show them to the art director. They approve, or maybe sometimes they have edits or changes. We achieve the sketch that we are all happy with. And then I try to push it to the final. Thank you very much for having me on Paupergeddon. The Pauper community is definitely something else. Fantastic people. I enjoy it a lot. Molto grazie.
Hello and welcome to round 5 of Popageddon Summer 2026. I'm Skura, also known as Alice in Front, and I'm joined by Zio Francona in the expert seat today. And we will be covering very exciting matches soon enough. And from what I've heard, players are ready. So we can go to the feature match area and watch 2 pairs out of over 1,000 players that have come here today to play Popper in Italy. And then we've got 4-0 table Boros Tribe versus Mono Red Rally. 2 red decks. Very different. Very different. If you could tell me how you can imagine this matchup to go.
So normally what happens is Rally obviously is the aggressor, while from the Boros side you have a lot of cards to resist the aggression while developing your combo. Mainly the combo is Tyrus Tribe plus Inside Out, where you can switch the toughness and the power of the creature, while the Tyrus Tribe itself, if you discard a card, it gets +4.
Right.
In this time you switch it, so it's +4/+0, and so you attack for lethal. Obviously, you have to pass through the creatures, but you can also just fling the tribe at your opponents.
Right, and right now, we are watching a wild card Crag, I think that is, a card I saw a bit more, but like 2015, more like. But an Epicure trigger immediately offsets the life gain, and Tribe, basically unkillable, is it?
Yeah, because if you discard a card, it's 1/5, so it's really almost unkillable. And this is the difficult part for the Boros, having the tribe on board, at least in the first 4 turns, because otherwise you need something to close the game. Because in this matchup, getting multiple snagger is not that good by itself. You have to put something, some pressure on the battlefield. While now the rally start, it was not as fast as normally is. Like if you do Tomb Raider into Burning Tree rally, obviously it's the best start. But Double Epicure is a slow start, but it seems something.
Yeah, and what hits the graveyard is Aurora Eidolon. Aurora Eidolon is a part of the cycle of Eidolons alongside Sunstorm Eidolon that are returned to your hand if you play a multicolored spell, and there are plenty of those in the deck, including the Inside Out you've already mentioned, but also Thrilling Discovery or Pursue the Past. And so those Eidolons are kind of seemingly forgotten, but brought back thanks to this build of Tribe.
Yeah, it's one of the features of Power. New cards normally are not good by its own, but are good also because you can bring something back from the past. And the Eidolon cycle is one of them. Obviously, you want to play more than white one because there is also the possibility to cast them. And obviously, the fact that you can sacrifice the Eidolon to prevent the next 3 damage is something that you want to do.
So right now we've got a very slow game with Epicures being unable to break through. Reckless Impulse, a one-off, revealing one of the other one-offs. Fire Blast. But we didn't have this very aggressive opening, and we see more cards. Okay, actually there were numerous of these effects. Okay, okay, we play 4 of the total of those resolve effects. We are generating cards, but can we actually close the game? If it goes like this, just remember that Tribe's draw spells all gain life. Like, if you pursue the past, you discard a Snacker, you discard an Eidolon, you gain 2 life here, 2 life there, Wildcard Krag, gain 1 life. Like, it's turn, 5? And Andrea is above 20.
Yeah, so you have to play the slow game in these motions because obviously there is a weakness in the combo. When you switch power and toughness, the tribe will always have 1 in toughness, so you can always bolt it. And that's the key of the matchup. You have to hold up mana, and eventually you can also burn out your opponent, also if it's not the main strategy of Rally.
Right. And I'm curious if Andrea is going to even give that opportunity to Daniela. I have played quite a lot into Boros Tribe, although as Faeries, and if the games go particularly long, I have seen those Eidolons just hard cast. Just at some point, turn 11, 4 mana, Aurora Eidolon, and then preventing the attacks, preventing the damage, proper locking almost the opponent. So I'm really curious how it's going to go. Experimental Synthesizer reveals a Lightning Bolt. We would have to play it immediately, and we decline, it seems. We want to hold up double interaction for a potential combo, I think, right?
Yeah, and now one of the best card on the tribe deck, the 3 in Discovery card, is really huge now because you on the cast you get back the Eidolon, you discard 2 and you decide obviously to discard the Eidolon, but also the Sneaky Snacker, and you draw 3 cards,
Crazy.
and you also gain 2 life. It's a lot.
Absolutely crazy, and I think there is this concept of false tempo we might be seeing right now because Daniela is actually losing cards because, for example, of this bolt that was left unused. But Andrea is like, okay, so you playing fully for my combo, then I won't do it. And then slowly but surely I will be up 1 card, and then at some point I will actually break through your burn spells. Crucially, there are 2 prismatic strands in the list of Andrea's, so we could start the turn with prismatic strands, name red, and then go to town.
And you can also discard it from the tribe and using the flashback ability of tapping an untapped white creature because we have 2 tribes,
Precisely.
so one can protect the other. And it's really good. It's also notable that Andrea played only Galen and Bounceland to get back the Galen, so it's also one crucial thing.
I think those gain lands will have gained Andrea like 6 to 8 life in this entire game 1, which is crazy. Can you imagine just randomly gaining 8? Very useful, and we cannot seem to be able to break through the tribes, and the festivities was the attempt. Killed Snacker, which will probably come back soon enough, and tribes, well, they just grew thanks to the mountains discarded from hand. So basically, tribe is just as close as unkillable as it gets. Until Andrea has got cards in hand, but it seems that it will just be the case with all the bounce lands and draw spells.
Like we saw in the last round we covered together with the life combo deck, all the old white card really act normally as a card combo, but also as a wall to a way to stall the board.
That is very true.
It's kind of how white was supposed to be in the first year of Magic.
Yeah, it definitely did change quite a bit, and also another pre-modern kind of flashback. So yeah, Pauper. Yeah, I think we cracked the wrong token. It's fine. Discard a mountain. Andrea still at 21. It's going to be pretty hard to get that life total down to a proper 0. Burning Tree Emissary at 2-2. Well, we can start attacking at least. Although there is the risk of a double block, sadly.
Yeah, we need to create a wild board to again cast Goblin Bushwhacker and start dealing some point of damage. Because differently from the mono red deck, this deck cannot do the whole 21 life damage in one turn. Because
Yeah.
you don't have a card like Gatan Snipe, you have Bushwhacker instead. That is a similar job, but you against Prismatic Strands obviously is a little bit weaker.
Yeah, because we'll go wide. Oh, okay. Okay. Escape Tunnel. A very key card in this position. We play Escape Tunnel as the land drop for turn and immediately cracked it. And I want to see if this was... Which mode was this?
Yeah, I think it's
I'm
the
really
unblockable
I'm
mode,
really
yeah.
hoping it's the unblockable. And we haven't found the land, so it is one. Okay. We are going for it inside out, targeting Taylor's Tribe. There was no Prismatic Strands to begin the turn, but this is it. This is where the Cold War of waiting and amassing resources ends potentially.
And we are casting the Aurora Audolon to protect the Tyrus tribe.
Oh, I love that so much. Attack you for 1.
Obviously, you cannot block because we use Escape Tunnel ability,
Yes.
which was a real deal when it was first printed. And Boros, it was playing in the Azorius version, obviously, because there were gash. There was gash
Right.
back in the days.
Most often when I see the land, it's like random infect strategies that people bring because they like.
Yeah.
Escape Tunnel there. Okay, we go boom, burn spell, response, do this, burn spell, which was pretty predictable. But okay, what about this being a fully on-purpose play to just get the burn out of the hand?
Yeah, at some point...
Because it looked pretty like...
At some points, you have to do something like this because the 2 Galvanic Blast, it's like 8 damage. You
Right.
will really die. So instead you are sacrificing one tribe, you didn't discard anything. Also, the Aurora Eidolon in the graveyard is still good for the future, for
Yes.
future draw spell, so it's really fine.
We top-decked this! We top-decked Goblin Bushwhacker, the card you had foretold and mentioned as one of the cards that would flip this game. And we did have just the combo like that. Use up the cards.
And obviously, we are not lethal, so we are not attacking with all our boards. We want to leave a couple of blockers because then we are forcing Andrea to also have another escape tunnel to get the turret's trap unblockable. And obviously, you want to block with something like the Clockwork Percussionist. But Andrea has it. So he had a redundant copy of Escape Tunnel. He had a redundant copy of Inside Out, and then we can combo.
Wow. So we basically went for it. We drew a card with the Inside Out, so we didn't lose a card even on that. Yes, we did lose one tribe. We took out 2 burn spells from hand, and we said, let's do it twice. And twice was indeed enough. Boros Tribes takes it down, starting the game in the first couple of turns as a kind of mid-range live gain deck, and then at some point said, let me combo you out, Splinter Twin, this is. Now we're getting to the sideboarded games, and let's think which deck improves more. Let's first take a look at the deck that has 2 games to win now, Mono Red Rally. What do you think of the sideboard? How would you approach this as the rally player?
Flaring Pain is a huge one-off because you can negate the preventing of damage both from the Aurora Eidolon that we saw in the first game, but also from the Prismatic Strands. So it's really good. You can also cyber in the Relic of Progenitus to fight the card advantage, because if we broke the Eidolon advantage, obviously discarding 2 cards it's a lot normally if you don't have that kind of advantage. There is supposedly you can cyber in the Pyroblast because they counter Inside Out because it's a split card, but I don't think it's a strategy that will pay off because with Experimental Synthesizer you don't want to have a lot of these effects, and it could be a card advantage throw in the bin.
What do you think of siding in Cast into the Fire, because it can try to kill Tribe, kills Snacker, and maybe if there are like multiple tribes, you can go end step 1/1, which might force double discard, putting you +1.
I would prefer a card like End the Festivities because it's cleaner to really wipe all the Sneaky Snacker scenarios, because that is the only card that will affect the board in a in a way that also kills you. So you can also die from the snagger. Like I imagine the burst tribe plan after sideboard is also one of prismatic strengths continuing the board and then attacking with the sneaky snagger. So that is an eventuality.
Right. Okay. So now, given that, let's look at tribe. So let's see if it can even improve. But looking at the sideboard, it seems like it very much can. 2 more prismatic strands, totaling 4 at that point. Standard bearer. Would you play it as like a one-time magnet of a removal spell?
It could be good. Obviously, the 4 mana one is more resilient and is a better blocker than the
the 1/1.
the small copy. But yeah, you can use it. It's a card that you can bring it in.
It's another white creature to reuse one of the 4 prismatic strands you would side in. You would have. Okay, cast into the fire on the other side of the board. Is it better in tribe against rally than vice versa?
It's useful to try to slow down. Obviously, it's a tool that sometimes can fail because there is a couple of 2/2 in the rally deck. So it's a risk that I think I like because if you stone rain your opponent, sometimes they stumble and you get the turn to arrive to the combo turn.
But you would still play tribe here as a full-on combo deck, would you?
Yeah, I will play it like a combo deck for sure.
Right. Okay. So combo decks. Okay. Is there a world now? Hear me out. You side out Sneaky Snacker because it's so slow. Comes back tapped.
I don't think you're supposed to sideboard out the Sneaky Snacker in this kind of deck because you need cards to discard. And okay, you can discard also cards like Prismatic Strands, but you really want to use both the cast and the flashback abilities. Right. And then you imagine that your opponent will put something like Relic or Progenitus to fight your graveyard. So it's a possibility you can, but you have to overload this kind of effect. Also because Relic only exile 1 card at a time. Yeah. And the way it works with cards like Thrilling Discovery, Pursue the Past, it's really good against the Relic especially. Because discarding the card is not a cost. It's a way in the resolution. So when you have the trigger of Snacker, you will have both the card in the graveyard. So if you don't have a 1 mana open for cracking the Relic and you only tap it, you can exile the Pursue the Past and this Snacker will come back.
Right, so basically if they go like Relic Pass and you go, okay, Pursue the Pass, there is no window to actually eat the Snacker if you don't have the mana up. Which is actually very, very strong. And now players seem to be ready. I see 2 lands, one of them being Great Furnace. And as we say, Goblin Guide enters play, bam, 2 damage, no downside, haste on the play. This is the opener that we do want.
Yeah, this is the perfect opener. We don't have the best turn 2, which is multiple Burning Tree Emissary into rally, but we still have something to do. We have also a card advantage spell, and we have a Reckless Impulse, and this is a slow game from Andrea. He has all the tap land, and he doesn't have a tribe fast, so we can really tap out now and do something.
And we just bam. Okay, bold. So actual piece of interaction, which we actually play 4 off main deck, which is very nice. Now we Reckless Impulse to gas back up. Epicure, Galvanic Blast Pass. The rally player is definitely putting the pressure on Andrea. Bitter Reunion discarding Sneaky Snacker trigger on the stack. Let's return it.
Yeah, I think if we don't have a tribe, we are really stumbling here from the Boros part. Because Daniele started with a fast hand, and now is representing 7 damage this turn at least.
Right.
That will put us to 8.
Yeah, Galvanic Blast is on. Metalcraft's condition met, land, Gingerbread, and Percussionist. So that is very nice. Now we go full 4, boom, face, Epicure, that's 1 more damage immediately. And I see Bolt and the Festivities Mountain in hand.
Yeah, so we can use the blood to discard the extra mountain in hand while still representing something on Andrea's turn.
I mean, Andrea's at 8. We know there's another tap land in hand. That is criminally slow. Tribe enters the fray. 2 blockers. 9 life. Not that much, but maybe enough. We don't crack the blood. How do you interpret this?
Because next turn we have to cast End of the Festivities to try to pass through with some damage. Ginger Brute also, it's kind of mana demanding, because if for 1 mana you can get it basically unblockable, but not in the front of Bitter Reunion, because you can use the hidden mode of Bitter Reunion. For 1 mana you give it haste if you sacrifice. So, and Ginger Brute can only be blocked by creature with haste if you tap 1 mana. So it's basically the counter itself.
It is very funny. We could have also discarded Prismatic Strands, used it, which would prevent both End of Festivities because it's damage and the combat. But again, Gingerbread would say, I'm not red. 1 damage to you. Gingerbread is very scary because against red decks, you side in a lot of Hydroblast, for example, and then you're looking at Gingerbread, it's like, I guess take 1. And then you say, I guess take 1 for 10 turns and you're dead. So, End of Festivities. Resolves go down to 8. Snacker dies. 1/5 blocker with 1 damage marked on it. How long can we get Andrea down? Would you even attack all here? Given that the opponent can kill one of your creatures with a block, or just Gingerbread, or also Percussionist to get the flip?
You only have 3 damage, but putting Andrea down to 6, he discarded the escape tunnel. So you are thinking now, how many creatures I have to attack? Did he have another one? Did he have a redundant copy like it was in game 1? So Daniel is really trying to figure out what's happening on Andrea's side, what can I beat and what I cannot beat. Because also there is the possibility that as the perfect combination, you cannot beat it. So you have to accept it and try to be the best.
Beat a beatable combination. Yeah. Okay, we do play the land and the relic, so what it was indeed sided in. Now with the Snacker dead, attacking with just Percussionist.
Okay. We want to have an extra card, for sure.
We just played the land, no. Ooh. We gain 3 Gingerbread Hidden Mode.
Hidden mode indeed. Castle 25 was brutal in this spot. Wow. We cleared the way. Rally has no board presence. We are in complete control of the game. He also doesn't have mana to pop up the relic. So if we have another draw spell, you can reanimate the Sneaky Snacker.
And also on top of that, because there's so much else, we played the land before the exile from the Percussionist. So now we don't have that mountain in hand to blood it away. So we just have to play it. Snacker comes back. A nightmare scenario for Daniela.
Yeah, we also played Pursue the Pass, which put us to 11, which is really difficult to beat right now. Obviously, you don't attack with Tribe because you don't really need it. You can do a lot of damage in 1 turn, and you want to represent strengths at all times because you only have 2 mana open, not 3.
Yeah. And we're back up to 11 because, again, those draw spells gain life. We did not play the land from exile, probably an oversight. There is no downside to playing that land, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you just forgot.
Yeah, so it was set aside. Now we pursue the pass just like that from the exile zone and say, can I gain to life and discard Eidolon, which we could have technically discarded to Tribe to bring it back, but we probably just wanted that to be the discard. Oh my goodness.
Pursue the Pass.
Oh my goodness. Now we play Thrilling Discovery now on the stack. Trigger Eidolon. So right now we are up to 15 life. Up to 15 life, just without draw spells we wanted to play anyways. Crack Relic end step, having killed Snacker. And we are going to double check something. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, the Pursue the Pass was not exiled because obviously if you cast with Flashback should be exiled. I mean, it doesn't matter anymore because we popped that the relic.
That's fair.
And that's fair, but sometimes error happens.
That is very fair. So right now we've got 2 humans. And I guess this is the moment to say the classic fun fact, which is that Prismatic Strands on red doesn't prevent those soldiers because they're white.
Yeah, it's a feature of the mono red rally deck. It actually has two ways to generate white creatures. One is experimental synthesizer, and the other one is
Yes.
rally at the Hamburg,
And then
which
Gingerbrute, which is colorless.
which is really clean, and sometimes it really helps you with against prismatic strands card. Also because if you have two prismatic strands on white and your opponent is playing lifelink creatures, you deny also the lifelink. So sometimes it happens that you have a huge white board and your opponent is like, I have to name white, and that's bad.
Yeah, that is bad. And speaking of bad, Michael Jackson bad, because we're gaining 2 and returning Snacker. Or are we? I think we are.
We are deciding if we are popping the relic.
That makes more sense. So I guess relic is useful-ish, but we're immediately forcing it to be cracked. But probably Andrea pursue the past again. Now Idle, never allowing Daniele to eat more than one relevant card with the relic, pacing the plays very, very nicely.
One fun fact is that if you need the extra discard for the tribe, you can discard the Eidolon for the tribe, then cast Pursue the Past, getting back the other Eidolon, discarding back to the Pursue the Past. Obviously, we are not in a combo situation, so it was useless, but it's a thing you can do.
Yeah, absolutely, and basically turns all these discard draw spells to like 2 mana draw 2. Which is crazy. Like, your whole deck is just expressive iterations at that point, which is definitely insane.
Yeah, the consistency of this engine is really, really good. We moved from a black dispute meta for a red meta where discard 1, draw 2 is really what you want to do.
Yeah, we've got red discard plus Snacker or black sacrifice with Ico Wellspring. 2 kind of main engines. When it comes to the draws, we are splitting the attack a little bit. But Andrea's at 18. That's a lot to get through. And a clean mana base, like all the mana.
Yeah.
No.
Obviously, if you play a 2-color deck, it's easier to not get stumbled by your own mana base.
And exactly what you mentioned is happening. Pursue the Past on the stack, trigger, buyback Eidolon, trigger, play Snacker. Oh my goodness, this is just value town.
Yeah, we're getting so far ahead, and it's only a matter of time that an Inside Out will pop up in our end, and we are okay, we can close this game.
Do you think there is a world in which we play this kind of maybe Delver game where we just never die, we have some interaction, and we just go Snacker 2 damage, Snacker 2 damage, Snacker 2 damage, and win like this?
Yeah, because you also play Lightning Bolt, so you can close also these kind of games in that way.
Reckless Impulse showing Bushwhacker Mountain.
Bushwhacker is really good, but it's not enough because Andrea is at 20.
Yeah. We just need to make sure that the flashback is exiled, because I don't think it is, but we'll fix this soon enough. A double check. Once it is indeed double checked, Goblin Bushwhacker and 4 soldiers. That would be 8 damage. Bushwhacker itself makes it 10, but you would lose 2 creatures attacking. It's so hard to actually break through.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be enough. I mean, we have to have multiple Bushwhacker to break this game up.
Oh, we're split attacking with Bushwhacker.
Yeah, you want to keep some creatures to block.
Right. So we sadly cannot see how many cards Andrea has, whether there is enough in the tank. Oh, we're killing a blocker. Well, it tells me one thing. We are going to try to close this. Finish this one up.
It's time to Inside Out.
It's time to Inside Out. If that bolt told me anything, is that. And that's it. That's it. Double strands, Lawrence escape. And that's GG's. Andrea takes it down with Boros Tribe. Advances to 5-0, undefeated with Boros Tribe. That's exciting. And we see those pauper decks kind of being combo decks or with a combo. And even though they are considered maybe tier 2, tier 3, they are slowly rising to the top, which I have enjoyed. But we will switch to our backup because, of course, more magic is there to come. Game 2, Tron against against Mardu Synthesizer. We'll fix the naming soon enough. But what's key here is we are going to watch Gavin Verhey. That's exactly that name. I read that right. You heard it right. Gavin Verhey playing here in Italy, Europe. Came here all the way to battle. And battling he does. Undefeated now with Mardu Synth. Beautiful deck of his baby, right? Baby pet deck. Mardu Synth, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a really cool deck that was really popular back in the days when the first printed experimental synthesizer. The deck gained the refurbished familiar in the years, which is a really cool thing to get back in your hand with Glintok and Sky Fisher. And we see also a Final Fantasy card, one of my favorites, Black Mage's Rod.
Oh yeah, Black Mage's Rod.
It's one of the ways that we can win while burning out your opponent, while you are casting your interaction or your draw spell. And from the other side, we see Altar Tron, which is a combo deck. So we see another interaction of the Tron land. How the combo works is you have Altar, which is the namesake card, that let you sacrifice a creature to get 2 colorless mana. You will sacrifice every time a Mirror Retriever to get back another Mirror Retriever. And what you can do is you can generate Infinite Storm, so you can cast a Weather Storm for infinite life. You can cast an infinite cast of Artifact to have Infinite Golem with Golem Foundry, then eventually attack and win the game.
Right. That makes perfect sense, and even though he lost game 1, it looks very nice for game 2. Wildfire on your Tron land, trigger, you lose 1 life, and I will say it is very nice to see these popper cards that we have been seeing for the last years and years, like Course Skyfisher here. Attack for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it seems. Barrel of the Jelly.
Yeah, we already saw this card. It has a needle mode for 5 mana. You can sacrifice it and deal 5 damage to a creature, which is really great if you're fixing, can also help you go on in the game.
It is excellent, but not enough in this one. Gavin Verhey takes it down, and we are moving to game 3 with Gavin on the draw. Mardu Synthesizer versus Altatron, and so let's think how they might prepare for this particular matchup. So, Gavin on Mardu Synth against Tron. We saw some Wildfires, but they are main deck already. So what catches your eye? I think I saw some Dust.
Yeah, Dust is really powerful. Obviously, the Altar combo can play the round because it's a sorcery. So you can also play all your piece of combo in the same turn. If you have Tron, which obviously Gavin has the Wildfire to fight through. So that is really, really good. You also have Spellbomb in the sideboard because the combo is graveyard related. So a really good timing of a Spellbomb can win you the game. And I think that's it for his sideboard, because then he has Pyroblast or way to gain life, and I don't think there is good in this matchup.
That's fair. So let's take a look at Altatron now. Different from Monstertron we've seen already today. We've got a couple of options. Would you Ancient Grudge the mana base of Gavin's? Would you try to?
You normally side in Ancient Grudge, but to fight through the Spellbomb and thing, there could be some scenarios when you actually cast the Ancient Grudge on the lands, but it's important also because against Refurbished Familiar you can discard the Ancient Grudge and then use the flashback to deal with the Spellbomb, which is a really cool way to keep your card in your hand and fight through all the motions of the game.
This seems maybe a bit obvious, but maybe not. Would you side in against a deck with a bunch of flyers that wants to kill you? Brambleworm, of which we play 4.
Yeah, Brambleworm is really great. Also because in the main deck we see Fangren Marauder, which is a card that obviously the Mardu deck always stumbled in the past, and you have another of these effects, so it's a huge thing. Also because it has Trample. Here the key is also Trample, because you can cast multiple Brambleworm and then start the attacking. And Mardu obviously has to be the beatdown of the game, and if you switch these kind of things, it will be really hell for Gavin to win this game.
If that's the case, okay, so we maybe want Ancient Grudges, we do want Brambleworms. Would you go so far as to be so defensive as Tron to side in Moment's Peace?
So normally against Koska Fisher strategies, it's better to gain life than actually fog,
Right.
because in the start the board is not that big, and it will be big when it's already too late. So
Right.
it's a matter of the small things, like the small glint talk that becomes bigger because there is another glint talk, another Skyfisher. So I don't think relying on fog it's really good, but obviously you can side in because it's another good card to discard to refurbish a familiar, which is one of the key cards for Gavin.
I will say that we are siding in more and more cards with probably not that many to side out, but a card I did see for a fact the previous game was Temporal Intervention. It was sided in. Maybe we want to go proper combo and we just play a Thoughtseize to push through.
Yeah, it's an answer to card like Trap and Charm, where you obviously can interact in other way than this card and then go with my combo. Obviously, we are Cosa decklist, so he doesn't know if he plays it. But it's obviously when you play a combo, you know the card that you're scared for in each color. So if you decided to have you can also have a plan. You can disrupt his hand and then play Brambleworm to be the beater of the game. So it's a matter on how you want to approach the game. There are different lines that you can use, and this is the difficult part to interpret the mind games of what's your plan, what I have to do.
Right. It's also a feature of these tournaments, Poppergeddon, over 1,000 players coming in to play today, and at the 4-0 undefeated table we saw Tribe, Mardu Synth, Tron. So you are prepared for the madnesses and terrors of the world, but then you have to play against Mardu, Alta, and everything else in between. So you do need a proper plan into every deck like that. And as you said, it's closed deck list, so you can never fully know what to expect. Does Gavin play Thraben Charm? We know, but they don't. So, and we shall see how that goes, but we have to sideboard with some intuition and maybe change for games, for example, 3, because it does happen, right? You sideboard a certain way. Some people maybe over sideboard for game 2 and then trim down game 3, or under sideboard for game 2, and when they have more information, they readjust.
You can also do the mind game of putting all your 15 cards in your sideboard in your deck, and then keep getting out 15 cards so you don't have like the choice. There is a thing also when you're playing like this deck in older formats where the question is always, did you cap the dates on the draw?
Right.
And that's a thing that I like a lot, because if you switch your plans and not getting your opponent to know what are you doing, it's one of the strongest things that you can do. Also in the feature match area, because there is also the pressure of, oh yeah, I'm in feature match area. People are gonna see my game, so I'm really nervous. I'm really excited.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And speaking of being excited, Gavin is probably unexcitingly shuffling, because I think that's a multi 4. I really hope I am wrong, but it is definitely an umpteenth mulligan. So let's see how many cards we actually did mulligan down to. In the Tron's hand, I do see the Tron itself for the pieces, at least 2 of them. Gavin keeps, how much was that? 4 or 5 cards.
I think it's 4.
I
mean, with the London Mulligan, you can choose the best 4. So it's a matter of, okay, I have a start, I can stumble a bit, and then if the engine is on of drawing cards, I could be okay. So it's bad, obviously, because you are mulling to 4, but you can play it again. And it's a feature that after the London Mulligan, it happens a lot.
And it would be much, much worse if the roles were flipped, because Mardu Synth on Gavin's side, if you play a flurry of refurbished familiars against an opponent that moved to 4, that's going to be very, very strong. While the other way, not that destructive.
Yeah, the important thing is that you have what you need to survive the first round. If obviously your opponent natural Tron you. We see you have 2 pieces of Tron and we have a fixing. So for now we are good, but we will be top decking the power plant maybe, and the game is hopeless then.
Yeah, it just might be. Although compared to Monstertron, we don't just play, haymaker after haymaker, because in order for this deck to do something, you need to assemble a couple of pieces, right? And sometimes the first piece doesn't do anything without the other. And wow, we flip a lightning bolt off of synthesizer, so not any third land, and we play Refurbish Familiar just to put some clock on the opponent and enable probably future Core Skyfishers and Glenhawks.
And this is interesting. Also, we are discarding two redundant pieces of Tron. So if our cleansing wildfire happens for Gavin, it could be a really huge thing.
Although I do expect that Wildfire maybe to go after our own lands to ramp just a little bit. I think, is that Tron? No, it's Double Mine, isn't it?
Yeah, but we found an expedition map of the Malevolent Rumble. Obviously, we want to keep this in hand to immediately play and crack it to get our Tron, because we know that our opponent is playing some removal for artifact.
Okay, so what do you think of the timing, or would you ever want to play Ancient Grudge on the opponent's synthesizer?
I think in your NSEP it's fine if you can do it, but I mean, in this situation, you probably want to grudge the Refurbished Familiar if something like a Glint Talk happens, but we are fighting for the third land. We found the third land. Okay, so the pressure now is on.
Okay, and we've got map and something. We discard the something because we really want the Tron, but now we're just hoping for the top decks. Now, admittedly, Fangren Marauder has hit the graveyard, but what do we do? What do we have? We've got Blood Fountain on the battlefield, so we can Blood Fountain back the Marauder, but also the Mirror, and we've got even more value in the graveyard with Double Grudge and Insight. So basically, the graveyard is the whole hand.
Yeah, and also you can fix 2 times with the barrels, one in your turn and one in your opponent's turn. So, for example, now we have 6 mana, and we think, okay, we have only 1 colored mana. No, we have 2. So we can, example, play a 1 Ancient Grudge, and then in your opponent's turn playing an Invasion inside or popping the Blood Fountain. So we can do a lot of things in this spot. But we are deciding to, okay, immediately crack the Blood Fountain, because Fangren Marauder is my key piece, and also next turn I can cast Mirror's River, sack it to a Visualizer inside, and get back the Fountain, and that is the real loop of the deck.
Wow, that is very strong. So Gavin can't really compete on the fair axis or interactive axis. He has to get the game over with. But Michelle at 23, probably about to gain even more with the Marauders.
Yeah, we need to stop the Marauder to gain a lot of life. I think we have some Journey to Nowhere in the list to fight it through. But obviously, if we cast Fangren Marauder and then we grudge the Refurbished Familiar, we can also gain 5 life, which is a huge deal.
I will say that Core Skyfishering Refurbished Familiar sounds absolutely insane. And it's probably one of the reasons to play like a black-white based strategy. Marauder enters, I think a top decked map that was gain 5 up to 22. Okay, up to 22 I saw on the live pad. But we are definitely above 20. We're finding a surveil land, so probably no more proper utility lands in the deck. Typically decks, and this also does play Haunted Fengraf, but this is clearly a Conduit Pylons angle.
Yeah, you want to search for something else. You already have the Retriever plus Eviscerator and Blood Fountain combo, so you don't really need the Fangraph in this spot. You want to draw some other draw spell in these scenarios. And also, notably, we can cast both the Grudge, because the barrel doesn't tap itself to fix, and we have the Prophetic Prism. So we are perfect on the mana, and we can really survive a lot of time while we draw our combo piece.
So I'm already thinking that the way for Gavin to win is play something like, let's say, Kill Marauder Bojuka Bog. That would probably be something like an actual way to win. And let's check if there is any graveyard hate in Gavin's deck list.
We have the Nihil Spellbomb.
2 Nihil Spellbombs in the sideboard, which I guess they came in against Altatron. So maybe there is a way we can maybe Journey to Nowhere Fengren, we Nihil Spellbomb the graveyard. I think Gavin isn't out of this just yet. I don't. Oh, okay. If we take Michelle off of Tron, it's much harder to like loop Fountain with Fengren Marauder, right?
Yeah, but in this situation, it's like delaying the inevitable, because Altertron is still far ahead of mana and is still using a lot of mana. The Fungal Marauder is already on the battlefield, so that's really the big chunky creatures that are already casted. So now the matters of deciding what to do. If with the 7th land we can do the Retriever plus a Viscerator. If not, we can definitely cast something like the Viscerator now to try to find something else. Obviously, we cracked the map in the last turn, and then we are a little bit punished with the Wildfire.
That is very true. Although you could assume, so this is the thing. Opponents on 3 lands, you might assume the Wildfire would go to ramp a bit, but it didn't. Attack for 6, which kind of offsets a bit the life gain of Marauder. A 3-turn clock this is, barring anything happening, but we still have got the Jelly.
And there is the Journey to Nowhere.
Oh, Gavin's in it. Gavin's in it. Draw.
And I don't think there is any enchantment removal in Michele's list.
Just
double checking now, but I don't think there is.
Full retail Brambleworm. Absolutely disgusting right here. The moment I thought that Gavin was in it, we gained 5. We put a huge creature on the battlefield. Journey has been used, although we could buy it back, so to speak, with Skyfisher, but no mana to do all of that.
Yeah, we need definitely another Journey or something else to pass through this Brambleworm. And this Black Mage Road really does the thing that we need, because now we can fire off the Lambas and you can deal 1 damage, so we can pass through the Brambleworm in this way. It's not ideal, obviously, but we can continue the fighting. And remember, this is a multi-4 with Gavin.
Yeah.
He's giving such a fight.
Yeah, that was exactly correct. Multi-4 from Gavin, and this game is very far from over. Chromatic Star. Okay. We can fix the mana, although that's probably not particularly necessary. Draw.
We found out in the classic spot where Altertron has no way to sacrifice the Mirror Retriever, so he has 2 of the most powerful cards in his deck. He has the 2 Retriever, but he doesn't have a way to put them in the graveyard and start the chain again. So this is what is happening, and why Michele is stumbling a little bit. I mean, you have time because you're still high on life, I think.
Yeah, proper ahead, and Gavin is the one at 8. Because Michele thinks, well, let me close this game, because I think Gavin is just a bit too much in this game. I don't like this. Let's close it. Now, there is a Lambus. We are at 8, so we could take 1 more hit fully on our chin. But yeah, this is a precarious position. I think it will go down to the very last turn.
Yeah, we cannot attack with the hero from the Black Mage Road, because otherwise the Mirror Retriever will get into the graveyard. And remember, you also have a couple of Ancient Grudge in Michele graveyard. So if it happens that, okay, I'm at risk, I can also refurbish a familiar, Grudge refurbish a familiar.
That is true, that is true. And so let's see how Gavin plays his turn, and how will Michele respond. Another Lambus. If you add the life from double Lambus, sadly is just enough to still die to Brambleworm.
Yeah.
And also, having missed so many land drops, we can't really afford to play 2 mana, gain 3 life. It doesn't get us anywhere. Sure, we might not lose now, but we will lose in 3 turns because we're doing nothing. So there has to be something a bit more proactive there. Thinking on the scry, what cards do you think would be close?
Something like Galvanic Blast, which is not ideal against Brambleworm, but it's ideal because it's 1 mana 5 damage in this spot. So we can think, okay, can I raise this board?
Yeah, this is some of the math you have to do. You probably don't want to kill the worm because there is a gain 5 on the backswing then, in a so-called flashback. But we can try to fly over for 6 down to 12. Maybe. Ooh, okay. Oh, we buy back Synth.
Oh, and we found Spellbomb.
Okay,
Nice way to get back into the game.
Oh, wait. I mean, now I'm really curious how this goes down. Gavin is giving it a proper fight. Still 4 lands. He surely wishes he had more because, again, I mean, look how many options there would be. You could crack Lembuses, crack Nile Spellbombs and draw, use Synthesizers, Glint Hawk your familiars. So response, we crack just like that. Which isn't admittedly the best when you move to 4 and then you have to use Spellbomb without the draw. That's not ideal, but...
Yeah, but we got rid of the Blood Fountain, which was scary.
Right.
We got rid of the 2 Grudges, which is okay. We denied this Mirror Retriever to do something. But now there is the key card here. This is the Alta.
This is the combo.
We have Infinite Storm and we have Infinite Life with Weather the Storm.
Weather the Storm as our payoff to looping double Retriever. And we attack for 7 now. So every Retriever brings back the other Retriever. And National's La Alta gives us 2 mana to replay it. Infinite Storm. Can Gavin beat Infinite Life Total is the question.
And that is really the difference between Magic when it's played online and tabletop Pauper. Because these kind of things, you cannot do it online.
Right.
There is no way I got to a gazillion life. Here in paper, you can do these kind of things. And this strategy is proving, okay, we are really good.
In this case, it will be best for Gavin to assemble his own infinite combo and ping the opponent to death with the rod. But I don't think this is going to happen. Can Gavin mill the opponent out? Okay, so...
It's a possibility.
Asking you then, is there a way out? Gavin continues playing the game, so what's the path forward?
The problem is that at some point Michele will draw a Golem Foundry.
Right.
So to stop this, we have to find the other Spellbomb and some maybe Dust to Dust, so we can continue playing. We can mill our opponent out. It's a possibility. Sometimes it happens. It's not really likely.
Right.
I don't know if I'm missing something from gaming list. There's something I could do.
Truth is, there is 2 minutes on the clock, and Michele hasn't won the game. He hasn't lost, but he still has to actually win this game. So maybe between the Lembuses and the blockers and stuff, Gavin can escape the jaws of defeat with a draw.
Yeah, you can still get a draw and it's fine. Infinite Life is not a way to win in these scenarios, and it's fine. So we're really searching for... we found the Tron, but we need a Golem Foundry now. We cast another Brahmavur. I mean...
This is clock. 1 minute and a half here. If they do draw, okay, sure, it's better than a loss. Because it is. But do you think there is any truth to the fact that you are in the mythical draw bracket? And do you think it favors any of the players?
I think it will be better for the altar player to be in the draw bracket, because normally the slower deck are really susceptible to the Tron strategies, okay?
Right.
Like Gardens kind of deck. I'm favorable if I'm with a Tron strategy. So, but I think also Mardu Synth, it's really well positioned, I think, in the draw bracket. Also because the deck happens to draw a lot, because sometimes you do all your things, but you cannot get enough damage to win the game on time.
Right.
And it's a really complicated to go through all the motion, all the trigger, to not miss the trigger, and to go on with the game.
Yeah. Mardu Synth also, when it comes to decks that use the artifact synergies, having your deck with like 12 flying creatures, like this closes the games fast. Like, you know, and every creature draws a card and generates value, and you can rebuy them. Although I'm not sure Gavin plays any kind of rebuying mechanics, so probably he thinks that, you know, Synths and Glinkhawks are enough, so there is no Blood Fountain, for example, for Gavin.
Sometimes you play Omen of the Dead in these strategies because it's really cool with the Skyfisher, but obviously with Experimental Synthesizer, it's kind of a numbo, because with a card like that, you want to decide when it's casted, and if you happen to exile it at some point where you cannot cast it, you lose one of your important assets.
So then, if you wanted to go that way, Blood Fountain would have been better, right? Because it sets up the artifact synergies. You can play it very cleanly off of Synthesizer, right? But Gavin, probably rightly so, sees that this deck grinds so much that you don't need another slot for a grindy card. And that said, Gavin, looking at an insight on the Mirror Retriever, buying back a Mirror Retriever. Candy Trail, not particularly useful, and clock hits will surely hit 0 soon enough.
Yeah, maybe they have some extra time.
Sure, that is possible. Galvanic Blast on the creature, I think. Okay, hand gestures mean we draw?
See, I think they are on turns, and so this is a draw.
This is a
Yeah.
draw. So Gavin escaping those jaws of defeat. Infinite life, not enough. Although Giorgio Combo showed us otherwise, but here it was not enough. Gavin and Michele go to 4-0-1, undefeated, into the draw brackets. To advance to day 2, you need 18 points. So they are still a bit away from that, but there is so much more magic to come because we still have got round 6, 7, and 8 ahead of us. Right. That was exciting. But I think with that, it's time to cool off a little bit. Don't go anywhere because there is much more magic to come soon enough. I've been Skura, also known as Ellis in Front. He's been Franco. And yeah, we will see you next round.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. Welcome to Pulp Again in 2026 Summer Edition. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Andrea Mengucci, and we are here to bring you more Pauper goodness. We're entering a really interesting point in this event. If someone wins this round and they're undefeated, that punches their ticket into day 2, and that means you get to play more Pauper, and that's great.
Yes, indeed. We are round number 6. 2 rounds remaining. 6 and 2, as you said, is the cut for making day 2. But obviously, the player wants to as many points because those points carry over to the next day. And then tomorrow, 6 more rounds of Swiss and a cut the top 8. We have some interesting decks, of course, because that's what we want to bring to you. There's a combo deck that we have never showed yet today, and that is Spy Combo.
Yes, the Golgari Spy combo deck, the Balustrade Spy combo deck. It made quite an impression at last Paupergeddon in at Eternal Weekend last year, and everyone was a little worried about it at one point because they thought it was a bit too good and a bit too consistent, but now it's fallen off a little bit, and some people are still seeing success with it.
It top 8 yesterday, the top Pauper player, and it's just a very strong deck that despite only plays 4 lands, manages to play 4 and 5 drop and 6 drop.
Got some Lotus Petals in there just to even
we've
things
seen
out.
it winning like art casting, those Generous Ant, Nelia's Discipline, just attacking actually. So it's a very interesting deck that one of the feature of Pauper is that there's so many combo decks, and they're all so different. We've seen Cycle Storm, we've seen Ruby Storm, which is not actually Ruby Storm, Gruul Storm, and now we see these Spy combos. So we've seen live combo as well.
So if the players are ready in the future match area, let's get down there now and bring you some more Pauper action. So we have Spy combo versus Jund Wildfire here. Jund Wildfire being one of the more represented decks this weekend.
Jund Wildfire, the 3rd, I believe, most popular deck behind Mono Red and Affinity. Jund and Affinity really just share a lot of similarities. These decks have their artifact lands. In Jund's case, they are playing the artifact bridges in order to target them with Cleansing Wildfire in order to get that extra basic and that extra card.
It's kind of like a red explore. You're just able to get ahead on mana, making a really good use of those indestructible lands from Modern Horizons 2.
And one of the weakness of the Jund Wildfire deck is the combo decks, because it doesn't have access to counterspell. It doesn't have access to a quick clock. So I believe Yaka Dimec is going to be ahead in this matchup against Giuseppe Caiazzo.
At least in game 1, it seems like a good advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Giuseppe will have access to a couple, if not 3 copies of Nihil Spellbomb. But the Spy players are just so used to play against this card. They have multiple Mass Vandal in hand in the deck, and we see one in hand as well. Okay, Yaka finds a mana source, which doesn't necessarily mean it's a land. This deck plays, of course, Land Grant and Lotus Petal to start that engine of just getting at least 1 land going.
Here comes the handshake before we kick things off. These players are 4-0-1, so there's been a draw.
Wow. Actual forest for Yaka Dimec, one of the 3 in his deck.
Here comes the Elves of the Deep Shadow.
It's a nice little card that comes all the way from the dark, one of the first set of Magic, with that beautiful art by Jesper Myfrost. There it is. Thank you to the card spotter. Sagu Wilding gets shuffled in the deck as you are doing the kind of the adventure part of it.
Yes, you are
the Omen
seeking
part of
here.
it.
See, the thing, because it's Omen, you have to shuffle it back into your library. Everyone always mistakes it as adventure, so it goes to it goes into a separate zone. It's like, no, you need to shuffle this back in.
And
often.
shuffle this card. This card is actually used in various decks to just not deck yourself against a deck like Fog, for example.
Plus, his art is great as well. Big fan of this one.
And I believe a Swamp was picked up. You can see it in the corner. So now Yaka has access to both. He already had black mana, so 2 basic lands of choice. And actually now he can't really play any green cards, so he just has to attack. Okay, now Giuseppe, let's see if he has the perfect start. I think he just drew Cleansing Wildfire. So yes, I don't know if he had it in hand, but he definitely has it right now.
So we're going to play a Swamp here. We're going to fire off that Cleansing Wildfire, targeting the Dross, indestructible Dross forward for each.
Cleansing Wildfire, notably, is an interesting card because it doesnn't destroy a non-basic land. It destroys any land.
Yeah, so you can hit basics with this.
Exactly. So if Yaka, for example, is 4 basics in play, and you have a Clarkland Shaman, which you can use to kill their creature, you can actually Stone Rain your opponent with Cleansing Wildfire. And I don't think this is it's a little niche play, but
sure.
Modern player are using this card to destroy the opponent basics a lot nowadays. Okay, so both player had a very good start, and let's see what's gonna happen now.
We're all ramping in different ways here.
Yep, we have a land grant, which is gonna grant Yaka a land. In exchange, you show up your hand.
Yep, so we've got a Balustrade Spy, a Winding Way, a Lead the Stampede, and a Masked Vandal.
This is a very good hand because you have, well, you have the card advantage engines, the Leader Stampede and Winding Way, and you have the Wing Con already. So I believe Yaka is in a great position, especially if Giuseppe doesn't find a Neo Spellbomb.
Good here.
Oh, looks like he's considering going Masked Vandal. No, he can't yet. Masked Vandal is a disenchant, but he needs a creature in the graveyard.
It's part of the cost at exile,
Okay, the player is playing face up. Very cool.
Very good sportsmanship here. Also helps us on coverage. It's appreciated. So 3 mana here. We're going to play this lead. Oh, could not play this lead the Stampede. We're going to tap the Elves of Deep Shadow, taking 1 here.
Heads up play, because if he finds more 1-drop green, then he can cast them now.
Has to lead the Stampede. Reveal the top 5. Just a couple of generous ents in there.
Ooh, very nice.
See, Overgrown Battlements, Troll of Kazakh Doom.
And the Dread Return goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. That
So
was a pretty good hit.
Yeah, one of these generous ant will get a forest, but the other one can't do anything. Same thing for a troll.
Yeah.
Because remember, Yaka only plays 4 basic land in his deck.
And we currently have 3 on the battlefield, so there's 1 more left in that library.
What Giuseppe wants to find is the ideal turn would be like Chrysalis into Neo Spellbomb.
Yep, so here comes a Lembus. We'll do some scrying here. Gonna pull it to the bottom. And then draw.
Okay.
Try and find something here.
Let's see now. Does Giuseppe find in Heal Spellbomb? It's just such a tough matchup. Like, you're literally just hoping to draw 1 card.
There's a Twisted Landscape.
And even if you
pay
do...
1 to cast a Clan Shaman. And then play... Add a colorless. And we're going to play that Nihil Spellbomb. Which is probably one of the best cards Giuseppe can play right now against this very graveyard-focused deck.
I wonder why Yaka decided not to cycle that Generous Ant. Very strange to me, because he had a mana up.
Yeah.
Okay. We do have a way to kill the Spellbomb. It's pretty niche. But you can, you know, cycle that and then go Mass Vandal. And that's kind of like the dream turn too that elves can do.
So we're going to get that other basic out. The 3rd Forest.
Mass Vandal also notably is the 3rd creature in order to play that Balustra Spy. But Clarkland Shaman is a very strong card in this matchup.
Yeah, how so?
Because what happens is when you play Balustra Spy, the ability goes on the stack. You would like to mill your deck. But I'm going to crack Clarkland Shaman and swipe your board.
Yep.
So you don't have these 3 creatures to return with Red Return.
Yep. So Marsfinger's going to come in. We're going to exile that Generous End as part of the cost in order to answer this Nihil Spellbomb.
And then we can play the Overgrown Battlement. Ooh.
Yep. And we're going to sacrifice Nihil Spellbomb to the Clarkland Shaman.
I don't know if I like this.
No?
I think Clarkland Shaman is just a very strong card in this matchup. But maybe without Toxin Analysis, you don't really have that, like, 4 artifact to sacrifice.
So we're going to follow that up with Overgrown Battlements here. And we're going to cleanse in Wildfire the swamp. And
Ooh.
bearing in mind, this is the only swamp in the deck as well.
Oh, wow.
That's a heads up play here.
That's why Giuseppe killed that Elvish of the Deep Shadow.
Yeah.
Because he's now shutting off Yaka of Black Mana. This is huge. This is actually huge.
Great heads up play here. Just free forests.
Yeah, there's no
Overgrown battlements.
there's no black-green basic. Sorry,
No.
black-green land.
This overgrown battlements can only create green mana as well. So
Yeah. Very, very much has a play here.
I'm gonna play a Vault of Whispers and
Huh.
just pass the turn.
Yeah, Giuseppe does have what you need in this matchup, which is Gixian Infiltrator.
Yes.
3 copies,
We talked about that card in round 4.
but he has to find them.
Yep. So we're gonna build Nick Sworn Hydra, Saga Wildling. I think that was a Dread Return.
Yeah, draw 4 here. with
Generous
this-
End. Oh, it was a lot left trail, sorry.
Draw 4, and now Yaka just
that's
has
fine.
to go mid-range because he can't cast his Palustra Spy anymore.
Hmm.
He just doesn't have any way. Let me see in his deck what are the black sources.
So here's a Gatekeeper Vine.
Yeah, so Gatekeeper Vine can tutor up nothing, right?
Right, yeah, there's no...
What's Yaka doing? Maybe there's some... No, yeah, it's just shuffling. It's
Yeah,
a 2 mana
it's-
O2 shuffle, but also pumps the... It makes bottom and give more mana.
Yeah, supports the Overgrown Battlements here. Still green mana though, no black mana available.
Okay.
Bit of a weird stalemate now.
Going to discard. I guess he has a card in hand.
Yep, so we're going to cast Fanatical Offering here, targeting this Lembus.
Yeah, the judge is telling us that maybe... I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly was the
Yeah.
disagreement with, but maybe the Generous and the Mass Vandal lost the target. You know, I don't know.
Well, there's a judge at the table anyway, so it looks like it's going to get sorted out.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, here at Poppergeddon, we do have a
Oh, no. I think we've got it sorted.
very, very easy. Okay,
So,
let-
Lembus goes back.
also, I think Giuseppe is a judge himself,
Oh, sure.
so he
That
will
definitely helps.
be able to he will be able to definitely respect the game state. Okay, so Mass Vandal could have attacked there. 1 damage does matter because the way that Yaka wins this game is by actually attacking.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have access to black mana.
Yeah.
We have 3 Ceruli Caretaker,
Mm-hmm.
and we have 2 Elves of the Deep Shadow and 2 Lotus Petals. So there are some ways to cast the Balustra Spy, just not that many.
Yeah, Lotus Petal's like a one-time thing as well. Excuse me. Yeah, we're gonna pay 2 mana here. One of those being black. And we're gonna cast a Nickel Wellspring. We're gonna draw a card. 3 mana left in play. I see a Refurbished Familiar. I think this is gonna get cast.
Yeah, there are 4 artifact right now, so that card is a 1 mana 2/1 discard a card.
Yeah. We're gonna Eviscerate inside the Ichor Wellspring. We're just gonna draw a pile of cards here. Ichor Wellspring triggering a draw upon it leaving the battlefield.
Yes, indeed. And Giuseppe just needs to find creature. He needs to find that Geeks and Infiltrator. Let's see if it is here.
Oh, here comes a Terminate on the Overgrown Battlements.
Terminate. It's not a common choice. But yeah, 3 cast down, 1 terminate. Why would you play terminate in Pauper instead of cast down?
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
The reason are the Garden of the Guild Pact,
Yes, because of
protection from monocolor, and also Leonardo, the white creature.
the big brother. Yeah. Classic Magic card there.
Okay, this time the Mass Vandal does get in, and we are playing a
Nick Spawn Hydra.
3 mana 2/3 reach.
Yeah.
not the best, but again,
It's better than nothing because
yeah.
you just don't have that black mana, right?
yeah, Yaka just has all of these search effect for basics, but no basics to search.
Yeah, this Cleansing Wildfire is putting in work.
Okay.
Well, here comes that Gixian Infiltrator
Finally.
we talked about.
And this one is gonna grow a lot. That map can put a 1 to 2 counter on it.
Yep. It's going to happen right now. 3 copies of Gixie infiltrating the deck as well.
Let's see what does he reveal? Oh,
Oh,
a
a
cast down. That's gonna
cast
stay there.
Yeah. Put another
Yeah,
counter in this.
last summer I played an EPT, one of those of the many tournament that you can find across Italy and everywhere in the Europe, the Italian I guess pauper tournament. And I played an EPT, and I was playing Gixen Infiltrator in John Wildfire, and it was really just one of the first time that this card came up in that deck by Walker, one of the Italian pauper, one of the best pauper player. And that card stuck around, and it is now pretty a common choice in this John deck.
Here's the Lotus Petal. This one can get us some black mana.
Oh, EPT now stands for international. That makes sense. International pauper tournament.
Here comes the Balustrade Spy.
Oh, Lotus Petal Balustrade Spy. This might just end the game here. Lotus Petal was a game-winning draw there by Yaka.
Yep.
Who is now ready to go off. Let's see what Giuseppe can do. He can maybe kill one creature, but the Dread Return just needs 3, and that's enough.
Thinking about it here. See a cast down? Well, it's going to resolve.
Okay, and the game now should be over soon. There are not.
He just done. Let me look for your deck.
Yeah, Giuseppe's just saying, I lost here. Just give me the deck.
A reminder, it is closed deck list. So Giuseppe's taking the opportunity here just to see what is in the deck, becoming more informed for game 2.
Yeah, the spy deck really just plays face up. You mill your deck, you show your hand. It's just an open deck list.
Here it is.
So yeah, the cleansing wildfire play was a very heads up by Giuseppe, but that was not
gonna
enough.
do it. Yeah, I mean, heads up on Giuseppe to try and
Lotus Petal.
Lotus Petal.
Yeah, Yaka just needed to draw Lotus Petal, and he had to do that naturally because no tutor for it. So we're gonna go to the sideboard here, where
let's start with John.
Yeah, John needs to improve because you saw how honestly just like bad was the matchup.
Yeah. What do you like if you were playing, say you were playing John Wildfire this weekend, what would you bring in against Golgari Golgari Spy?
Graveyard Haste. So you have Fury Macabre here and he's Spellbomb, but that is the 1st and the 4th copy. And then also Duress. I think Duress isn't fantastic, but you do need to discard the Lead Stampede or the Winding Way.
Yep.
And also there's a world in which you go Swamp Duress.
Yes.
And your opponent kept a land grant hand only.
Yeah.
And you just take their land.
Sure.
Take their first land, because that's what the spy deck wants to do. It just wants to find the first land.
Yep.
Right? But also, they don't have that many spells.
Yeah.
So it's unlikely to be that good.
And for the Golgari Spy deck, what would you like? What would you expect to see in game 2 here?
We have Avenging Hunter, but honestly, I wouldn't change my deck too much.
You're kind of happy how it is?
Yeah, I think this is the classic spot where, but like if you play Avenging Hunter in your sideboard, maybe this is the matchup. I would definitely bring in Mass Vandal.
Yep.
Mass Vandal not only kills the bomb, it can also just kill a land as well.
Yeah, hit one of the indestructible lands is definitely in play.
Yeah. And
shuffling up.
This is actually a true combo deck, because we've seen earlier other combo decks that take so long to combo, or sometimes not even fizzle and not actually combo.
Storm, for example.
This is a combo deck. Like this card puts a card on the stack, resolves it, and wins.
Yep.
So
it's good to see different flavors of combo in Torpid. And Spy is one of the ones that's really broken out in the last year or so.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Again, let's take a quick chance to shout out the sponsor of the stream. You got Bose MTG, which is the merch represent. We've got so many t-shirts of them. They got hoodies, they got pants, they really got it all. And you can go to the Magic Con as well next weekend.
Yes,
the Bose MTG will be there, and you can buy you can buy these t-shirts that you can see me and Emma wearing right now. Maybe. Oh yes, you can see indeed. Yes,
Yep.
we have the 2026 and the 2000. Oh no, you changed.
I changed because it is 35 degrees.
You changed teacher. I didn't even
Yeah.
notice. I was ready to say you had the
Imagine
2025.
it. No, it's very hot here, so changing into different Bouze shirts is definitely smart.
Yeah,
And-
the t-shirt is not is definitely an important thing. Like extra t-shirt is an important thing to have this weekend. It's
Yep.
very hot, so you know if you come here with just one t-shirt and you want a second one.
Yeah,
there's,
there's a lot. There's a lot of good range. I think what I love about Bose's like shirts is not specifically magic. It's just general wear as well.
Yeah.
And they're always so popular. They always sell out. Half of my wardrobe is now Bouze shirts just from being at Paupergeddon.
Yeah, and another thing that's written on that beautiful playmat is LPI, which is Lega Pauper Italia.
Yep.
That is the Twitch handle that you are watching the stream on, and they are the inventor of the Paupergeddon brand.
Yeah.
They are the reason that so many people play Pauper in Italy because it is so well made. Both these players don't have a league. They don't play locally. Yaka is probably from a foreign country. I don't want to assume anywhere.
Not Italy.
Not
probably.
Italy.
Yeah.
And so most people that are here came with a team. They came with their local team. So
Or friends, and you
yeah.
see lots of people wearing like shirts or jerseys from their store or from their team, and it just brings a nice sense of community. It's also like playfully competitive as well.
Yes, indeed.
Which is always good to see.
yeah, the players sideboarded quickly, and we are ready to game 2 with Giuseppe being on the play. We can't quite see his hand, but I can tell you that Yaka didn't have any lands in
Yeah,
hand.
so Yaka's going to mold to 6 here, I believe.
So the way that Yaka mulligans is very weird because he
go on.
actually needs one of his 4 basics, or one of the 2 Lotus Special, or one of the 4 land grant. If he doesn't have one of these 10 cards, he has to mulligan. His hand isn't actually playable.
Yeah.
So he's behaving in a very weird way because, like, most of the time in Magic, you have decisions. Like, you have some agency with keep or mulligan.
Yeah.
That deck just kind of has to keep or mulligan based on if he has one of those 10 cards or not. And I'm sure there's a range of hands where you have one of these basics, Lotus Special, or Land Grant, and you mulligan, but I think it's very unlikely because if you have one of those cards, you just keep.
Yeah. Apparently Yaka is from Slovenia.
Okay, so they're very, very neighbor.
Yeah.
Very, very near. Ooh.
Putting this back on top.
The sweat in hands
Yeah.
makes it hard to shuffle as well.
For context, it is about 35 degrees here, but it's just starting to like really heat up. So it's a bit sweltering. We're getting it's a bit sweaty. Not just because you're playing a weekend of competitive Magic, but it's very hot in Luca.
All right, then there is AC. It's just hard to make it.
Yeah.
What about this hand? No. It doesn't have any basics.
Go to 5.
There are. It's really hard because again, you have to draw one of your 10 cards if you want to play Magic.
That is just that is just wild.
Who's on coverage team, Emma?
Oh, well, there's me, Emma Partlow. There is yourself, Andrea Mengucci. We have
Yes.
Skura as well.
Yes, we have Skura and we have Zio Francona, the winner of the Eternal Weekend Vintage of last year.
Yep.
Which is an event that's going to happen this weekend. No, sorry, not this weekend. This year.
Imagine if it was this week.
No, the 3 to 6 December.
Correct.
So if you want to play another Paupergeddon, and you want to come to Italy when it's less hot, when it's cold. Because in
Yeah, it's
December
pretty cold in December.
you can book your flight there to probably Florence or Pisa. They have some Ryanair flights over there as well, so it's cheap as well if you book it here. If you book it now, and then you can compete in the Paupergeddon Eternal Weekend, which is going to happen the 3 to 6 December.
Yep. Always a fun time. It's just a room of Eternal Magic. There's always like a big pre-modern tournament going on as well. So there's just something for everybody.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of vendors, a lot of artists, a lot of just people to hang out with. There is the casual players as well. There's tables for everyone.
Yep. Always a good time. And it's just great to see how much Paupergeddon has grown over the years.
Yaka found the Lotus Petal.
That's good. I say Dread Return. I think
So
it's
he's
a
mulliganing
Wave.
into 4 right now.
Yep.
He's gonna put three cards at the bottom. And it's gonna start with Petal into probably a Troll or something like that. Mulligan into 4, not the best start. We just saw the previous turn, Gavin and Verhey, Mulligan into 4 against Tron.
Yes, Ultratron.
And then he brought the game to a draw.
Yep. There we go. All right, and we can now kick things off. So we kick things off with a Drossforge Bridge.
Which is the same way.
See a land grant, revealing a Lotus Petal, Trollocastic Doom, Wall of Roots, and a Winding Way.
That's a nice hand, actually.
For a multi-4, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You have to get a forest with this.
Yep. Just double checking the text on land grant. It's not a card that you see super often these days.
Yeah, Land Grant is probably part of the cycle.
Yes.
But nobody remembers the other ones.
No.
But probably somebody in the chat can tell us
Yeah.
what is the final cycle of that Mercadian Mask. Such a weird cycle. Reveal your hand. You know, it's just, the hand is so nice. I don't want to reveal it.
There's a swamp.
All right.
Cycling this Trollocastic Doom away to get that singular swamp in the deck.
So, still, multi-4, but quite a nice hand here.
Mm.
We can go Winding Way and refill that, but let's see if Giuseppe has a duress here.
Yeah, duress would be pretty sweet here. So Forest going into Cleansing Wildfire, targeting this Drossforge Bridge. A little bit deja vu from game 1.
Yeah,
picking up a basic.
Game 1, the Cleansing Wildfire killing that swamp was very relevant, but here, Yaka having that Lotus Petal in hand just makes so that he has the black mana covered.
Oh, Ramosian Rally's in that cycle as well. Sure.
Wait, Ramosian Rally, isn't that when you have to tap?
I think that's
a
in the
white
cycle. I'm
creature?
just following the chat.
Oh, it's in the cycle, but maybe they're it's a weird cycle.
Yeah.
Where they don't do the same thing.
Or the same name. Like
Yeah. Cleansing Wildfire draws a card and
now
he
play
can,
the swamp.
yeah, we can either play Winding Way or the
Wall of Roots.
Hmm.
Play the wall here. Passing it back. Snappy draws a card for the turn. Would love to see like a Arriving Chrysalis. There we go. So then bring 2 Eldrazi spawn tokens for the ride.
Okay, so we have 2 tokens.
These tokens are great, by the way. I love these.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly the most common token in Pauper.
Yes.
Well, whenever I record on my YouTube channel, we just always use those tokens. There's always some spawn.
Yep.
But we have to use the Mezzochela tokens, which are the official Paupergeddon tokens. And now Leader Stampede usually just finds 5 cards, and it does.
Yep. Double Balustrade by Elves of Deep Shadow.
Mulligan to 4, completely extinguished. As a single card, gave Yaka 5 cards.
That's a pretty good rate.
So, who cares if you multi-4? Just draw Lead the Stampede and get that Mulligan up.
Just get it back.
Yeah.
Easy.
But probably Yaka needs to play the Petal because otherwise he goes to discard.
Yep. And getting this Elves of Deep Shadow out.
Okay, using a Petal, that now means that, we kind of find ourselves in the same spot where Yaka loses all his black mana. If, Giuseppe this turn goes, cast down on the elf, cleansing wildfire on the swamp, you're back to the same, game 1 situation where there's just no black sources available.
And you're waiting on a Lotus Petal, essentially. Like the 2 in the deck, I believe, and one's already been played.
Yeah, well, yeah. So that's why I think I would have kept that Petal around, but I mean, Yaka is the player who's still undefeated with spy combo. So.
Right, so must be doing something right.
Exactly. All right, what do we see here? Black and green.
We're going to Fanatical Offering. One of these poor Eldrazi spawns.
Which puts a counter on the Chrysalis.
Yes.
Because Chrysalis doesn't...
Because why not?
Yeah, Chrysalis says whenever you sacrifice a spawn, not...
When it dies.
Yeah, no, but in general, yeah.
Yeah. This card is ridiculous.
It's not like sacrifice a spawn, put a +1/+1 counter on it, which is, something that could have worked. It would have still made it very good. But, ooh.
Here's the Nihil Spellbomb.
That's exactly what you need.
I'm just going to pass it back. Draw for the turn. I'm going to pay 2. We're going to play a Gatekeeper Vine.
Gatekeeper Vine, of course, has been played earlier in the Future Match era to fetch a gate. The Basilisk Gate. But in this deck, it doesn't do that. It
Yep.
just fetches 4. Oh, wait, there's a second swamp. I missed
sure.
that. Oh, in the
Oh,
sideboard, you have a
sure,
second
sure, smart.
swamp.
Yeah, so
I
you just brought the swamp
see.
in. That
I
makes sense.
see.
I was like, wait, is this a... Wasn't it registered incorrectly? But nope, there was a swamp in the sideboard and it's been brought in for game 2. Which is smart. Makes sense.
Yeah, no, the second swamp against the Wildfire definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Especially if your opponent doesn't know. They might just be
Mm.
like, that's my plan, you lose.
Yeah.
And then you go like, nope, I have a second one in this game because I set it in. Again, we're playing open deck list. So it's very cool. Anytime there's like basic lands in the sideboard is always very cool.
Yeah. It's very underrated when it comes to deck building.
Yeah.
Just adding like a land or two in your sideboard.
Yeah, I've seen a modern Belcher deck with 3 basic island in the sideboard
Sure.
for the Ponza deck.
Gotta respect it. A winding way here, reading a mesmeric thing. Not
Classic.
left giant. Another
Man.
balustrade spy.
It's so nice that you just top 2, you draw 4.
And
you
mass
know?
vandal as well. That's gonna be nice here.
Yeah, we have 9 cards here. We have to go to discard. And this time, if Giuseppe wants to play a spell, he has to play it now.
Yep.
Before discarding. Because that was the issue in game 1.
The fanatical offering the map token.
It's always fun to fanatical offer a map token. Because
You make another map.
nothing happens. You just draw 2 for 2 mana.
Yeah.
Ooh, Balustra Spies discarded.
There's 2 in hand. It's like there's a swamp, mesmeric fiend, mass vandal, 2 spies, and a wall of roots.
We used to see card advantage in the source of like Fanatical Firebrand, the Visharator Insight.
Yep.
But the Spy combo just does it via and the Elf deck as well via Winding Way and Lead the Stampede.
Yeah.
So Pauper is the name of the game is value, and you just have to choose which line of value you want to take.
Yeah.
Some people play, Sneaky Snacker.
Here is a Lembus. Gonna look at the top. Gonna draw that card.
Yeah, there's a new spell in play that will die to the Mass Vandal next turn.
Riving Chrysis is gonna game for a chunk of damage.
It could also be chumped, but by that Gatekeeper bind.
Yeah, you're not really using it.
I would consider that because there is like a possibility where Clarkland Shaman cleans the table except the Chrysalis, and then you can't chump that anymore.
Yeah.
But 3 is maybe too little to chump.
How to counter to Wall of Roots? We're gonna get that other basic forest.
Yes, that's the last land in Yaka's deck.
And a magical 4. 4 mana needed, which is a important number for the spy deck. We do still have this Nihil Spellbomb open as well.
Yeah, so Yaka can't quite win the game this turn. Well, that's not true technically.
No?
No, because there's 6 mana into play. So he can go Mass Vandal, kill the Spell Bomb,
Yep.
and then he can go Balustra Spy.
Yep, so second Wall of Roots.
But no, now he can't do it anymore. Because Wall of Roots is mana negative. You
Yep.
spend 2, you only get 1 back. I wonder if Yaka should have gone for it.
Would you have gone for it in that instance?
Maybe not, because you do want to check if the coast is clear with a Mesmeric Fiend. Because you actually die to Fairy Macabre.
Yes.
Which is a card that people play these days, especially.
There's another
Oh.
Nihil Spellbomb.
And also, Breath Weapon. Oh wow! Actually, if you would have gone for it, you could have won the game. If you went for the Mass Vandal Balustra Spy,
Yep.
I think you would have won the game, right? There's no interaction to that.
Nope.
So maybe Yaka played too defensively,
Just being too conservative here.
too conservative here.
So I'm gonna take this cast down. It's gonna be under this Mesmeric Fiend.
Oh wait, Pulse of Muraza. Pulse of Muraza is an interesting card.
Yes.
Because Pulse of Muraza isn't. Wow, it's so weird. Such a weird card. This card, I mean, the designer probably didn't intend it to also fizzle a Dread Return, but this is indeed a proper interaction that can happen. You Dread Return a Loathly Giant. In response, I'll put the Loathly Giant back to your hand. The Dread Return fizzles. You lose off decking.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Here comes the Nihil Spellbomb. Paying a black mana to draw a card. Graveyard is now exiled. We're going to Breath Weapon. using the Eldrazi spawn to pay the cost.
We're getting back that cast down.
Yep.
And also the Wall of Roots dies.
That's fairly important here. Riving Chrysalis sticks around.
And those 5 cards that you see on the table are in hand.
Yes, just playing open.
Yeah, the opponent is playing open hand as well. You can't quite see it, but the player is
you
definitely seeing
You can see the swamp in
the opponent in hand.
There's a lot of revealing of cards with Spy.
Okay, so now Yaka knows about this Pulse of Maraza, so he will have to play around it a lot.
Yeah.
And also a second Spell Bomb.
We've got Gixie and Infiltrator here. She's going to be really good at putting a clock on Yaka. We're going to chip in with this Riving Chrysalis here. We'll do a chunk of damage.
Yeah, Geeks Infiltrator, really important addition in this matchup, I think.
9 meets 20.
Yeah, and now Giuseppe is holding up that Pulse of Maraza once again.
Just keeping the 3 mana open.
6 mana, this is a 5/7.
It's a generous end. It's going to bring a food token.
And we now... I mean, it's very taxing, though, for Giuseppe. Like, he has to hold up 3 mana every turn.
Yeah.
It's not... Yeah, it's not something that you can easily do every time.
Yep. It's... 3 mana's a lot, right?
The cast down will kill that ant, and we'll keep on attacking.
Yeah.
This clock is, you know, very real here.
And this Gixie and Infiltrator is just going to get bigger as well, just
Indeed.
through Wildfire, just doing the artifact stuff that it
Yeah.
just does so well.
And also that map just puts 2 counters on it if they flip a spell.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Castle Lembus?
Casting Lambus, but I wouldn't tap that way. I would tap the 2 Storms. All right. First we kill that.
I'm going to cast down the Generous End.
Yes. I would...
Thinking attacking?
Okay. Not cracking the map, so that means that Yaka... Sorry, Giuseppe does have a plan here.
Yeah. Force and blocks. Mass Vandal's going to block this Riving Chrysalis. Going to go to the graveyard. Goes to 6, but we do have this food token that's going to recoup some of that life loss.
Yeah, so Yaka has in the Cyber 2 Avenging Hunter. I wonder if he sighted in this matchup.
Be a good way to turn the corner.
Yeah.
She's not doing much else at the moment.
Yeah, the deck lists are closed deck lists until the top 8. So when the top 8 begins, you guys will be able to see all the 1,066 deck lists. But until then, only the commentators will have access to deck lists.
Yeah, so Elves of Deep Shadow comes in. It's probably on blocking duty here. It's not going to be doing too much.
Yeah, they just 8-4 mana, basically. Not doing anything with those 4 mana. I would have definitely cracked the clue. I think...
With the food.
Yeah.
Here comes the
No,
Lembus.
the map.
Sure.
To put a counter on the Geeks Infiltrator, and of course to trigger the Explorer ability. Yes, now we do map.
We map on the Chrysalis.
Mm-hmm.
Revealing an artifact land. Slagwood Bridge.
And now we have 2/4 power attacker.
How many players on site? It's about 1,066 players playing in Paupergeddon today.
Giuseppe has a full grip over there. It's just not really using it though. It just needs to.
I just love this Pulse of Marasa to the side. Just like, yep, you got to remember about this.
He definitely will.
Yeah. So crack this food token. Gain 3 life. Damage happens. Goes to 5.
The clock is big here.
It is.
Passing the
And
turn
this
once
Nihil
again.
Spellbomb back up too. Like,
It's gonna be very hard for Yaka to win because he either needs another Mesmeric Fiend, which he only plays 2 copies of, or he needs to put 5 creature into play.
Or a duress, maybe? There's a balustrade spy. I'm gonna go for it.
Targeting the opponent, that's funny. Ooh, and milling a flashback card.
And here we go.
Yeah, that's funny. Just a lot of cards were milled, but
Yeah.
doesn't really matter much. End of turn, we are just sacking a Lambus.
Yep. Goes back into the deck.
Most importantly, putting a counter on the Gixin Infiltrator.
Yep. Just John Wildfire doing John things. Slowly growing this Gixin Infiltrator in the process. Go into the draw step.
We forgot a counter on the Infiltrator, but you know it's a mistrigger and
Yep.
something that you know the players have to remind. This is a competitive event, so the players need to be mindful of their own trigger.
Yep. 4 mana here.
What's the card that costs 4 mana?
Thriving Chrysalis number 2.
Yes.
Try and really close the door here. 4 spawn tokens.
Those spawn tokens are going to be important too.
Yep. Chrysalis in the Infiltrator. Attack. Double blocking.
Next
ensues.
turn, we win for sure.
Yeah.
I would honestly just like
Concede.
no, but not concede. Like if I'm the jump player, I mean, if I was the spy player, I would have conceded 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
But if I was the jump player, I just pass here. Just like gotta make it quick because 10 minutes, the spy deck can certainly win.
Yep.
But the jump player will struggle to win in 10 minutes. All right, a game 2 handshake, and we're going to game 3.
Yep. Got 10 minutes left on the clock. Probably a little longer because of that judge call.
So yeah, that Pulse of Miraza was lifesaver for Giuseppe. He actually didn't need to cast it.
It's just like, yep, it's here. This is
It's
something
here.
you have to respect.
Yeah.
You have to play around.
And Giuseppe plays a main deck, actually.
Oh, really?
Yep, 1 Pulse of Miraza main deck. You use that card against the green deck, sorry, the red deck against 6 life. Against the mid-range deck, you can get back a Chrysalis. Against Spy, you fizzle the Dread Return. Very, very cool card here.
Very versatile card.
Yeah, no, it's a. I mean, it's a one-off, right? And it's been a one-off forever, but it's just fun. It's just fun.
Yeah, it does the thing. It helps supports the thing that John wants to do, right?
Yeah.
Very easily.
The players don't change their deck post Cyborg, it seems. They're ready to go for a game 3 with a little pile shuffle before that.
Yeah, just to make
I'm
sure.
a big fan of 1 pile shuffle and 10 shuffle on my deck. This is the way I shuffle my deck every game. Just you count your deck as well, making sure no cards fell off the table or your opponent didn't steal you any card.
Make sure there's different sleeves this time, so it's going to be a lot easier to follow.
Yeah.
Make sure you have the right number of cards in your deck.
Very important, yes.
Just good housekeeping, especially in a long weekend like this one.
Yeah, I mean, it also just helps you relax a bit. You just need those like 30 seconds to decompress. I pile shuffle very fast, but I think Giuseppe also does. Like,
Yeah.
It is a very important thing that counting your deck. Okay.
See what we can do. Lots of shuffling.
Yeah, the today I feel like we had our future table was with oldest to time.
Yeah.
Which isn't really I mean, in Pauper it is common, but it is uncommon that the future table always goes to time.
Yeah, because we've had a couple in the last few rounds. The heat also puts a tax on things as well mentally. It is very warm in the tournament hall.
Yeah. All right, let's begin. Spy combos maybe on the play. Let's see. That last game they multiplied to 4.
And they recovered well thanks to Winding Way.
He has a lot of lands. I was gonna keep this one.
See 2 lands? 3 lands?
Yeah, both players have functional hand. I think we're gonna go.
See Queer Ranger. It's not a card we've seen yet.
Yeah, Queer Ranger bounces a forest, untaps a creature. Bouncing a forest is very important when your deck doesn't have that many lands.
Yep. Just stretches your mana that just that bit more.
All right, one more time the handshake for the 6th time in this game.
There'll be one more after this match, you know it.
I'm sure they both have sweaty hands as well. Like exchanging sweaty hands multiple times.
And that's Magic the Gathering, everybody.
It's indeed, it's indeed. Especially here in Italy, we love to hug each other.
Yes.
And exchange some of that, you know?
Some of that sweat.
Some of that sweat, exactly.
Oh,
Sometimes they do some like
pretty.
cheeks kiss, you know?
Yeah. Pretty aggressive start here. We've got an Elves of Deep Shadow into a Wall of Roots. Playing on a -1 on caps to play another Elves of Deep Shadow.
And I love the not attack. Just like, I'm not going to win on the damage. Don't worry.
Yeah. And Giuseppe follows that up with a Equal Wellspring during a card.
Yeah. We have
a lot of mana here.
Ooh, attack for 1. I mean, if Yaka has a spy, he just wins here.
Yeah, this is a very quick start. It's like the ideal start as the spy player. But we're gonna start with a Mesmeric Fiend. See what Giuseppe is attacking.
He didn't attack. He tapped it.
He tapped it for mana. So we've got a Slagwood's Bridge, we've got a Forest, a Fanatical Offering, Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Clan Shamans, and an Equal Wellspring.
I thought for sure Giuseppe had a Fairy Macabre in hand, by the way, he tapped down. But no, he just hoped that the opponent didn't have Spy. And the opponent did not have Spy. His Spellbomb was probably drawn off of Equal Wellspring. So yeah.
Playing with revealed hands once more.
Yeah. Okay.
Forest comes into... No, it doesn't.
And also taking Mesmeric Fiend is interesting because, of course, we do have access to the Clan Shaman.
And an Equal Wellspring can generate some value here. Just going to check to see how many cards Yaka has in hand. It looks like 2.
Did Yaka play Queer Ranger after seeing the Clan Shaman?
I think so.
I would have held the Queer Ranger in hand there.
Yeah, so...
Wow.
Equal Wellspring is going to be sacrificed to Clan Shaman ability. 1 damage to each non-flying creature, or without flying.
And then I would just not play around the Spy anymore because you need 3 creatures to win. So you can just go Forest plus Equal Wellspring here.
Nihil Spellbomb's the follow-up.
And a top land.
Yep. 4 meets 2.
Okay, only 2 cards in end for Yaka.
Yep, one of them's a swamp.
And, well... Oh, you know what it is, actually? Yaka has 2 basic land in his deck.
Sure.
So playing Spy doesn't do anything, doesn't win the game.
Right.
So he just was safe. He said, I don't care if you have the Spy. I still have 2 basics in my deck. In order to win, I have to mill exactly, Dread Return, a lot of creatures, and a Loathly Giant. So Giuseppe was just, I don't want to say safe, but it was just unlikely that he would have died.
Yeah. Equal Wellspring comes in here, draws a card.
Yeah, the Booster Spy deck it's not like in Legacy where it's like you actually play no lands.
Yeah.
So whenever you cast that spell, you win. You first need to remove those 5 lands from your deck.
Yeah, the 5 lands, as much as lands are important in Magic, they are very much a hindrance if you don't get to them. And that's why you have all these land cyclers and land grants and stuff.
Exactly.
So just try and filter those out as soon as possible.
Yeah, for some reason I just tunnel visioned into, oh, he has 4 mana, he wins. But no, that's not how it works.
Nope.
You need 4 mana and to remove all the lands. So it's not a 1-card combo for mana. It's a 1-card combo for mana after you've played, 4 to 5 cards that remove the lands from your deck.
Especially if you brought that extra swamp in as well for the sideboard.
Exactly. So, it's a lot worse than you think if you come from Legacy.
Yeah. Still impressive that it can work in Pauper, though, and seen some good success over the last year.
Yeah, I remember some versions also played with Wrath and Chrysalis.
Yes. Seemed very ambitious and very aggressive. Well, we are approaching close to time here. We're going to cast down this Overgrown Battlements.
Yeah, Giuseppe needs to find a creature. He doesn't have that many, just 3 gigs in Infiltrator and a couple of Chrysalis.
2 mana here is going
This is a
to
Winding
bring
Wave.
a Mesmeric Fiend. See what's in Giuseppe's hand here.
I love this Easter spell because it lets us see the hand too.
Yep, so Slagwood Rig,
Ooh.
Makeshift Munitions,
Wow.
Clan Shaman, 2 Fanatical Offerings, a Breath Weapon, and a Cast Down. So a lot of interaction here.
I think Giuseppe has what it takes to win the game, but is missing an important resource. the time.
Yes.
This is, it's like those like
The precious thing.
It's like it's like millionaire, billionaire, but they're like
Yeah.
they've lived I don't know the whole life to make those money, and now they're old
Yeah.
and they have money, but they don't have time left.
Yeah.
And that's John Wildfire.
And there's just no pressure on the board here. There's no chrysalis to. Just like it's 19 means 20, right? Like.
Yeah. And the players have played fast, but this is just the nature of this format.
Yeah.
Every game just is long. Every game tends to go to time if you play these control strategies.
Yeah.
Like the John Wildfire deck. Yeah. I believe at the last Paupergeddon, the percentage of draws for Jund was 11%.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That means over 1 in 10
Drew.
games was a draw. Which,
Makes
I mean,
sense.
according to our matches that we showed today on camera, it definitely means that because the Fog player went to do a draw.
Yeah,
Gavin went to a draw. This game seems so as well.
A
So
lot of draws happening.
yeah.
And getting your second draw at this point is not fantastic. As we said before, it's a bit of a loss.
I think they are in that weird spot where if they take a draw now and they win the next turn, they can ID around 8 to lock day 2.
Okay.
Because 503 locks you day 2.
It is 18 points. Oh,
Yeah. So this is a... Yeah, I mean, I think it's a totally reasonable play to ID your round 8 if you are 502.
Yep.
But I mean, you have to win you have to win
win
one
one
more
more
match.
before then, yeah.
Yeah. So this is definitely not a spot where players concede to each other. A draw worth a lot more than a loss here. Whereas, if you're 1-1-1 like our Fog players, then, it makes sense to concede to the opponent.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to enter turns.
Yeah.
Very, very soon.
Yeah, we've seen Boros Tribe earlier playing against Mono Red.
Yes.
Who was the winner of that match?
I believe it was Boros Tribe.
Boros Tribe.
Yeah.
That was a quick one because I saw they were playing in the future match at main table, and then I took a break. When I returned, they already
Yeah,
were
I
gone,
believe
so
it was Boros Tribe.
that was a rare, fast match.
Yes.
For today.
Yep.
Me and you, Emma, have always covered 50 minutes
Yeah.
matches today.
Next will be a Mono Red Panther Spirit. No,
Yeah.
It's a bit too quick, I think. You need to find a balance.
Okay, so makeshift munition is in play.
Got a bunch of lands. You can tap them for mana and then sacrifice them.
Mass Vandal cleared a new spell bomb scene.
So we are, I believe, on turn 0. Or turn 1.
Well, we have a judge on floor, so maybe they have some extra time. We don't know about that.
We did have a judge call in game 1.
That's true. That's true, actually. We had a judge call in game 1 about the going to discard and then playing the medical offering.
I think there's a couple of extra minutes here that just haven't been added to the round timer. You can play a Cartcran Shaman here. Sacrifice Ickle Wellspring.
Ooh, sacrificing 3 artifacts here.
Yep, holding priority there so you can deal 3 damage to...
Yeah, this is such a weird card, Clarkland Shaman.
Yeah, it's like a thing of old magic, right?
Yeah,
it's old magic design.
This is something like, if they print that card today, they would be sacrifice X artifact, deal X damage.
Yeah.
But instead, that one is sacrifice 1 artifact, deal 1 damage. But of course, it's an instant ability. It's not a sorcery, so you can respond to it.
Yeah.
And that means that you can put several instances of it into play, and that kills Nyxborn Hydra.
Yes.
Which is very cool. With Death Touch, of course.
Yes. Need a toxin analysis to do that. Or Hunter's Blowgun.
All right, so we're drawing a card for the Eco Wellspring, and now we need to put creatures into play. Giuseppe hasn't drawn a creature yet.
I was going to say, there's no Chrysalis. Well, Gixis Infiltrate is a good one. Might be a bit late to the party, but here comes Downhill Spellbomb.
Well, honestly, Gixis Infiltrator plus makeshift munition. It's a lot of
It is a
damage.
combo, yeah. And
that one as well.
Another
So
Cartcran
the turn aren't on yet. As I said that, this thing came up.
We are in turn 1 of 5.
All right, so the extra time ended, and that means that Giuseppe will have 2 turns to win the game.
Gatekeeper Vine. It's going to get the 5th land out of the deck. No more basics.
2 turns to win the game. It's not many turns.
It's not.
But
it's still possible.
It's possible. So I think end of turn, I would just use that makeshift munition end of turn. Because we have mana up now. We can just sacrifice that Clarkland Shaman, maybe. Or even use Spellbomb, honestly. Let's see what Yaka does here.
Just gonna pass it back.
Nothing. No counters on the Geeks Infiltrator.
So
All right.
turn 2. 2 of 5. Play a Lembas. Not what we really want to see, but we're gonna scry to see if we can draw something on our next our turn 4.
You don't want to see the Lambas. You just wanted to see more Geeks Infiltrator here. That would have been the best play. Let's see. Oh, tap into mana. Nope.
Just another Lembas. It's a lot of bread happening right now.
I would have like played Fanatical Offering there because it would have give a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah. You could draw even more cards that way.
Also, tapping like this, living up the forest, kills me a bit.
Yep.
All right, 3/2 artifact die. We are holding priority so the Geeks Infiltrator doesn't die.
The Lembas go back into the deck. Have to shuffle them. Dixie Infiltrator is now 4/3. We are on
And then
10 to a 5.
yeah, and then we can just use the 2 mana to shoot with my makeshift munition. Although you don't, I don't know if you wanna. Yeah, no, there's no way Yaka can win because he doesn't have a 6th land. Well, actually, he can go Balustra Spy, like whatever, and then Lotus Petal, 2 elves.
Yep.
And then he has enough. If the
Here comes Cleansing Wildfire hitting
on his own land.
on his own land. Okay. Getting a swamp. Gonna draw a card as well. Thought that was gonna hit one of the basics for a minute.
Yeah. So Giuseppe needs to deal 15 damage in one single turn.
It's gonna be tough. We're playing another land.
But maybe there's a chance.
Turn 3 of 5.
It's not unlikely that the game is over. There's so many artifact lands here. There's 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
So you can deal 6 damage. 12 plus 4. I think Yaka. Actually, I think Giuseppe wins the game here.
Oh yeah.
I think so. Because he spends the 2 basics to play cast down.
Yep.
And then he shoots with makeshift munition those 6 artifacts.
Yep.
That he has in play. So that's 6 damage. Plus 6 counter on the Geeks Infiltrator. So that's 12. Plus 4, 16.
Yep.
I think he has 6 damage.
Just
Sorry,
gotta see
16 damage. I think he has it. Let's figure it out. This is the last turn of extra turn for Giuseppe. And I think he has lethal.
Yeah.
But obviously, he needs to. Okay. Let's see what happens. 2 mana Fanatical Offering.
Sacrificing the Sackwood Bridge. Trigger on Gixin Infiltrator. Create a map token. Draw some cards.
Draw 2.
I see another Breath Weapon in hand. That's not going to do anything.
Okay, so we have to go cast down.
On the Balustrade Spy.
And then we have 8 plus 5, 13.
Yeah, here comes the cast down. Hitting the Balustrade Spy.
He needs untopland. If he has untopland.
I'm going to crack this map. Triggering Gixin Infiltrator.
All right, a land still needs to be made. All right, that's untopland.
Yeah.
We need to put a counter there. Exactly. The opponent reminds it. That's funny.
It's very important here because it's going to get lethal.
Play the land, so that's 8 plus 6, 14. I think he only has 14 now. But I think he had lethal if he didn't play Fanatical Offering. Oh!
All but the spell bomb.
Wait.
You got the spell bomb.
Yes.
You can just sacrifice.
This is
just don't pay the black on the spell bomb.
This is lethal. This
Yeah,
is
just
lethal.
don't pay the
He has
spell
lethal
bomb.
again. No, don't play Lambus, please. No.
Lambus doesn't make you win.
No way. That's why you play the Geeks Infiltrator, because it one-shots with makeshift munition.
Yeah. Pain.
Pain. You know the meme, not like this?
Yeah.
All right, we're
And
only
it is-
shooting 2 here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rest in peppers.
And now we attack for 8.
Go to 5.
Down to 5. Pass the turn.
Game ends. And it's another draw.
See? I mean, Yaka definitely take the draws, Yaka, because it's so important to take the draw here.
Yeah. And here comes the handshake once more.
And we're back.
We're back. That was a game of Magic.
That was a game of some disappointments.
I mean, it's hard, isn't
Well,
it?
if you're rooting for if you're from Slovenia, you're rooting for Yaka. You're happy that your countryman is still alive for day 2 at 4:02. We have now two more rounds.
Yep.
So me and Emma will be back for round 8, the final round of today. You guys will be able to see some more magic. So, don't go anywhere, right?
Right. I'm going to go get some gelato after this.
I'm going to be here putting the cards on screen for you guys.
Sure.
So see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. I'm here for another interview, and this time with a special guest. I'm here with Cristina Scabbia.
Hello, everyone.
This is a pleasure to have you here. It's 1 year after that you came here for the first time, here with a lot of nerds, people that play Magic, so something that is very crazy and outside of your comfort zone, I would say. What do you think about this experience?
Actually, it is totally my comfort zone because I'm a total nerd as well. And you said it right. It was 1 year ago. Lacuna Coil played at a Lucca Summerfest. But I came in Lucca a couple of days earlier, and I met one of the organizers, which is a friend of mine. And he was like, you definitely have to visit Paupergeddon. And I was like, what is Paupergeddon? And he was like, well, it is simply the biggest tournament in the world in Pauper format. And I was like, okay, let's go check it out. So I came here with my boyfriend visiting, and I fell in love because I could feel the passion of the players. It was so well organized, and it was just a beautiful location. And I was like, I really like this. So 1 year after, as soon as I got the chance, I came back, and it's incredible because it's growing and growing. Is at least 3 times the people that was here 1 year ago. And it's crazy good, crazy cool, so well organized. I love it. I love it.
Okay, I have questions, several for you, but we have few times. So the first question, are you actually play Pauper?
I tried, actually. I am learning because what I really, really, really love about Magic is the artwork. That's where I started. Because I started as I love to draw, and my studies when I was younger were related to creating, advertisements and painting. I'm not as good as the artists here are, but I love that world. So the way I got connected to Magic cards was artworks first. Then I discovered the game, and I am still learning. I'm not good to compete at all, but I will learn. I promise that I will learn to be a good player.
Yeah, maybe 1 year later we will see you play at the table of the Paupergeddon as some of the participants. This would be crazy, no?
It would be crazy, but I mean, yeah, it takes time, it takes practice, it takes skills because, of course, if there is a tournament, there are players that are better than others in terms of a tournament, but it's a game that it's for everyone. You can play at every level as long as you're having a good time. That's the whole purpose. Yeah. You can win a tournament, but even if you don't win, it's okay anyway. The most important thing is to have a good time with friends or people that you don't know. It's a good chance to meet new friends.
Another question is about the community again. You came here with your boyfriend. Your boyfriend has this pub that is called Valhalla. And this is crazy because now there is a booth inside of this location that sells a lot of beer. And this is crazy because it's a spot inside of the tournament where people can chill, enjoy cider, beers, stay together, have a way to go off and turn off about the tournament vibes and stay together to chill about it. I think this is something really important for a tournament. Also in a concert, you go there, you just drink a lot of beer, stay with your friends. So you are creating something for this community. In 1 year, you are creating something that people love because people love to go in that booth.
Yes, I will not take, you know, the because it is not my. Of course, I'm part of the family because, as you said, is my partner. But I think that Chris and the guys are doing an incredible job, and not only, you know, serving refreshments, but also, as you said, creating a connection, you know, talking to people, creating a safe space in which you can just like stop for a second before you go back to play again. And I think that every event beside the tournament itself, it's something that is just like adding something and is strictly connected to the tournament itself. Because for a few moments, you can just like free your mind and go back even more focused.
Yes, exactly. Also, one thing that I really love is the end of the tournament where everyone wants to relax and so having beers, no? And this is crazy. Now we have a bar inside here. We just don't have to go inside of the city.
Yes.
You can drink here all the night and start again the next day. Last question, then I know that you have a lot of things to do, is I also know that you are a collector. And I saw you in the past bought piece of art. Do you want something from this Powergeddon? Are you looking for something?
I have been looking at many altered cards. We were talking about the fact that, you know, that there is this division because some people think that it's going to add value to cards or decrease values. But what I really love about cards is what they represent. I don't care about the monetary value at all. So I love altered because I love the fact that there is an artist that can add something special, something unique to the cards. So these are the ones that I'm looking for. I have few cards at home that are pretty cool. I have the Liliana signed by Amano.
Wow.
I have some cards like signed by also by Domenico Cava, Danny Orizio. There are incredible artists here, so I will bring home some cards for sure.
Okay. So thank you to be here. Thank you so much. And we will come back shortly after the break with another match here at Powergeddon Summer Edition 2026. Bye.
Hello and welcome to round 7 of Popageddon Summer 2026. I'm Skura, also known as Alice in Front, and I'm joined by Franco, and we will be. Let's go to the feature match immediately because players are ready. So there is no time to spare. Let's watch Affinity versus White Weenie, and there is some story behind the White Weenie player.
Yeah, yesterday White Winning player top 8 at the top upper player tournament, so we know it's a good player. They are 6-0, so they already achieved the day 2 threshold, but obviously you want a play to win because tomorrow you don't lose your record. It's still the same tournament.
Yes, yeah, but yeah, top 8ing yesterday into 6-0 today. Absolutely crazy. So would you say White Weenie is a bit underrated, or maybe this player is underrated? What was happening here?
It's a good deck that can do something really powerful as doing a wide board with both flyers and creatures on the board. He can do Leonardo.
Oh, Leonardo!
Is the new addition from the Ninja Turtles. He has an ability similar to Ninjutsu, but it's not really Ninjutsu, the snake abilities. And in this deck, it's really, really powerful.
The Novice Inspector discarded to refurbish Familia, so much value there. Familia cannot profitably block Leonardo. Thraben Inspector, second clue. So you're putting all these creatures on the board, but you're always ready to gas back up with those clues. Attack, tap this one. Oh my goodness, that's very aggressive.
Yeah, so the devil is the details as always. We don't have a lot of red mana untapped, so the key is to have the red mana, and we only have one great furnace in the Affinity list. So for now, red mana is not available, so we cannot board wipe the board with Karkan Shaman or interact with the Galvanic Blast. But we are on the board with Ultra Monitor and a second Refuge of Familia.
Okay, that's also a very strong draw, but from Familia we discarded Battle Screech. So we've got a very solid draws on both sides. How do we break through Ultra Monitor? So would you just attack with your Leonardo and kind of throw it away, or is there a way to actually break through, keeping Leonardo alive?
So we can take a turn to develop our board, and then with Guardian's Pledge we can get through for real damage. Also, notably, Idyllic Range here does a fantastic job because now Leonardo it's a 4/4, so you are in a double block situation and you don't want to double block into 2 white open mana that can represent also Tribe and Charm. So Giovanni is playing really tight. Nicola needs to find the red mana to interact with this board, and that's it. Now you have a choice: do we double block in the face of Tribe and Charm, or we're not?
And again, I was going to say, even if it works, the outcome is clean board. I'm adding 2 more birds with Battle Screech. So at least double block works. There was no Thraben Charm. The 2 mana in this deck can always represent a clue crack. So there is still so many more cards to be drawn for Giovanni.
Yeah, we have in the mono white deck now we have a lot of card draw because now we have potentially 12 effect like Trabber Inspector because there is also the Elite Interceptor. Here it's in only 2 copies, but so we have 10 effect like this. We have Korske Fisher to get our value. We discarded the Lunash Veteran and then we casted the backside. The Battle Screech is a lot of advantage, and then we close with Guardian's Pledge. This is our trump card.
So what would you say is the matchup spread for White Weenie? What was the reason to bring it, and what was the argument not to bring it?
So it's a really fast deck, and it's kind of weak against cards like Arms of Adar, but Arms of Adar is not that played, because normally you expect Breath Weapon and you have Prismatic Strength, so you get that covered. Against Arms of Adar, there is not really a way, because you have Ramosian Rally that can pump your board, but most of your board is 1/1s, so they will not survive the Arms of Adar. So also if it doesn't wipe your entire board, it shrinks it a lot, and you want to go wide with this strategy.
Yeah, and going wide we are. Very impressive situation. We're using our mana fully every single turn. We've made our 5th land drop. All the mana is being used. We're tapping creatures, attacking in. There are some trades going, but we have more cards, more lands, more creatures, more life. So it looks pretty decent for mono white. 2 cards left in hand, draw step, and 1 more clue in the bank. Let's see, Ico Wellspring. Okay. We're probably trying to draw like one of Great Furnace. Ultra Monitor, in theory, roadblocks is very nice. Then a Thoughtcast. Okay, we've got a Red Souls tapped, but to be fair, 3 out of the 5 creatures fly.
We have to survive this turn. So now the question is, Giovanni has a way to find his way to lethal. So he has a Guardian's Pledge or a Ramosian Rally to push some damage. That is the question.
Yeah, and what's super awkward is that even if Nicola blocks, then Guardian's Pledge means both monitors will die. So much damage is getting through. Oh god, we're reusing this Elite Interceptor. Like, I think the 3rd time that is. Wow.
Yeah, he always comes prepared for the fight.
Yes, so much value, so much utility as well. Because actually it's very uniquely powerful, because if it was Thraben Inspector, it would be much less impressive. But we have tapped, 3 blockers at this point, so it affects the battlefield very, very nicely.
Yeah, it's a really cool addition, and also if the card has similar effect, sometimes something is slightly better, something is slightly worse. Like with Trouble Inspector, you get the clue also if your Trouble Inspector dies, and that's it. With the Elite Interceptor, it's really good against with pairing with Korske Fisher. Obviously, without it, it's okay, but it's not that great.
Yeah, and also if you were on the defensive, it wouldn't be particularly impressive. It's impressive because we are on the in the proactive plan.
Now we have to find something to interact with the board, like some Galvani Blast or Karkar Shaman.
Okay, Shaman is decent. We're immediately cracking it, drawing 2 with the exchange. So it's still looking okay for Giovanni, but we are definitely trying to find one of the 2 Guardians pledges and maybe at least one Ramojan Rally.
Yeah, we shrink the board, which is safe. We have the Ultra Monitor that are dominating the board. So now the question is also if we can bounce back the idyllic range another time to get the Skyfisher like a 3-4. This could be a key. Oh, the Raffine's format is really good to get passed through.
Okay, we're just growing the board even more. I mean, we just blinked and we've added 3 more creatures to the battlefield. But these Ultra Monitors they are holding down the fort properly. 6 power and toughness of flying defense.
Yeah, we almost stabilized the board from the affinity part. Now we need some draw spell to really go through our deck to cast multiple Mirror Enforcer, which compared with Reckon's Bargain can gain us a lot of time and can make our life out of the Guardian's Pledge threshold.
That's fair, because a Guardian's Pledge is going to be the looming danger throughout the whole game, basically. And we can't really get rid of the flyers as affinity, right? And most of the opposing board flies right now.
Yeah, every time I played against White Weenie, I'm always worried. This turn, can I die to White Guardian's Pledge? Is always a math problem.
Yes, it is. And again, the issue is that even if you do block, you would be losing the Utrum. So we're really hoping no Guardian's Pledge. And then on the flip side, for Giovanni, we are wishing for the Guardian's Pledge. 3 cards in hand. 4th is going to come with the draw step. How much card flow does Mono White have? So we could draw more Core Skyfishers to replay Raffines. We've got 8 more Inspectors to play to draw more cards. We've got more Raffines in themselves. So half the deck is draw spells.
Yeah, but we stumbled a little bit, and this Bluff Fountain did a really good job in overcome the board. Now we are dominating the air with these 2 trumps, and that's it. Nicola stabilized. Now Giovanni has to find a way to get through this board and impose his game plan.
Yeah, I mean, this looks very scary. Affinity now having so many flying creatures available with so much toughness as well. Is road blocking the opponent's battlefield. Now we still have to turn the corner somehow, so we're still quite a way away from this. But let's be honest, Affinity stop decks on average will be better than White Weenie stop decks if you go card for card.
Yeah, normally you can say this, but we saw in Giovanni list at least the Guardian's Pledge, but it's also the situation where the Affinity start to attack because, okay, I'm safe, and then you can use the strengths proactively, like you can block with all your creatures, and then strengths, negating the blue creatures to do damage, but your white creatures will do damage. So that's one important thing to get in mind when you are going through this match.
Yeah.
Normally, you could be safe, but sometimes there is some tricks also that you can do.
Yeah, and then we could also draw as Giovanni Battle Screech once or twice, which will also go even wider. And then again, still we're threatening Guardian's Pledge. I will ask you the question differently. Can we win as White Weenie if we don't draw Guardian's Pledge?
I don't think we can now.
Sure.
I don't think we are in a really stalled situation.
Yeah.
We only have 4 removal spells in our list. They are the Trap and Charm, and there are 3 Ultra Monitor. So we can either draw 3 Trap and Charm or 1 Guardian's Pledge, and that's fine. Or multiple Scapiscia, but we need a sequencing. So there is only one play. You have to do 2-3 plays in a row, while your opponent adds relatively nothing to the board. So it's really in the spot where you don't want to be normally, but the mono white deck, it's really consistent of doing what it's doing. So I don't think the game is just ended, but we stabilize, and then we have to see how the top deck treats us and how we navigate the board.
That's fair. I think one of the better draws for Giovanni as well could be maybe another Leonardo. So you grow the board, you alpha strike, you get just a couple of creatures in, but one of them is a switched out Leonardo, which could hit for 7 or something.
Yeah, the problem is that Nicola could could block the Skyfisher, which is really a thing that if you bounce something, but you bounce like the token, you're not giving a lot of value. And if you're sacrificing half of your board to ninjutsu, it's fine if it's the last damage.
If it's the last damage, exactly, precisely. So from this position, right? If you saw the snapshot of this position, which seat would you rather be in? Affinity or White Weenie?
Affinity for sure.
In this particular spot.
Yeah, because we cast like 2 talk cast, so we have a lot more of draw spell. There is munitions that we can draw. That is really a game changer card. Multiple blood fountain also is one of the things because we have other flyers. We have also galvanic blast that we can interact with the creature, with the Skyfisher, and that's it. I think Nicola is really winning this game.
Sure. So
overall,
so Nicola might be winning this game potentially if there is no Guardian's Pledge. But let's take a step back. What do you think of this matchup as a whole? One Weenie versus Affinity.
So after sideboard, for the Affinity part, we have a couple of cards in this sideboard specifically, because if you don't come prepared for this matchup, it could be really ugly. But Nicola came prepared, because we have Arms of Adar, as I said before. We have Duress and Envelope, can help fight the Dust to Dust, which is really the scary part, because in the early stage, you can Dust to Dust the lands, but also you can Dust 2 Tron Monitor at some points, which is really scary. While from the White Weenie deck, we mostly add the Dust to Dust and that's it, because if one Dust to Dust gets through, it gives us the time to overcome the board and win the game.
Right, and so I think we are back into the game, so let's see if it's actually over. One way or the other, immediately cracking the clue, trying to probably fish out that Guardian's Pledge from the very top of the deck. And now the Inspector. Okay, so given that we've got so many lands, it's so easy to convert every Inspector into yet another card.
Yeah, we're starting to doing, obviously, when you develop a creature like Trap and Charm, obviously, Affinity can respond with a Karklan Shaman. So you really want to like things like Battle Screech in this scenario, but also, obviously, Trap and Charm is one of the most powerful things that you can do in this spot, where you need cards, you need the card to flow.
I absolutely agree, and I think we are passing back. It's hard to see how many cards Nicola has. It's a couple. I'm not sure if it's like more like 2 or more like 6.
And it's definitely scary if Affinity pass with open mana, because it's representing a lot of interaction and draw spell in that scenario.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards it seems like. That's plenty.
We have the munitions, and that's probably game. We have to find for Giovanni's side a Trap and Charm as quickly as possible, because this mech munition is already doing disaster. And then there is also Karklan Shaman. So and there is Toxin Analysis. So I think we got this.
Oh wow.
I think we got this.
That is crazy. So, can you explain to us how Shaman plus Toxin works?
So, Toxin Analysis give Death Touch and Lifelink to a creature. So now Karklan Shaman will have Death Touch and Lifelink. So you sacrifice an artifact. Conveniently, Toxin Analysis create a clue token, which is an artifact. And then you deal 1 damage to every creature on the board that has on flying. So what happens is that Karklan Shaman will shoot 1 damage of Death Touch and Lifelink of every creature. So all dice is like a Wrath of God with Lifelink. It's really powerful. And also if you sacrifice with this trigger on the stack, the Karklan Shaman, let's say, to this mech munition to deal another damage to something else, the last distance of Karklan Shaman on the board will have Death Touch and Lifelink and will still kill all the creature, which is really crazy.
Right, it is crazy, and you're gaining all that life for every creature you've pinged. You can also sacrifice Shaman itself to all these various effects, disputes, munitions itself. Making land drops doesn't sound that bad when you've got the munitions. But now, the window for Guardian's Pledge is probably closed, because if you pledge, Nicola can just sacrifice a bunch of lands, kill off a bunch of birds. And it's not going to be as lethal as it would have been literally a turn ago.
Yeah, for sure, but you still can do something because now if you're sacrificing your lands, there is the possibility that okay, I finished my lands, and
Yes.
how I win if I cannot cast my spell. So while Giovanni has to draw something now, and one card was Battle Screech, that is fine. With one card you are created 4 birds, and if you're sacrificing 4 land, it's okay. But if it happens another time, do you have any lands left?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's really ugly.
Yeah, but it is nice, as you've mentioned, that there is a Thraben charm that could be used, and there are many of them because there's a full 4 of them with the hidden mode, or maybe not so hidden, to destroy target enchantment, which this could very much come in handy. Prismatic Strands naming blue, presumably.
And now we are double blocking
Block.
one neutron.
Okay,
And
that's a good Strands.
we are forced to recognize bargain, which is huge, or to kill Askefish. So we gain 5 in the process, and you get 2 cards, which is good.
Nihil spell, we can eat that Prismatic Strands if we would like.
We can also draw a card that's really impactful.
Yeah. Now, timing-wise, in practice, if there was a Battle Screech top deck, you still couldn't Nihil Spellbomb anything. Because when you play Battle Screech, the priority is still for Giovanni. So he would play Battle Screech and immediately flash it back. That is, unless there was like Lunarch Veteran with the life gain. So now we've got another Inspector, another draw. And now what seemed to be like a whole swathe of lands. We've got just 6 for Affinity. So it's not that many.
Yeah, we didn't draw any Mirror Enforcer to start really pressuring the game. And now we'll see it's the exact scenario where White Weenie flipped the board now. And that's really huge.
Yeah, because like it seemed, and you said that the game is supposed to be over almost, but this is why you play the game to the very end. You play as tight as you can until the result is submitted, because I think the ball is in the game still.
Yeah, nothing is decided yet. And we see the more this situation goes on, the more Affinity situation could turn ugly. This Blood Fountain is really huge, because it can buy back Carcal Shaman and Refurbished Familiar, and we see there is only 2 cards in White Weenie hands now, so Refurbished Familiar could be really strong.
Yeah, and slowly but surely we are showcasing the end game of Affinity with so many creatures. Now the density of creatures has increased recently, thanks to Utro Monitor. Blood Fountain, the second one and the last one, to rebuy the creatures yet again, but oh my goodness!
I think we found the Guardian's Blade.
I think we may have found it, and we've got just 3 mana, so we cannot kill more than 3 birds.
Yeah, there is a kind of an indecision, because if you Guardian's Blade, your board gets +2/+2, but still the Elite Interceptor will die to the Mirror Enforcer because it will become a 3/4. So it was, okay, will I do it? Oh yeah, I have to pressure it.
Well, now we can do this in okay. How about Thraben Charm your makeshift munitions, and then
that.
I will respond. And we've got 1 ping on the stack right now off of the blood.
Yeah.
So if Nicola says, okay, let's respond with 1 more crack, then you go Guardian's Pledge, or you don't.
Yeah, he basically countering what a good block will be here, because normally you want to block and then use munitions.
Yeah.
In that way, you are forcing the action, and when you are the one that force the action and you have a card, then say I can win the game. It's really good.
So the last card in hand, we are resolving. Still deciding something about resolving the Thraben Charm. Yeah, we're talking about the stacking of abilities, because there is 1 more ping on the stack from the blood. And yeah, it is Guardian's Pledge with 1 ping on the stack, so that ping that is about to resolve won't work. And I think they're explaining the timing, like we are past destroying munitions, but before the original ping would resolve.
It's always a pleasure to see a stack that has to be resolved. And as a blue player, I always love to utilize the stack to do some kind of things.
Yeah, I fully agree. And if you play a lot on MTGO, it's so easy to understand the triggers because you see them visually. Right?
Yeah.
The moment you start playing your deck on Modo, you will actually see and feel all these triggers and how it goes. And
But actually, there is one thing that is difficulty on Magical Line, resolving a Fluster Storm over a Fluster Storm. That is kind of a nightmare
thankfully,
sometimes.
that's not in Pauper. That's one thing. But, okay, I think we are kind of walking back through everything that's been happening. Yeah. So just to walk you through all of this again, Nicola proactively sacrificed 1 blood to munitions to shoot a bird. And then Giovanni said, wait, Thraben charm your munitions. Then Nicola said, okay, wait, now I will kill 1 of your birds. And Giovanni said, that's okay, go down to 2 birds. And then after the Thraben charm resolved and we destroyed munitions, the only thing on the stack was the first ping on 1 of the 2 birds, to which we responded with Guardian's Pledge, and this is the situation we are in right now. So the outcome should probably be every creature grows by 2/2, and nothing that we see on board right now for White Weenie dies.
Yeah.
At least just yet, before blocks.
And then we have a good block, which is Miriam Forsen over 1 of the now 3/4.
Right.
And then we have 3 bad blocks with Utrom and Refuge Familiar. I mean, we can block with the Utrom the bird token to trade, but we are still keeping a lot of
With
damage,
mana-
and the Scafisher will be on the board, which it means also that this Blood Fountain will have to get back the Utrom monitor in the following turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that is such a powerful exchange. Okay, Galvanic, in response to Guardian's Pledge, then we make the block you mentioned, right? The good block, Enforcer on the creature on the ground.
And now it's much easier to do the block with the from the 2 birds, and then just jump with the familiar. So we preserve the life, we take 3, we go to 10, we crack the blood fountain, we get back the 2 Utrom, and now the situation is kind of okay. I think we need a Karkal Shaman then after that, because on the board we will remain Koska Fisher and 3 non-flyer creature. So that's it.
Okay, we were still lining up the blocks. I think 1 card left for Nicola. It's interesting that after this makeshift munitions, we are still in the game. Okay, so I think we're resolving damage right now. So let's see how this all shakes out and what the resulting life total is going to be.
And I think Utrom is blocking the Novice Inspector.
Okay, so
he took some damage.
yeah, both Utrom survived.
He took some
So
damage.
you must have, we must have said no blocks on some of them. Down to 7 this is.
Then now we are looking for a graveyard to see what can I bring back
Right.
with the Blood Fountain.
And we've got, I think, 1 more Utrom, 1 Refurbished Familiar.
1 Kaka Shaman.
1 Shaman, yes.
I think 2. I'm not sure, but it should be 2.
Right, so the only thing that we blocked in the air was the one with 1 damage by Familiar.
Yeah.
And the rest got through. But we also galvanicked one of the Skyfishers pass back without using the fountain. So what do we want to do? Like fountain plus insight on a land?
So probably, yeah, we have some kind of draw spell. The best will be Bracon's Bargain, obviously. And I mean, there is no if you wait, you cannot put yourself under Trap and Charm 3rd mode, because there's always a 3rd mode that you, for 2 mana, can exile
Right.
target player graveyard, which is scary, but sometimes waiting is better than doing it right away. So let's see if Giovanni have the Trap and Charm.
So we are... Oh, proactive bargain on Mirror Enforcer. What do you think of this play?
So we want to gain 7 because we took some damage, and that's fair. And then with the Blood Fountain, I think at this point we recovered the Mirror Enforcer and the Neutron. We need the Mirror Enforcer also because Prismatic Strands cannot say colorless, because colorless is not a color. So it's really strong to pressure the mono white deck.
Okay, we held back Raffin's Informant, I guess, for that discard. And so, I mean, this game has been so back and forthy to the point of being over. So Nicola takes this down. What a game that was, like until the very end.
Yeah, I think Giovanni is trying to save time for game 2 and game 3.
Right.
Because the start situation normally gets you behind Affinity. Because you want to have the time to play game 2 and game 3 when you have a good strategy like Dust to Dust.
Yeah, and so let's talk about this dust strategy. So, mono white. Let's start with mono white. Dust to dust. We've got 4 of them in the sideboard. That's so many. Are you going to sideboard Mulligan aggressively towards them, or not?
I think the deck can mulligan to 6 to find it. I don't think he can mulligan to 5, like a functional land that draws you eventually the Dust to Dust. Because you also cannot do it on turn 3. You can do it like later in the game to remove the creature, because in this game the fact that the Affinity has multiple Ultra Monitor was the key of the thing. So even if you draw it after turn 3, you for 3 mana I remove 2 of your best creatures and I pass ahead. It's really a huge thing.
Yeah, you basically used 2 blood fountains, so we saw the same creatures over and over and over again. If you dust to dust those Ultra Monitors, they can't come back. So if you have dust to dust turn 3, are you always going for lands, or are you prefer making some proactive plays and then dust to dusting blockers?
95% of the time it's always good to hit the lands. It depends on the situation. Like on the draw, I can be facing already some Affinity creatures, because Affinity discount it's really good. And so if I turn 3 I have double Ultra Monitor and 3 lands, I think I will hit the Ultra Monitor and not the lands.
Yeah. So, and there might be a way where you do like a split, maybe? Or would you like, if you see 1 Ultra Monitor on turn 3, Monitor and lands?
If you have 1 Ultra Monitor on turn 3, I think we'll hit 1 Ultra Man, 1 lands, normally.
Okay, so still, you have to reassess the situation every single time. It's not obvious that you just do one or the other.
Yeah, I think the key when you're playing Power is that the situation that seems the same is really much more different the next turn, maybe, because there is new information, there is new card, and it's true also for all Magic, but in Power specifically, when the little things matters a lot, it's really where I want to study, because I love how to interpret a Power game. And it's one of the things that I like to do the most, to analyze my games and to say, oh, this was not that situation that I thought about. It was slightly different. I can understand from it.
Okay, yeah, that's very nicely put. And I think I caught a glimpse of Envelop in Affinity's hand, which lines up perfectly against Dust to Dust. But Envelop in Affinity, what do you think of this addition to the deck in general? Like, how common is that? And how good do you think this is?
So I think Envelope is really well positioned in the meta, because of course you can counter Dust to Dust, but against the green decks it's really powerful because you can counter both Weenie Wayne, both and Leader Stampede. Against the Spy deck you can also counter the Dread Return, and against Mono Red you can counter 2 of the draw spell, the Grab the Prize and Highway Robbery. Against the Rally deck you can counter Slacker's Impulse, and you can counter Rally the Homburg. So it really has a lot of utilizing, and sometimes I like not put like 6 Blue Elemental Blast, and I put 4 Elemental Blast and 2 Envelope, because it's kind of the strange blast, the new strange blast of the format.
I fully agree, and I've been doing exactly that in my Faeries decks, and I have enjoyed it quite a bit. And especially as we mentioned that already today, this is not a instant speed dispute format anymore that much. It's more of a sorcery speed discard draw engine format, against which Envelope absolutely shines. We are on turn 4 for White Weenie. 4th land drop is made. Core Skyfisher, looking at a 2-1 and a 3-3. Creature decks are struggling into such big creatures so early, generating value. Dust to Dust spotted, which might just eat that Envelope.
Yeah, the problem is when an Affinity has a blue mana up, you know that he has it. But you still have to play, I think, in my opinion, because Obviously, there is a chance that he's only bluffing, but at least, okay, the envelope is gone. I can draw another dust to dust because 3 mana is a lot for the white Weenie deck.
Oh, that's like the fastest. Yeah, immediately. That's a huge.
Fastest counter of the Powergeddon, I can say.
Exactly, that was absolutely huge. And I'm not sure Giovanni even expected an envelope to possibly be here. Now we've got another refurbished familiar and a mirror enforcer and a black fountain. Oh my goodness. This is not the mid-range affinity deck that I've seen so much in this format. This is aggro artifacts.
I mean, my definition for Affinity is that Affinity is an aggro deck.
Right.
He has the best Baron spell in the format, the Galvanic Blast. He has the best finisher in Makeshift Munition. He has the best creatures of the quality of ratio of how much mana you spend on the creature and how big it is.
Yeah.
And he has the best recursion spell. And now he has access to the best sideboard tool in both the blasts. So I think it's an aggro deck. That can play also mid-range.
Yeah, that's a very nice way to put it. Looping with the blood fountain is absolutely crazy. And right now we're getting in for 7, so Affinity is actually on the offensive. And as Giovanni, oh god, don't be reckoned as bargain as the last one. It is not. Okay, that would be absolutely devastating. It's still not the best though.
Yeah, also a removal spell from Nicola would have been a disaster because Trouble Charm deals twice the damage of the number of creatures you control.
Yeah.
It could be a disaster.
Yeah, it could have been a disaster. Thankfully, it's not. So we're still playing the game. A couple of birds made with Battle Screech. So this is a very nice way to trade off with the familiars. But okay, let's see what we draw off the blood. Oh, another Utron Monitor. Oh, wow.
Utron Monitor really changed the matchup, I think. Without Utron Monitor, the matchup was like, okay, but not that good. You need to find your sweepers after sideboard. Now, you can also play without the sweepers and you're still dominating in the air.
Yeah, and speaking of sweepers, Nicola is particularly well prepared because we saw Envelope basically swinging this game, or at least swinging from a possibly losing position. But as you mentioned earlier, there are 2 Arms of Hadar still in Nicola's deck, which we could see.
Yeah, and I think this is almost a desperation attack. We want to let Nicola take a chance to do the wrong block and like trading off the resources in a good way for us. But now we are thinking back and we say, okay, do I have to attack with all? Because Nicola is lethal on the wingback. He's almost lethal, but he's a galvanic blast lethal.
Yes.
He's like you cannot go really under 4 against Affinity.
I get you. No, one of the better things from Giovanni's perspective is that Affinity has 1 card. That doesn't happen very often. Just 1 card. So if we can't kind of chain thought casts, maybe it is winnable still for White Weenie. But what's the last card? We don't know. And one of the fine downsides of this turn is that even if a bunch of creatures of yours die, you've got that blood fountain, so maybe it's not the end of the world, but I think we do need to present Guardian's Pledge, which we are... Galvanic?
Obviously, the last card is always Galvanic Blast.
Wow.
Obviously.
Okay. So it's 4... Yeah, we would have died with wrong blocks, I think. But now it's fine.
From both parts, there are some cards that you have to acknowledge because also if your opponent is bluffing, if they have it, you are dead.
Yeah. True. So now we've got sadly, Familiar can very nicely block the Informant. Oh, but there are strands in the graveyard, so we could attack in and name blue or black, or attack differently and name both.
Yeah, but obviously if you don't attack with some creatures, you tend to have the Guardian's Pledge less powerful, obviously.
I think right now we just have double strands that we're presenting.
Yeah.
But sadly, so what we're accomplishing? We're accomplishing 1 damage and 1 killed Familiar.
But we could have something like Leonardo to win the game on the spot, because one creature is passing through. So we could have Leonardo.
Wait. Wait, what? We tapped.
So we tap the new Raffining's format to cast the strands, I think, and then we trap and charm with the Blood Fountain ability on the stack, which it's really huge.
The reason I'm surprised is that's why. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why I was surprised. Now it makes more sense. The Thraben Charm, absolutely huge. What did Nicola draw? 4 life. Pass back.
Yeah, obviously Arms of Adar will be the card you want to draw, but you can always have it. And we are like in the middle of prismatic. The second prismatic strength here is really strong because we can do some damage, and we pass 2 damage. We use another strength, and that's it.
Yeah, that's close.
And next turn we are lethal with the same attack.
Oh.
Because there will be also another bird attacking.
Wait. A Galvanic on Raffine's Informant.
So we are still going to 2, but the bird will be 4 birds against 2 Utrom, which is still lethal.
Oh, another Strands in response, probably trying to name red. Bargain in response, gaining a bunch of life and cards, but we're losing on the board right now.
Yeah. But I think we need to do it.
Wow. Okay, so now what's our spot here with Affinity?
We have to find the Arms of Adar.
Oh,
that's it.
Another Galvanic.
The Galvanic Blast is fine. We gain some life. We have 7. We can block 1 bird at a time, but in this kind of game, if you don't draw any more creature, you are really going to die. To this Tribal Charm, top that is huge. And now the coast is clear for the bird to attack. And obviously you want to not attack with everything because you have the flashback of the other strands and you don't know the list. So maybe your opponent is playing Breath Weapon. But Arms of Adar eat the board.
Wow, we top deck that.
And now we are in a stale situation. We are in top deck mood and Novice Inspector, one of the best cards that we can draw in this situation.
Wow, that was insane. Arms of Hadar on the last possible turn into makeshift munitions. Although killing Inspector is pretty tough with makeshift munitions.
In this situation, yeah, but it will be good against future creature. But Elite Inspector also is one of my the card that we are looking for. Leonardo also. A lot of powerful top deck for both hands,
right.
But Weenie is getting on the board a lot. We use the prepare spell to untap the Leonardo, and now we have to draw something because Leonardo is a lot of damage.
Right, we are at actual 1 life. Anything kills us. Another Galvanic drawn.
But we have the strands on the graveyard. So we can use the flashback, tapping like Novice Inspector or the Elite.
What's... Are we undoing the Galvanic?
Yeah, I think we are. Okay, we Arms of Adar and then we pass.
Oh, we just undid the Galvanic. Okay.
Yeah. With the idea that maybe we are facing strands. I mean, we're dead anyway, so...
Okay, woof. Okay, these games have been insanely close, absolutely insanely close. Now, both players, 16 minutes on the clock. Sounds like well enough to close because we played those 2 games in like half an hour, 15 minutes to finish the last one. Perfectly fine. Now, Nicolas on the play. How much play draw do you think affects the outcome of the game?
I think, the fact that you are on the play in this aggressive matchup, it's really, really important. Obviously, Giovanni's Dust to Dust, notably, will arrive when you already done your turn 3. So you can really manage to hold your mana up for Counterspell or for Recurrence Bargain, or you can put a lot of creature on the board on your turn 3. That's one possibility that you can do now. So I really love to be on the play in this matchup, for sure.
Right, so 1-1. A minute has passed, and now Affinity, I think, keeping a 7. Yeah, I think Giovanni is still resolving his mulligan. I can see a couple of lands, Ico Wellspring, and one of the envelopes. What do you think of the envelope if it doesn't spike the dust to dust? Doesn't it like strand in your hand? You could counter like one half of Battle Screech. Is that good enough?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything except for countering the dust. I mean, yeah, the battle screech sometimes is huge, but it's accessory. But the fight is one of the Affinity worst matchup, and for overcome this matchup, it's really needed with for only 4 target mostly, and this is telling you how bad dust to dust a card is for Affinity. Because when you're playing Affinity, your mana base normally is your biggest enemy.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. And I think players, especially Giovanni, playing very, very fast, trying to finish this game. A draw is doing nobody any good. Remember, these players are locked for day 2 at this point. 6 wins is enough. But finishing day 1 at 8-0 gives you an excellent chance to actually top 8ing this absolutely insane 1,000-person tournament.
Like on the play as Affinity, you can try to use the Igor Wellspring. While when we were on the draw, you could have never did the 2 mana Igor Wellspring if you want to hold up mana for envelope. And this is one of the key. And now Leonardo is hitting the board, and he can do some real damage now, because now we have a decision. If we have a dust to dust, we do a dust to dust, or we develop the board for the Leonardo. Because maybe we can try to use our mana better and play the creatures. And okay, if you have envelope is good only against dust to dust. If I develop on my board is better than yours. At some points you have to tap out, and then I will punish you with dust to dust.
So Nicola chumped with Refurbished Familia on Leonardo. What does it tell you? I'm curious.
It tells me that I have to make time for me to cast my spell, so I have to survive.
Right.
And it's one way to do it.
One way to do it. Blood Fountain now triggered. Those Blood Fountains just 2 off in the deck, but we see it very, very often. Pulling a lot of weight.
One of the most powerful tools that Affinity gained in the year. Because with this card, the Affinity cards are really much, much better.
So can we see a Galvanic on Leonardo? Because Leonardo unchecked is going to be very, very strong. Utrom maybe? A Thoughtcast, which is, I think, good for Giovanni, but not that good for Nicola, because we want to affect the board a little bit, right?
Yeah, but we need the 4th land. Also, notably with the 4th land, we have 7 artifacts, so we can cast Mirror Force for 0. So it's really punishing not to have the 4th land, because now we cannot cast Enforcer if we want hold up mana for envelope. And this is the kind of situation where Giovanni decks shine.
Yeah, we can't even Galvanic Leonardo because we will be risking Prismatic Strands or risking Dust to Dust. But Giovanni goes attack pass. This tells to me we just want to double crack the clue, maybe?
Yeah, it's a possibility. And this Duress finds, okay, ooh, there is also the Guardian's Pledge. Because if it was only Prismatic Strands, it could be very bad. But with the Guardian's Pledge discarded, we gained this a turn.
Okay, so what's the argument not to Guardian's Pledge the previous turn for a massive attack?
Because you want to hold up mana, because in this situation we have 2 creatures that dies to Kakar Shaman and 1 that doesn't. And also there is Galvanic Blast. So also if your opponent ends up Galvanic Blast your Leonardo, it's really bad. So you want to have the mana up to have the Prismatic Strands open.
Okay.
And that's the spot when we tap out, and if we draw now Dust to Dust and remove Enforce and Neutron, we just right away win.
So let's see if that happens, because we have 4 Dust to Dust, so the chances of having one are actually pretty decent. Well, it's 100%. It's 100%. Those creatures will be moved to the exile shortly enough in the face of Blood Fountain. But we attack in, draw for Nicola. We've missed our 4th land drop quite often, and I'm not sure if we're going to hit it here. Ico Wellspring, just 1 card deeper.
We have Karkar Shaman, I think, but we have to suck it right away because we know there is a strength, and it's fine. We draw 2 cards, so we try to stabilize the board a little bit now, and we are good. But Giovanni is drawing cards, so if find the first copy of Dust to Dust, there is the second. That is the question. If there is the second copy of Dust to Dust, or maybe a Battle Screech, we are really far ahead. But with the Dust to Dust, it's almost sure that at 6 you have a 3-turn clock, your opponent has only 2 lands, so it's really good for you.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, full grip for White Weenie. Oh my goodness, this is... We're choosing the Black Souls to get rid of this. Double Duel.
You want to get rid of the Black Swords because you saw Arms of Adar, but it could be also good to go for the red sources, because if you have only 1 creature on the board, Galvanic Blast is normally the removal spell, and Nicola is just Metalcraft now.
Yeah, true. That is very true. So let's see how this develops, but I think the advantage bar is firmly in Giovanni's favor. Prismatic Strands that we know of. Yeah, we're going to exile the creatures that had been dust to dusted. That's very relevant in the face of Black Fountain, of course. 2 attacks, and the game is over.
We have a Battle Screech though, so the question is, do we do the flashback on the Battle Screech and have little the next turn, or we just attack, play our Battle Screech as a 4 mana, I make 2 birds, really honest, and that's it. Oh, we have also another one of this, so that is good.
So, like, we could think about playing around Arms of Hadar, but on the other hand, we know Nicola doesn't have more lands because he's been missing land drops, so it would have to be specifically untapped land, which I guess we could try to play around if possible.
Yeah, and also if we tap 4 for Battle Screech, we don't have mana for the Prismatic Strands, because we have 6 land.
Okay, so now we play Refurbished Familiar, trigger on the stack. Discard the known Prismatic Strands.
Which is always a good thing to do.
Shaman, okay. Well, is Affinity in this still?
Kinda, we can chum block with the Refurbished Familiar. It's not that great, but we survive another turn.
Yeah.
But it really depends. If we have another untap land, next turn we can crack the Blood Fountain, get back to Familiar, and have another turn. But we see we have another Cosca Fisher, we have also Battle Screech. So if we can Cosca Fisher, get back the Inspector, and then replay it, we are also without the range of Arms of Adar, because Cosca Fisher is a 2-3, which is really good. We can also play the Battle Screech. Now the envelope comes into play, and then we do the Sky Fisher.
We can pick up the only creature that dies to both Shaman and Arms of Hadar. Now we've got 2/3s lethal on the board.
1 blocker is not enough for Nicola, and let's see if we have something else. Because Trends is not good, because you can play the creature to flashback it after.
And we are paying 2. There's probably not a clue crack. I think this is going to be like a Thraben Charm, maybe. No, we say attacks first. Block with Familiar.
We have the Reckoner's Bargain.
Wow.
That can gain us 4 life and give us at least another turn, which is really huge.
Oh my goodness, still staying alive. 6 minutes on the clock. That's just enough still to finish this game one way or the other. Untapped land now. We could Blood Fountain 2 creatures.
We choose to play Enforcer for 1, and then I think we have some kind of removal spell for the Scafisha.
Yeah, or another bargain.
Yeah, or another bargain, sure. It will be not optimal, obviously, to bargain against your board in this situation.
Interceptor again, showing that it's such a good card here.
Now we can attack also with the Novice, which is fine if we want.
I mean, Giovanni's showing really a masterclass of White Weenie here. Really enjoyable to watch. Thraben Charm is in hand indeed.
But we are waiting for the Blood Fountain, obviously.
Bargain. Gain 7.
You got
Lose 4.
So we're at 7, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which is quite a bit because you're not dead in one attack.
That is huge. And your opponent can't overcommit in the face of a potential top deck Arms of Adar, which will be really bad.
Yeah, and the shaman that's already on the battlefield.
You have to have mana open for the Trap and Charm because Blood Fountain is how we got back in the game. Bargain is how we survive.
Yeah. Do you proactively use Thraben Charm? You probably don't, right? You want the opponent to waste the 4 mana?
Mm-hmm. And they're talking.
Talking and maybe another draw spell. Okay, so now we just want to draw up. We draw 3 because we shortcutted the draw step. And let's see. I mean, what's the combination to even stay alive? I mean, we can have 1 development turn because we're looking at 6 power. Utro Monitor is excellent to block cost Kai Fisher. Oh, this game's close. We declined to use Thraben Charm. We just attack. Oh no. Okay, we do the development turn.
And that's fine because we are still ahead. Because when Nicola will suck the Blood Fountain, we will Trap and Charm, and we will definitely have a huge impact this Trap and Charm because Affinity relies a lot on the creature in the graveyard when you are aggressively sacrificing them to recognize Bargain all the time.
Okay, Baum is nice. We can proactively exile Strands, which we can use just like Might as well, right?
Yeah, it's free, so you do it. You name Red, obviously.
A rat, discard one of the redundant planes. Tapland, I mean, that's definitely too late to be hitting land drops.
We drew another Trap and Charm. So now the question is, do we kill the monitor? And the answer is yes.
Okay, no bargain, Giovanni's thinking, probably.
I think Nicola played 3 bargains, so the possibility is not that high.
And we kill both flyers.
But the Uther must still die.
It doesn't fizzle, so that at least there is that. We attack all. 1 card for Nicola.
The Furbisher Familiar almost has to block. Almost.
We did not block. We took the damage. Down to 4. Probably the best draw is like Thoughtcast, maybe? Yeah. Okay. There is for Thoughtcast.
We need an Arms of Adar.
Oh, Arms of Hadar would actually be...
If we draw an Arms of Adar, we are out of the mess for now.
Oof. It's crazy. This was a double dust to dust game, and we could still potentially not lose. We are still alive.
We are going to 1. No, we're going to 5. Another Recognize Bargain. The 4th one, I think.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And now we are at 5, so we still have got 1 more full turn of not having to do anything in theory. We are drawing closer and closer and closer to these Arms of Hadar that normally decks don't even play. But Nicolas prepared. Spell Bomb. Crack immediately, proactively. Answers yes, looking for that Arms of Hadar. Untap land, Utro Monitor. 2 cards left. Pass back.
We need a Dust to Dust now for Giovanni.
Oh, this?
But Screech is fine.
Okay.
We envelope, we can flashback it, and it's fine. But we're still in the Arms of Other territory.
Yeah, we
obviously.
are. Oh my goodness, we definitely are.
Really tense game.
Really tense game, and we are still, again, 1 top deck away. Ico Wellspring, drawing well into your deck. We have probably seen at least half of the entire library at this point. At 5 life, no bargains are left by my count, so no more life gain trickery.
Yeah, the point is always with Affinity that you don't really cantrip, you don't select your card. It's card quantity, not quality. Yeah. So if the Arms of Adar are on the bottom of the deck, they will stay on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, true. And we're double checking what Affinity has. This is the next couple of turns are for all the marbles, are for being 7-0 at Paupergeddon 2026 summer with 1,000 people here in the room. Being a 7-0 would be absolutely huge. And let's see, we see planes.
Leonardo.
Leonardo, okay, don't say it that loud. Oh, let's see if that ninja can sneak in. Well, that would be quite a sneakage.
Yeah, we could win, but now we are counting. I think Giovanni counted the galvanic blast and decided to go for it because I think there is only one galvanic blast because we saw two on the Scafisher and one in the previous turn to survive. Yeah, another
We can
galvanic blast.
sneak out the creature with the removal.
Because if
What?
blocked first and then he did the removals, but this is
This-
what you don't want to do against ninjutsu or snake creatures.
This is crazy, and this is GG's. Removal, response, sneak in Leonardo, and that's GG. White Weenie takes this down 2-1. Giovanni, 7-0 as White Weenie, having top-8'd, top popper player of the year invite-only tournament the day before. Absolute masterclass. White Weenie, so maybe not Gruul, maybe not Monstertron, maybe White Weenie is our dark horse of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw how Giovanni also did consistently good with this deck during this year to qualify for the top upper player. He did top 8 yesterday, and now it's 7-0. You know, there is really a good feeling when you undefeated at Powergeddon.
Oh,
and
surely.
I know it. It's a really good feeling to go home and maybe you're 8-0 and it was like, yeah, it was a good day of Magic for me, and that's it.
And I think he'll say exactly that. That was an exciting round, but there is still one more round to go to see who gets to be 8-0, but also for more players who can actually day 2. Because we will have so many players at 5-2 this round, and all of them will be fighting for that 6th win to clinch day 2 tomorrow. And then from that day 2, hopefully, because if you day 2, win the 6 rounds tomorrow, you might just top 8. So, still fighting. Oh my goodness, that was an exciting round.
Yeah.
But for now, for round 8, Mengu and Emma will be taking over. There was our last round for today. We'll see you tomorrow. I've been Skura, also known as Alex in front. Franco with me. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Vincenzo, and I am here for the MTG Trivial. So, see what we got.
During development, which alternative name was considered for the game before Magic the Gathering? Spellfire, Mana Clash, Wizard's Duel.
Mana Clash.
Correct. In what year did the Magic Online MTGO launch? 1999, 2005, 2002.
99. I don't play MTG Online.
Which 1994 expansion was so massively overprinted that it crushed the secondary market? The Dark, Fallen Empires, Homelands.
Fallen Empires.
Correct.
Okay.
How many guilds rule the plane of Ravnica? 8, 12, 10.
10.
Correct.
This is easy.
The plane of Teros is inspired by which real world mythology? Greek, Norse, Egyptian?
Greek.
Okay. The current Mulligan move, draw 7 then put a card at the bottom, is named after which city? Paris, London, Vancouver.
Paris. London. Yes.
Pauper was born as a player created format on which platform? MTG Arena, Magic Online, The Pro Tour.
Magic Online.
Yes. Which of these blue cards is banned in Pauper? Counterspell, Brainstorm, Gush.
Gush.
Yes. Which land cycle is essential to Pauper Affinity decks? Shock lands, Artifact lands, Fetch lands.
Artifact lands.
And that's it. Good job.
How many points?
I let you know.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't count it when you was answering.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Andrea Mengucci, and we're here to bring you round 8 of Paupergeddon, the last round of today. A lot on the line. People want to punch their ticket to day 2 because it means they get to play more Pauper, and that means possibly more prizes too.
Yes, indeed. Although we're not going to watch some bubble matches, some people on X2 bracket, we're going to watch some undefeated
Oh, okay. Sure.
Magic. We have one of the most successful Italian player on the, on the block, Pietro Bragiotto, who has finished first in Swiss yesterday at the top upper player, and he's also undefeated today. So very little loss for him in 2 days, and he's playing the most popular deck in the tournament, Mono Red Madness.
Yeah.
And his opponent is playing instead John Gardens, which is the second most popular deck. So this is definitely a battle of the most popular decks.
Yeah, there's been a few. So if we can get the metagame up very quickly before we dive into the match. So most represented is Madness. Then we've got Affinity, Wildfire, Gates, and then Terra. Not a lot of blue cropping at the top tables, but Madness seems to be the deck to beat this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Sneaky Snacker is the talk of the town, played by that Mono Red Madness, and played by that Naya Gates, and played by some of that Mono Blue Terror, and a few other decks, but still, like, not a huge amount of Sneaky Snacker on the field, less than 20%.
Yep.
So, we will see what will be their win percentages at the after day 1, after day 2. We haven't seen too many Snacker, I want to say, in this feature match.
Compared to yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. We did feature a lot of like fringe decks in the first round, so we will definitely at least start now to see the tier 1 decks, the best decks.
Yes, so the players are ready. So we'll get down to the feature match and crown our undefeated player for today. And if you're undefeated in this event on day 1, it's like such a good start for tomorrow, except it gives you that best chance for a top 8.
Yes, indeed. So Pietro is 7-0, and his opponent is not 7-0, a 6-0-1.
A draw classic.
Yeah, he was featured a few rounds ago, actually, in this same. So he's not the first time, it's not his first dance. He's mulligan into 6. He probably knows what the opponent is playing because Pietro is, again, a very very popular faces. His white border land, his white border cards are very famous throughout the Pauper community. What he does, he actually whitens them.
Are they like sleeves on top, or are they actually sleeved around the edges?
Yeah, he has a process where he clears the border, and they become white border.
Right.
So starting with Melted Moxide, discarding a land, which is not really what you want to do, right?
You want that to be a Sneaky Snacker 9 times out of 10.
Or a Lava Dart, a Faithless Looting, just some graveyard synergies.
Yep, we've got Cleansing Wildfire here, hitting this Drossford Bridge, doing the thing that Jund Wildfire just does so well, is ramping on mana, getting a basic out of the deck, and considering Drossford Bridge is indestructible, it doesn't get destroyed, but you still get to get your mana and draw a card, and that's just a really neat trick of the format.
Yes, indeed. I believe Pietro is the first person who kind of started putting Melted Moxite in Mono Red Madness
Oh, sure.
over Kessig Flame Breather. I remember I played his build for a Mango's Workshop video not that long ago after he won an EPT with it.
Yep.
And again, it's weird, right? Because Kessig Flame Breather is this powerful creature that if unmatched, it wins the game. But at the same time, everyone has removal spell. It will just die.
For sure. And we see a second Melded Moxite here, hitting this Fiery Temper, casting it for those Madness cost. Punching in some damage nice and early here.
Yeah, that's indeed a very powerful play that you can do with that Fiery Temper. And this Melted Moxite is going to be the card that you can turn into advantage later on. So for now, it wasn't great. But later on, you can pay 3 mana, get a 2/2 Robo, and something like Experimental Synthesizer.
Yeah, it feels very Synthesizer coded, doesn't it? When, you know, you can make samurais. I'm going to start with a Clan Shaman here. It's not going to do a whole lot on this battlefield, unfortunately.
Yeah, the players are playing their creatures so ahead in the red zone. That
Yeah,
they have to,
it's so ahead, isn't it?
yeah,
It's just like,
yeah, they have to like put them next to each other.
yeah. We're going to plot away this Highway Robbery, which is one of the best cards in the deck. Just being able to pay for it for now and then cast it at a later date. Perhaps you have like a couple of Gutter Snites and you want to start pushing through some damage.
Yeah, that blood token is wonderful.
Looks
Just
gorgeous.
yesterday, I saw on Twitter a Japanese account praying how good it was.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you have that like ultra translation now, so you can see other languages as well, which is very cool.
But here comes Arriving Chrysalis. Another reason you play this Jund Wildfire deck. It is just literally good cards deck. They all do. They don't necessarily synergize. They just very well individually. And Arriving Chrysalis is just one of the better ones you want to play in this format.
Looting away that mountain, and that's one of the strength of the mono red deck. You really, I mean, obviously you do flood, but you can play around that flooding with the Melda Moxide, the Faithless Looting, the Highway Robbery, the, you know, Grab the Prize.
Yep.
Very, very strong deck.
And another thing about Mono Red Madness is those mountains don't just tap for mana, they're fuel for the Fire Blast, they're fuel for Lava Dart. So even if you do flood a little bit, you can just cash them in for some extra damage.
A very interesting play here. Pietro has the Gutter Snipe in hand, has the mana to cast it, but he says, nope.
Being disciplined.
I'm going to cast it only when I have all of the damage in the world.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm going to win game one, because the Weather the Storm are in the sideboard. Game one is heavily favorable for Mono Red.
Yeah. We see a second Arriving Chrysalis here. Bringing more spawns.
All right. So this is what you want, though. This may be a bad matchup, but you do want to have that. Ooh, but
Here comes a Lightning Bolt.
honestly, I think this may be it. Oh, Lambus. Lambus countering that Lightning Bolt here.
Sure, yeah. It is a food.
Yeah. But yeah, there's so much damage in Pietro's hand. He has Firebolt, Fire Blast. He has Lava Dart.
Yep.
He has Grab. No, never mind.
It's Faithless Looting, I believe.
He also has Highway Robbery over there, so
Yeah,
he can
part of the
actually
way.
lead with. Okay, let's see what it does. But I think this is showtime.
Yep. And this is why the deck is so good, right? It just has an incredible amount of reach.
Yeah, you want to go Gutter Snipe, but then cast a sorcery. That's what you want to do.
Yep, so you're going to cast this Highway Robbery.
And now the opponent can go cast down. And now you start to... Because remember, there's 2 damage on the stack from the Highway Robbery.
Yep. So we're going to cast Lava Dart. Does 2 damage.
Lava Dart is 6 damage.
Yep.
Fire Blast is 6 damage, so that's 12 plus 2, 14. Yep. So this is it. You don't even need to resolve that Highway Robbery.
He's just baiting.
Unless the players have already... I guess they already counted the damage before we were paying attention to it, so this is not lethal yet.
It's close enough, though.
But that
2.
Fire Blast does it.
Yeah.
All right,
And there's a
GG.
second one. And that's how quick the game one is.
Yeah, I
against,
mean, game one is like so favorable for Mono Red Madness. It's really so favorable. It's very unlike if both players just keep 7. Mono Red Madness has a huge advantage.
Yep.
But now we're going to go to the sideboard, and the card Weather the Storm is going to make a huge impact here.
It's 3 copies in the sideboard as well. They're definitely coming in just because Weather the Storm is just able to put Madness out of reach when it comes to dealing damage.
Yeah, this is the way you need to counter the amount. Because the thing is that 20 life is way too little for Mono Red Madness. Mono Red Madness would deal 20 life 20 damage easily.
Yes.
Even without the sneaky snacker. But if you go to 32, if you go to 46, then you know things might change, and the Wildfire will have time.
Yep. And considering Weather the Storm has Storm, it counts every spell that's been cast in that moment, so you can really pull ahead on life.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Pietro's sideboard as well, because he has a very interesting card that I've never seen before in Mono Red. Crimson Fleet Commodore.
Gives you the Monarch, correct?
That is the 4-mana 5/2 pirate.
Yes.
That gives you the monarchy, and this is a way to just draw maybe 2, maybe 3 extra card.
Yep.
And that's just enough to win the game.
Yeah.
Against John Wildfire or just any control deck.
It's just a one-off, just in the sideboard.
Yes, indeed. Not that much else I would bring. Like, this is such a good matchup for Mono Red that you don't really care too much about this matchup. You can bring it Searing Blaze if you want to kill a Gixin Infiltrator, but
doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably Gixin Infiltrator goes out post sideboard because it dies to just
about anything.
Yeah, removal spells in general.
A stiff breeze.
Yeah. So overall, Giuseppe can side in Duress, but I'm not even sure how good that is. You probably need to bring that in because, yeah.
It basically means, hey, if I'm taking like a burn spell away, that just is damage not dealt at you, right? It might not feel great if there's like full of lava darts or something, but
yeah,
it's better than nothing.
And Pietro also showed us how easy it was to win even without a sneaky snacker.
Right.
Showing, really just the many angle that the Mono Red Madness with the Gutter Snipe. Gutter Snipe being clearly the best card in the deck, in my opinion.
And double melded Moxite just allowed those just to shape those draws into more damage.
Yeah, let's go to deck building because Pietro plays melded Moxite over casting Flame Breather.
Yes.
If he would have gone turn 2 casting Flame Breather go, then Giuseppe could have just gone cast down, go.
Yep.
And then you're just trading 1 for 1. Whereas Pietro just built this late game, sculpt this late game, discarding mountains and drawing spells until he could just go turn 5, I win the game.
Yeah.
So Pietro is very close, is 1 game away from that perfect day 1 score, 8-0.
It's where you want to be when you want to try to win a Paupergeddon. It must feel great just going, yep. Didn't drop a match today, and was also crushing it yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Just another day in the office, right?
Pietro was first in Swiss yesterday at the top Pauper player.
Yes.
Don't remember what was his score in the top 8, but
Familiar's won the top Pauper player event, so it definitely wasn't Pietro.
Yeah, Familiar versus Mono Red Madness was actually the final in Eternal Weekend.
Yes,
I believe so. 2 editions ago. 2 editions ago, yes.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so
it was either that or the summer one.
Yeah, Mono Red Madness was able to beat Familiars in the final.
Yes, that was a really fun final because I think game 3 there was like 3 or 4 God Pharaohs Familiars, and it's just like, I don't care. Burn you for a million.
Yeah, that was kind of like the first big burst event of Mono Red Madness, which Gutter Snipe was downshifted in Commander Masters.
Correct, yeah.
But then, just like a few more
just like discard draw spells. You have like Highway Robbery, Grab the Prize being a really important one in my opinion. And now you're just adding melded Moxite to the formula, and it's just like this very consistent but also very resilient deck. It's got a lot of action compared to say burn decks in like Modern, for example, where Boros Burn doesn't really work in the same way. It's a very different like approach in Pauper.
Yeah. And again, Pietro is not a name strange to success. He's been in a lot of Paupergeddon top 8.
Yep.
And from Lega Pauper Polesana against Giuseppe, who has no league.
Has no affiliation.
No affiliation. He's a free agent. If anyone wants to pick him up, he's a free agent.
Shuffling up here, just making sure.
Yeah, I mean, this game was so fast that you have time to properly shuffle your deck, counting, making sure you got 60 cards, and then submitting.
Give it a really good shuffle. Try and push through here.
Yep. Again, let's give it a shout out to the sponsor of the stream. We got Bose MTG and Dungeon Street. That's the store in Pisa, and also who does this incredible merch that we all show. All the players are just, I want to say, 1/4 of the room wears Bose MTG merch today.
And you always see it at European Magic events as well, just like boozer shirts knocking around. It's like, you've been to a Geddon. You've been to a Paupergeddon. Like, you got taste.
We got eBay Live, Lega Pauper Italia, and of course, Lucca Comics and Games, which is part of this event as well, because we are indeed in Lucca, one of the most beautiful cities of the Tuscany region.
So let's have a look at Pietro's hand. I see a couple of epicures.
I see Weather the Storm in Giuseppe's hand.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal. So Vodaran Epicure comes down here, deals the damage, creates a blood token.
All right. Ooh. Clockwork Shaman Rollier is just going to be to block that Vodaran Epicure and trade the 1 damage. Or not. Okay, it does, yes.
Trade. Yep, and then we're going to play 2 more
Whoa.
Epicures, dealing 2 here and creating 2 more blood tokens.
I love that he actually has extra blood tokens instead of just putting the dice.
Yep, and
Never-
different ones as well.
Never mind, he doesn't. Okay, does Giuseppe have a land? Because
Have a green source specifically.
he needs a green source. His deck is 3 color. So the downside of playing more than 1 color. We're looking for a blood token right
A different blood token. Is like no. Want to use different ones.
All right, we're fine here. We're fine. Giuseppe, do you have a 3rd land?
Do you have a green mana source? Does have a
Well,
Lembus.
maybe.
That represents some amount of life.
Let's see if that Lambus probably did. Twist the Landscape, one of those powerful fetch lands from the Modern Horizons 3 set.
Yeah, the landscapes have been real good for Pauper.
We see here, grab the prize, discarding
Faithless Looting, which is not a bad place to put it due to that flashback cost.
Yeah, Faithless Looting is the type of card that you want to have in your graveyard. You don't want to cast, because if you cast it, it's card disadvantage. If you flash it back, well, it's card quality then.
Here's that forest. Means Weather the Storm is now online.
Emma, what do you think about this art? I'll grab the prize.
It's kind of spooky, isn't it? But it is from a spooky set, and that is Dustborn House of Horror. It reminds me of the film Saw. It's that
not a movie I'm a fan of.
Same. I'm not a big horror person myself, but Dustborn is about a big spooky house that continually grows and doesn't stop, which sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
But the card's great. Dustborn was like a really good set, in my opinion, just in a general Magic sense.
Yeah. And one of the sets of our own Magic the Gathering IP, so we are all a fan of that. Unlike the most sets of this year. All right, Duress has so many options. Look at that.
I see a Grab the Prize. I see a Lava Dart.
There's Highway Robbery and Grab the Prize.
Searing Blaze came in from the sideboard.
Yeah.
And another Fiery Temper.
Ooh, apparently Pietro lost the final yesterday, so he made it up to the 2nd place.
Sure.
So yesterday he went 8-2 with Mono Red.
That's pretty good.
Crazy. Crazy success, man. In 2 days, losing only 2 rounds out of, 18 rounds is really a huge record.
Here comes a refurbish from me. Gonna discard that Lava Dart because we can recast that one from the graveyard due to that that flashback cost of sacrificing a mountain. And here's the full folder on Epicure. We now have the whole set in this game.
Wow.
And we're just going to have an extra blood tokens. We've got 4 blood tokens to work with here.
I wonder how Pietro sideboarded, because whenever I play Mono Red, the cards that I always cut are Boldar and Epicures.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit slow, a little bit mopey in this matchup. But...
So I really don't know what he decided, because we've seen already Searing Blaze, and for sure he brought in Crimson Fleet Commodore. So I really wonder.
That's like 4, potentially 3 to 4 cards.
Yeah. All right. What do we have here? Icar Wellspring, but those damage from, man, he's already at 11. Which seems like a lot of life, but you have like no pressure, nothing.
No. And there is this Weather the Storm as well.
Ooh, finally, the first Sneaky Snacker
They
off
are
the
in
match.
they are in the deck.
Yeah.
I always thought when Meldon Moxite was cast, it just came with the free Sneaky Snacker.
Wow, and no land for Pietro, so he's on
Oof,
2.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Oh. I know he has a land. I'm a Fanatical Offering, this Ichor Wellspring, drawing a couple of cards. Creating a
3 to be
map
precise.
token. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, we see those beautiful unglued lands.
White bordered as well.
Yeah, I might be less of a fan of that, but I respect the style. Like,
it's consistent.
Yeah, having a style, he has a unique style. Like nobody else that I know alters their unglued mountains. But I played against Pietro. He was playing blue black, and he had altered island and swamp. So for sure, he owns very many unglued basics that he altered personally.
Yeah.
Okay, so Giuseppe has a stack of cards. Look at that.
Yeah, I see 2 Nihil spell bombs in hand and a Weather the Storm.
Ugh, Neil Spellbomb is nice against Nicky Snacker, but it's not the card you want to see now.
Trying to see what else. Fanatical Offering, Riving Chrysalis.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have that glare right now. The
Yep.
sun is moving, as some
Yeah.
of you believe in, and that meant that we had the glare at the beginning of the day. We had the glare on the other side, and now we have the glare on this
We're
side.
approaching the end of the day. The sun is going
Yeah,
around.
yeah, exactly. If we should stream at night, so there will be no glare, and also it's not gonna be hot. I think we should do that from now on.
Yeah, agreed.
Start the tournament at 1 a.m.
Magic, magic after dark.
Yeah.
We're gonna think about.
When I went to Taiwan, when I went in Taipei, they have night market that open at 10 p.m. because it's so hot in the day
sure.
that their market starts in the night.
Wow, that sounds cool.
All right, so we're blocking the board here.
Yep.
And we're using the mana for this is a very nice turn.
You're sacrificing those spawn tokens to put.
Lambus back in the deck.
Yep.
Yeah, this
Growing
turn is-
this Riving Chrysalis by
this
2.
turn is definitely sponsored by Writhing Chrysalis. But now we crack a blood. Discard is knocker, draw card. So we're gonna crack another blood. Discard whatever.
Do it again.
Ooh, discard actually not whatever. Discard a Fiery Temper, which is gonna kill that Chrysalis. Or not.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It goes upstairs.
Yeah.
9 meets 20.
Yeah, there was a time where John Wildfire used to play Unexpected Fangs,
Yes.
which, would be pretty good here on that Chrysalis.
Mm.
But that's not what Giuseppe Caiazzo has in his deck.
These sneaky snackers have returned to the battlefield.
Yeah, this is such a... Honestly, it really shows the power of Mono Red Madness in this matchup. The John deck just too
Lost
slow,
so much
too
board.
slow,
Yep.
too slow. But we'll see. I mean, the game is still open. It's not over yet, Giuseppe. We know that he has a Weather the Storm in hand.
Mm.
But Pietro has 4 cards.
And a Steering Blaze. I think guts, 2 gut snipes, it looks like, which is not ideal given that mana cost.
Yeah.
Here's another Lembus.
Okay.
Just going to keep eating more bread.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Lambus is asking the question. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? Do you want land? Untapped? Do you want another Weather the Storm, maybe? The thing is that Pietro is 7-0. Like, he has played against so many Weather the Storm today. He's not gonna let...
Man has weathered this storm plenty by playing Mono Red Madness.
Yeah, one of the very few cards with Storm. We've seen the Grave Storm.
Yep.
Okay, so Giuseppe goes to 5 here.
Here comes the Searing Blaze, hitting this Riving Chrysalis.
Giuseppe's at 5 life right now. Is he not? I think he is. He goes to 3 now. Shouldn't be a 2 life.
So he was at 9. Searing Blaze does 3. Landfall trigger.
Uh-huh.
Sneaky Snacker comes back. Sneaky Snacker did damage. Or because it's
No, things that is not back.
Chrysalis blocked the Snacker, right?
Yeah, so 4 go to 5, and then go to 2. Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Snacker should be in the graveyard.
Because it was blocked by the Chrysalis.
Yeah. Let's put the Snacker in the graveyard, please. Okay. thank you.
Yay, we did it. And here comes a grab the prize.
Oh, but Giuseppe's Pietro's thinking, if I play grab the prize, my opponent plays the obvious thing, so I'm just passing the turn here. I expect to see Pietro passing the turn here.
Storm count is fairly high. Or just enough to be in this game.
And as
still.
he passes the turn, Giuseppe's gonna play. No way, you have to play it. I think you have to play Weather the Storm. You just accept that you die to bolt, or you just crack the map, the Lambus. Just accept that you die to bolt. I think.
Oh, Duress is gonna start this grab the
Wow, it's
prize.
gonna grab the prizes. I guess he wants to end up with no spells to break the duress,
Yeah.
but that's just such a.
2 gutter snipes.
Don't know if I like what just happened there.
It's a lot of resources we're just
Because
throwing
also,
away here.
yeah, this way you don't even return the snacker.
Yeah.
Whereas if you wait your own turn, you can suck 2 blood and you return the snacker.
Yeah.
Hmm.
My Hill Spellbomb looks alright here. Then we've got to Weather the Storm. Storm count is
Not 3.
3. Okay, 9. Go 11.
11. Do we have a lava? I think he does a lava dart.
He has a Lava Dart in the graveyard, but there is a Spellbomb.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if he has lava dart. I don't remember.
I think he has 1.
I would definitely.
Yeah, this one.
All right, thank you. They might just vocalize that. They might just tell to each other, I haven't grabbed the prize in my graveyard.
Yep.
Sorry, I have a Lavadot in my graveyard.
Yep.
He's going to sacrifice the land, so dealing 3 damage.
Going to 4.
Does Giuseppe have another Weather Destroy? He does.
Oh, he has 2. And a backup Nihil Spellbound. Yeah.
Does he go for the Weather Destroy? Because Weather Destroy would get 9. I mean, it's pretty good, honestly, here.
Yeah, representing lethal on the battlefield for Pietro here, so you have to do it.
Going back to 13.
And this is how John Wildfire stays in the game. It's just keep chaining off Weather the Storms.
Exactly. Yeah, like this is what I said. Like 20 damage, that's a joke.
Yeah.
If you go to 34, then maybe there's a chance. Gutter Snap is back.
It's back again.
It's back again. John just needs a sweeper, but he doesn't have it. I mean, I guess that's not true. There's a Tartlan Shaman.
There's a cast down. I'm going to lightning bolt upstairs.
Okay, that's 5 damage, down to 4.
It's just up and down with life totals. And now, like, getting real close. I'm going to crack this Lembus. Going to gain some life again. Shuffle away.
Going to 7. Pietro has no cards in hand, but in his graveyard, I believe he has Faithless Looting and Sneaky Snacker.
Yeah.
So I think it's totally correct to just
go for it.
Suck the map right now. Sorry, the bomb right now, and hope that the opponent just draws a mountain. Nope.
No.
Doesn't do that. 3 mana Faithless Looting.
Yep.
Triggering the Snacker.
Oh, there's another Snacker.
Yes, but that one's not going to come back.
Nope.
So a Gutter Snipe and a Snacker have been discarded here. And we're triggering the old one.
The oldest one.
Does Giuseppe crack the bomb?
And
he does.
Cracks it, draws a card by playing that black mana. And there's a Fire Blast.
Whoa.
Sneaking it out. He hid that from us.
Yes, indeed. Congrats to Pietro Bragiotto, our first 8-0. 8-0? Is it better?
What do you mean?
Oh, is it better to say 8-0 or 8-0?
8-0 I think is good.
All right, then.
And it's not surprising just giving how well Pietro did yesterday in the top pauper player. And he's one of the top pauper players going into today as well.
I mean, you've seen really just a master at Mono Red.
Yeah.
People just joke, oh, Mono Red, brainless deck, but not at all.
So streamlined. You just do this and
not
it's
at
fine.
all. The best player in the room will, pass the turn instead of playing a spell into the but into the possible Weather the Storm.
There's so much patience when it comes to something like Madness Bone, right? Because it's so tempting to go, yeah, I'm going to do this, and then this, and then this. But you have to play around so much stuff, especially when there's so much life gain with stuff like Weather the Storm. You have to time things really well. But Madness is also great at the whole, I'm going to deal like 30 damage in a turn.
Yeah. And it really showed also how good is this matchup, really. Like John Wildfire falls to Mono Red.
Yep.
Sometimes, yes, you can flip the switch and win, but in general, this is kind of how we're supposed to happen.
All right, so we got backup feature match there because that one was pretty quick considering. So we've got Spy Combo here versus another version of John Wildfire. Not as whiteboarded this time, though.
No, and I feel like we arrived at a very good moment. I feel like we arrived just at the moment that Spy Combo wins the game and the match.
Yes.
Because you already won game 1, as you can see from the screen.
Yes.
So we've seen another John Wildfire losing the game here.
Poor Wildfire.
Oh, wait. Fury Macabre in the graveyard, though. I mean, we just arrived, so...
Yeah, we're just trying to figure this out as much as you guys are at home.
What happened to that Fury Macabre here? Let's see. Let's
try and figure this out. So we've got Dread Return. They're vocalizing.
You know what's happening? I think Nicola paid 3 creature to flashback Dread Return, targeting a Lothla Giant.
Yep.
Which the other Nicola, I guess, John Wildfire, he used the Fairy Macabre to exile the target, but Spy Combo had 3, as in played 3 more creatures.
So the Dread Return again.
So he can Dread Return again.
And they're just making sure it's correct.
Yeah. It depends which card John Wildfire targeted with Fairy Macabre, but Spy Combo usually plays more than 1 Lothla Giant.
Yes.
He plays 2.
Sure, okay.
So,
and we've got a judge involved here.
Maybe maybe John didn't exile 2 cards, but just 1. We just arrived. We just arrived in this match.
we're just trying to figure this out because a lot's going on right now. And we're already Spy's already up, so we have a judge call, our favorite thing.
Yeah, judge call.
So we tried to bring you a backup feature match, but not quite yet. So
But yeah, so we see John in the feature match again, kind of losing, but that's another pretty tough matchup.
Yeah.
Spy combo.
Yep.
I think so, yeah. But John, of course, has a lot of good matchups as well.
Yeah,
you know?
it's just one of
the
those
blue decks.
It's one of those decks that if you just want to have a look, like you want to have a solid game, like a general field in Pauper, it's like the safe option. And a lot of people just like playing those style of decks because they're individually good. You just get to play some of the really good cards in the format.
Yeah.
It's safe.
From my understanding, that game was over though.
Yeah, you think so?
I think so because that was just resolving a Dreadnought on a Loathly Giant, which is lethal.
Yes.
It deals like a lot of damage, and so that could be our backup future match. So that would be actually the end of the round, but we will never know. Maybe we just came into the game. Yeah.
Very, very late on. So
exactly. So we may go to a game 3. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? And that's why we have judges at hand to help us navigate through these things because Magic can be quite complicated.
But
There's
anyway,
a lot of different lanes.
Tomorrow we're gonna have 6 rounds plus top 8.
Yep.
So you're gonna have at least 9 matches on camera.
Yep, and a lot of mono red madness probably from Pietro specifically.
Yes, we will show him and his beautiful white border mountains a lot.
Yep.
But overall, this has been a fantastic day. We have watched a lot of decks. This is actually the first time that we don't go to the end of the round.
Yeah, like I think it's been a little while for us. I think every game we've done in the last few rounds have gone to a draw in some way. So it's nice to have a short one.
Or 2 extra turn. This is a very common thing in Pauper. You have to just know when to concede. You have to, I don't know, bring a deck that deals 20 damage in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, like
mono red.
At the end of the day, like the meta game seems pretty good. We showed off a load of different combo decks. Like we even showed off Turbo Fog from your good friend. And
That's true. We showed a Cycle Storm. We showed a life combo from Giorgio Combo.
Yeah.
That I don't know if you guys caught that, but there's like a weird Nomad Zenkor combo deck that you just gain infinite life and you kill the opponent with Sago Wilding by shuffling itself.
We saw Boros Tribe, as well, which is also pretty good.
Boros Tribe is good. I think that they're still resolving the judge call. So do we want to show maybe some things on the screen? Do you have any cool panel for us? The prizes, the top 8 formula?
We can do the prizes actually. That'd be a good way to recap things we have 8 rounds of Swiss today. We're on the 8th round right now. And then there's 6 more tomorrow with a top 8 cup. And the prize breakdown, is pretty good. One thing that's different at this Paupergeddon compared to previous ones, you get uncut sheets and oversized cards, and they're just really cool to own. They're just nice bits of memorabilia that you can just hang in your house and just get it framed and go, yeah, I got this from winning a Paupergeddon.
Or you can sell it for money.
That too, Mengu. That too.
That is always an option.
Always an option. And then you get a really nice trophy as well.
That one you shouldn't sell it for money.
No, is that your recommendation?
No, yeah, I don't think there's a market for that. But for uncut sheets, you can just go to one of the many vendors and be like, hey, how much do you offer? You know? That is a nice thing to do at the store. You can sell your cards. You can come here exclusively for that, though. So if you're watching the stream and you're nearby Luca and you're like, wait, I want to be part of this, well, you can come here. It's open. It's free. You can enjoy. They're selling a lot of stuff. Also beer.
There is a bar just opposite so we're in the commentary booth, opposite there's a bar.
Yeah.
There's like a gelato stand outside. I've had a couple of gelatos. There's a couple of food trucks. Like the food here is really good. I had a nice fried eggplant sandwich. That was great.
I made a mistake though. I got a Vietnamese beef noodle.
That sounds spicy.
No, not that. It was too hot.
Sure.
It was just a broth of boiling water, and it was a mistake. It was a mistake. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm sorry.
Surprised you're still here,
I'm sorry. Yeah. I was, but I was very sweating. I was.
He was sweating it out.
Yeah, I was sweating when you see. I meet a lot of fans from all around the world. They come from America. They come from the UK, and you can see that they're not used to.
Yeah, we're not used. You
can see.
England.
You can see. Ma's not used to this weather.
Yeah, we're England's having a load of heat waves at the moment, and it's just we're still not quite used to it yet. But
It's okay.
It's worth it though. Like everyone's playing Pauper this weekend,
Yeah.
and like embracing the sweat together. It's brought like a level of camaraderie and community that you don't normally see in Magic.
Also, I want to shout out how kind of quick was the event. We started at 9:30, and I mean it's 7 p.m. That means that under 10 hours we got through 8 rounds of Swiss.
It's pretty good.
Which for Pauper, it's not bad.
Considering we've had a couple of draws, a couple going into
Yeah,
turns,
yeah,
like
there's no-
the turnover's been pretty good.
There's no Amulet Titan in this format, so the rounds don't go to 2 hours
Yeah,
each
yeah.
round.
I mean that's good.
yeah,
I
yeah,
like
but
that,
you
I
have
like that.
other slow decks, but I think anything is better than Amulet Titan, even Cycle Storm.
Wow, you heard it here first.
How are we doing on that match? Is that judge call table? But I feel like that judge call was very important because that was actually the game on the line.
Yeah, it's like a game-winning sort of call, right? Considering the spy player was already up a game, and
Yeah.
the lot left giant, as you say, is lethal.
Yeah, and they were 6-1, so they did lock day 2, but going 7-1 or 6-2 was a big difference there.
Yes.
We of course will stay here until we have a result.
Yes.
Judge might take some time.
That's the words you
and
never want to hear.
we don't have a backup future match, so what should we do? They're talking.
They're talking. It's going to
They're
take
talking.
a while. Okay.
They're taking a while. We should dance. We should do an arm wrestling. No,
It's a bit sweaty for that,
it's
isn't
a bit
it?
sweaty, yeah. But people handshake all the time. So.
You want to go to the feature match area and have an arm wrestle? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm very bad at arm wrestling. Very bad. Although there's a thing that even worse at. Actually, I don't know what's in English. That little football game that you play with.
The foosball.
Football.
Yeah, foosball. Yeah.
I'm even worse at that. That I think I'm just the worst of everyone.
There's a foosball table outside.
Yeah.
You can play. You can play.
You can play in the million degrees outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? So.
Yeah. What's that? Oh.
So yeah, let's talk about the next
Oh,
Paupergeddon because
yes.
there's 3 of these a year.
Mm-hmm.
You have one in the spring, which is normally around March time, and then you have the summer one, which hits around July, and then you have the winter edition, which always is now part of Eternal Weekend, which will be in early December, so the first weekend of December, of December 3rd to 6th. There will be the winter Paupergeddon, and you can come to Paupergeddon and not melt.
Yeah, so December 3rd is actually a Thursday. That's where the things warm up. I believe there's like a team event on Thursday.
There's normally a team trios event
Yeah.
that includes Pauper, which
yeah,
is
and
sweet.
then on Friday, you have the Paupergeddon and the Eternal Weekend Vintage.
Yes.
And then on Saturday, you have day 2 of Paupergeddon and day 1 of Legacy.
Yes.
And on Sunday, you have day 2 of Legacy and Pre-Modern. Those are the main events. And Modern.
Yeah.
Those are the main events happening this weekend. That's what happened last year, but I'm sure it was so successful that they're just going to keep the same schedule.
Yeah, there's a big destination qualifier for Modern as well, so it's like an 8-slot RCQ. So if you want to get your RC invite for Europe, you can just swing down to Italy and get an invite.
And we're really talking about massive events.
Yeah,
like
it's huge.
Over 1,000 people for Pauper, over 1,000 people for Legacy, 300 people for Vintage, 300 people for Pre-Modern, and like the numbers just will keep on going up because our hobby, Magic the Gathering, is growing a lot.
It absolutely is. And I think the one thing I love about Eternal Weekend and how it's including Pauper into the whole Eternal Magic ecosystem is that you see Vintage and Legacy players and going, wow, this Pauper format's like really picking up. They're surprised like how many people play Pauper at Paupergeddon. Like we got like 1,066 players today playing the main event. And I think people know Pauper is a popular like format to play, but they don't realize it until they see it in person. It's like, wow, there's all these people in the room. Very Grand Prix vibes from many years ago.
Yeah, and as the legacy cards or reserve list cards get more and more expensive, people tend to I have these cards. I should probably sell like 1 Underground Sea and build like 5 Pauper decks. And then they're like, oh, I should sell a 2nd Underground Sea and build 5 more Pauper decks.
Then you could be the Pauper person and just loan out decks to people and get people into the format.
Or just get into a format that's a lot more accessible than some of the other formats that go on in Magic. And one of the recipe of success of this format is certainly the card availability, the ability to switch decks.
Yep.
Because that's something that, older formats is very hard to switch decks
Yeah,
because it's such
especially
an
in
investment.
Legacy,
Yes. And Pauper just is so good. It's so good for that reason. And the gameplay, we all love it. The community, we all love it. But the card availability is definitely the strength of this format.
And you touch on a good point, Mengu. It's like you can kind of play what you want in Pauper, and that in turn makes a really diverse format. So if we can get the metagame data up for day one, that would be great just for the folks at home.
Yeah, let's take a look at the metagame.
Just to give an idea of how diverse Pauper can be, especially in a big, large tabletop event such as this one, where you have Mono Red Madness, that's 12, just a little over 12%, Grixis Affinity at 11, then you got John Wildfire at 6.5%, Naya Gates is around 5, and then you're going into Terra, Rally, and Monster Tron, which is your contender, your breakout deck for this weekend, the one that looks to be the most
We
positioned.
haven't seen Monster Tron almost at all, just around one.
Yes.
That doesn't mean the deck is doing bad, though. Like, we just can only show you 2 matches at a time.
Yeah.
We will see the result today. After day one, of course, we'll be able to see the standings. We'll be able to see how many people made day 2. We will have a day 2 meta game tomorrow. I'm very excited for that one. One of the things I enjoy the most about day 2 events is the conversion rate.
Yes.
That is, I think, the best stats to have, the conversion rate of these decks.
And if there's one thing I know about Paupergeddon from doing coverage over the years, Azorius Familiars always has a really high conversion rate just because the same people who just play so much Familiars just day 2 every time.
Yeah, let's say, for example, Dimir Terror was a deck that at the last Paupergeddon was very little played, just like this event, only 3%. But I believe last year it converted the best.
Yeah.
It was the best performing deck after day 1. So, things like this can happen, and they really tell you a lot about how good is the deck.
So yeah, you can kind of play anything you want in Pauper and do well with it if you just put in the reps and just get a really good idea of what you're playing up against.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Poison Storm player, the singular Poison Storm player, and the singular Hot Dogs player. Haven't heard Kiln Fiend in a while.
Yeah, but we've been chatting for around 15 minutes, so I think we should just switch the Twitch handle to just chatting instead of magic.
This might be people's favorite Pauper podcast now. Though. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Well, we were talking about how the games went very long.
And now it went really short. And
now it went very short, but we still here.
Yes.
Still here with you.
We're dealing with what is essentially a very long judge call. John Wildfire versus Golgari spy combo. We hopped into the game quite late, so we didn't see what happened. But there was a Fairy Macabre in the graveyard. There was a lot left giant and some other things and a couple of Dread returns. So it's just figuring it out, that sequence. The judge said it was going to take a while, so that's why we're just here chatting.
Yeah. I'm wondering, do they stream the Pauper Genesis?
They do, yes. I believe it is just happening, if not soon.
Right?
Like now, yeah, because it would be, what are we, 7 o'clock? It's 6 hours, so it'd be like 1 p.m., so there'd be a good few rounds in.
Yeah, so maybe if you still want to watch some more Pauper, if you're still watching this, or you already switched, but there is some more Pauper content today and this weekend in general.
I believe the Twitch channel is NYC_MTG, I want to say, because it's the New York Magic Twitch channel, but the actual event is in Maryland, Baltimore.
Okay.
And it's like 256 players, the biggest Pauper event in the US, which is a great start, given how big the US is. And there's some folks over there who are doing really good work to try and make Pauper a thing in the US because they've seen what happened in Italy, and they're like, we want in on this, let's go.
In the US, there's a very big sickness that spreads, which is the Commander CDH.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's a very big virus. But we in Europe found a cure. You can play Pauper. You can play
Dual Commander.
You can play Dual Commander. You can play Pre-Modern. So, maybe, things that... No, I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. You can play Magic as much as you want and all the forms that you want. But I personally love the 1v1 gameplay.
Me too. So I play a lot of Canadian Highlander, which is also 1v1, but you get to play with a really old powerful card. You have this point system.
Yeah, I'm sure it's super fun.
It's
just
like
that
1v1 vintage key, basically.
In Magic, you just play the format that people around you play. That's kind of what it is.
Right.
So in my area, they play Pauper and Dual Commander. Those are by far the most popular formats. So those are the formats that I play if I have to play with my friends. or cube, of course.
Oh, cube's great. I do love some cube as well, but you have to try and find 8 people, which is always a bit difficult.
Oh, well, in my area, I cube with 4 a lot.
Oh,
Always
sure.
cube with 4.
Sure,
It's
sure.
actually the best. It takes like just a few hours. You don't
Yeah.
have to get into the 8 people, which is, as you said, impossible.
Yeah.
At our age,
Yes.
finding 7 people
Who are free on the same night is
on the
impossible.
same time, it's impossible. It's just impossible.
I've seen somebody walking around the event with
Yeah.
a sign saying cube draft question
Yeah.
mark, so they're looking to fire off.
Honestly, I've only seen that person doing that. I've actually never seen that person playing. So
But the fact that they're trying still is very, very admirable. They
Is,
really
yeah.
want a cube.
yeah, we have more events around the world. Of course, we have one in Brazil happening. We have one in Mexico. The popper is definitely spreading around the world, with Magic Online being the most common platform, the most accessible platform for you to play the format.
Yes, it's a good time to be a pauper player. I think
Yeah.
there's a lot you can do. You can do a lot in your community as well. You can be that person. It's like, yeah, I have 12 pauper decks.
Yeah.
Pick one and then just play. That's how a lot of that's how pauper often starts at like a store level. It's just one person with like a million decks.
Yeah. At the same time, though, of course, the gameplay of Pauper is very challenging, is very hard.
Yes.
And it is not at all. I mean, it's budget Magic, but it's really hard. It's not like you know when you draft limited. Limited is kind of easy Magic. I mean, you have
Yeah.
combat; it's hard, but you can just play it on easy mode. You just cast spell, attack.
The thing is with pauper, I find it can be very difficult. It is definitely one of those formats where every little decision kind of matters, because if not, you will lose the game. Generally, I've said to people, if you just want to get good at Magic on like a fundamental level, play more Limited. I think Limited does a good job of that, and just play Pauper, because that just adds, it just gives you the tools and teaches you how to deal with like complex interactions and whatnot. So I think if you want to get good at constructed Magic, you should start with Pauper.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there's a Magic Arena. The fact that you can play on your phone while doing other
Laundry.
stuff is just such an accessible way to play Magic to,
Yep.
to become a better player.
Yep.
So, of course, you know, Magic Arena, not at all the best way to play Magic.
Nope.
You
You do get standard Pauper on occasion, which apparently is
Yeah.
quite fun.
Yeah, but just in general, just like face-to-face Magic is just a superior way
agree.
to play Magic. But sometimes just the accessibility of being able to draft on your phone to become a better player is definitely the way.
Yeah,
and,
it's nice that, because I've been playing Magic for like 12 years now. I think my first set was Kansatake, which is a great set. I would have loved something like Arena to begin with, because it also does a really good job teaching you like stacks and layers and how things are visualized, and that just makes it easier for people to learn as well.
Yeah.
That you sometimes struggle with, you know, in person, because everyone comes from different backgrounds and different play
Definitely.
experiences.
Yeah, well, I have a background of, you know, a pro player, and a lot of people always ask me, like, how do you become a pro player? How do you
Yeah.
become a better player? And I think the answer is always, like, play a lot of Magic Online or Magic Arena.
Yes.
Because there's just never going to be enough time for you on paper. Like, the time that you spend in paper,
Yeah.
it's just a lot, like, you don't have enough people, and online is just by yourself whenever you have free time, you know. Maybe you're a student and you have free time, and then online is great.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a job, and then you have some free time at your job or just after.
Also, it's a-
and you just play. You just need like volume of games.
Yeah, so it kind of depends on the formats you're playing, right? So like Magic Online, I feel, has a better quality of opponents just based on like stuff like challenges and, you know, on draft, whereas Arena is a bit more broad scope that you can kind of play against anyone, and you might not learn anything from it just because the skill level might be different. I generally find Magic Online much harder than Arena.
Sure, but at the end, like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? But that's what people say, that the level is low and everything. But I just feel like it's still better than nothing.
Yes,
Because
agreed.
that's what people do.
Agreed.
Like, I don't know, if you watch a soccer match of Iran versus Algeria,
Yeah.
you're, I don't know, like, to me, and you want to become a better player, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't watch Iran versus Algeria. You should play a draft of Arena. Or you can do both.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's always times of, like, how do you want to allocate your free time? So,
Yeah.
again, we're talking about how to become a better player, which is not the goal of everyone. Some people just
No.
want to come here and play their deck and
do their
whatever
thing,
it goes. But, you know, we're just answering that question right now. So I think it's still better to
Yeah.
play Arena than to do nothing.
I know you're talking about the World Cup. I do miss the World Magic Cup on a side note. But yeah, we are waiting on a judge call here. The judge said it's going to take a while, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're just chit-chatting right now. It's been, what, 25 minutes?
Mengu's starting a podcast now to go with the Mengu's workshop. So, yeah.
Well, at 7 p.m. here in Italy, restaurants open at around 8 p.m.
Okay, good
so
to know.
we
good
still
to
have
know.
time to, you know, chit-chat a bit, and then we can go eat another very good steak, because we're in Tuscany. Tuscany is very famous for steak.
Oh, okay.
You know, the way they cook their raw meat, which is, I guess they don't really cook it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of peculiar. So whenever I'm in Tuscany, whenever I'm in Lucca, I always eat steak.
Meat, yeah.
Meat.
That makes sense.
That's my go-to. That's my go-to dinner. But again, 8:15, so we still have some time to chat. Our production is selling us something. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We will have an answer in 1 minute. Let's start the countdown.
Yep, the judge is just confirming something. So it sounds like there's a resolution of some kind. They're just making sure it's correct and everything's above board. So we'll just keep chatting about Magic for a bit longer.
Do we have deck lists available? No, we will have it tomorrow when the top 8 gets announced.
Yeah.
The judges will click a magical button, and you can read 1,066 deck lists.
But Mengu, tell us about your love of Amulet Titan.
I don't love it. I don't love it.
I gathered.
I don't love it. Actually, I have a campaign against that deck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you play against Amulet Titan, especially on Magical Line, but even in paper, you should never concede.
Okay.
At the cost of your own sanity, you should make the Amulet player suffer.
Okay.
So they are drained for the next round.
Okay.
So the next person that will not concede, and they will be always more drained, and at the end they will make a mistake and they will lose. Because our goal as a community is to make Amulet lose.
Okay.
It's very important that you do your part in this community and never concede to Amulet Titan.
Okay.
We've wrapped it up. That signal has been sent. Did you understand what does this mean?
Yeah.
You did? Okay, because Italians are very good at gesturing.
So it sounds like the match is finished, which we're still figuring out the resolution, but we've been told to wrap it up. So we're going to wrap it up.
Yeah, after talking for 25 minutes.
It's been a good conversation. I think people have enjoyed it.
All right.
All right, then. So do come back tomorrow. I believe the stream starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's a little bit earlier than today. And then we'll have 6 rounds of Swiss into a top 8, and we'll crown our Pauper Geddon 2026 Summer Champion. So do come back tomorrow.
Ciao.